God's grace, because I have my class. My peoples, what's up? Come outside real quickly, okay? I have to start soon because I have my class. I have my fitness class today, and I have to go at 12. And I have to be there at 12. I don't have to go at 12. I have to be there at 12. Oh Lord, it's always something. Hold on. Maybe 11:15. Put my alarm on so that way I don't overdo it. Okay, give you guys a minute, then I'll start the video. You can watch the replay later, right? So, what's up, you guys? Happy Friday. Hope you're having a good day. So, a friend of mine sent me this video. She was like, Martin, look at this, right? And I'm like, I think a lot of people are truly miserable. I saw a video yesterday. I'll play it. Hopefully, I'll play it. Let me just get through it. I saw a video yesterday. It was Patrick Bet David, and he was sitting down with Nick Fuentes. Hey, Kevin. And he was asking Nick Fuentes, like, hey, bro, how's the baby? He was asking Nick Fuentes, like, why do you blame everything on the Jews, right? Just like I said, I'm like, to me, it's too lazy to blame everything on the Jews. The Jews this, the Jews that, the Jews. Okay, listen. At what point are you also going to hold yourself accountable for living above your means and going to these Jewish people for all kinds of credit, right? And they lavished you with credit. And now, because you don't know how to pay them back, they own you, right? A lot of people love to, I'm like, I've noticed that here. Like, I mean, it's not even just here. I guess the same thing happened in Germany, right? Is that stuff is not going well. So what do? Like, you have I think, first of all, you have personal failures. Yes. People have personal failures. Then you have communal failures, like a whole community failed, right? You also have societal failures, right? So people fail at a personal level. People fail within their community, or the entire community just falls apart. And then people also fail at the societal level, right? So what they do is, right? Really? So what they do is they sit here and, I need to blame this person and blame that person. So in this video, you'll see this young lady she's mad because she was trying to change her tires. She's in Temple Hills, Maryland. So she was trying to change her tires. So she said that she wanted to be intentional and support, I guess, like she says FBA, but I mean like African-American, like tire shop. And so she's upset because the African people who have tire shops are calling themselves Black. And I'm like, okay, if you're from Africa, what's your complexion? I don't know why some people, and I don't know, I feel like this whole FBA stuff, people need to have a vetting process to make sure that those who claim it are actually intelligent enough that they understand the whole distinction between complexion, ethnicity, nationality. Just because somebody says they're Black doesn't mean they imply that they are African American. African American people are not the only Black people in the world. Spanish, Black, Afro-Latinos. If you, in Spanish, how you think they call these people? Negroes, negro, negra, for Black. Sometimes they even say negrita for like little Black girl, or negrita, negrito for little Black boy. In French, you will say noir. It's like Black is just a color. It's a color that refers to a complexion, usually meant to denote people of African ancestry. That's it, that's that, right? You can be Black and not be African American. Somebody can call themselves Black. It doesn't mean that they're trying to imply that they want to be Black American. No, their complexion is Black. That's it. Just like the N-word. You have the N-word also in French. Like, I don't know why people don't understand. Like, this stuff is not that deep. You have complexion, you have ethnicity, you have nationality. Okay? So I'm like, we're all Black. Like, if you saw me, why would you describe my complexion? Her skin is Black. I'm Black. But does that mean that I'm trying to imply that I'm Black American? Like, no. Like, no. If you meet a Black person from Jamaica, how would you call them? They're Black West Indian, or like Afro West Indian, right? They're Black from the West Indies, right? If you met someone that's Black from the Caribbean, you would say Afro Caribbean or Black Caribbean. That's it. That's that. It's just a complexion, right? Now, ethnicity, nationality, it's completely different. So I'm like, why are you losing your mind? Because you call these tire shops and the people are saying that they're Black. They're Black. Now, if you want to say, are you Black, but are you actually African American? Are you actually FBA? Then just ask for that. But I still don't know why that even matters if you're trying to fix your tires. Just get your tire fixed and go about your day. Number two, I'm like, did you ever consider that maybe also many Black Americans might not want to do it? right? Because changing tires, being a mechanic, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of back-breaking work. And it's also very messy. Like people get, their clothes get soiled and everything like that. But I'm like, you're in Maryland now. Put the whole tire stuff to the side and who's black and these black African this, whatever. But I'm like, the governor, the actual governor Westmore of Maryland, he's not Black American. So are you also mad about that? Or you're just mad about African people working at a tire shop or owning tire shops? I'm like, you are crazy. Hold on. Westmore. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he's Jamaican. I thought so, right? So the governor of Maryland, his people he's Jamaican. He's a Yardie, right? So are you also mad that the governor is also like the man who actually runs, like he's like the little president, right? The governor of your actual state is Jamaican. He's not FBA. He's not African American. He's not Black American. He is FBA. He's from Jamaica. So are you losing your mind about that? Or you only have issues with African people? Like it's really weird to me, Karen. It's really weird, right? He is the governor. And I think he wants to run for office. What do I know? But I'm like, Westmore is Jamaican. He's Jamaican. Right? So does that trigger you? Like maybe he's eating oxtails in the governor's mansion. What do I know? Okay, with dirty rice. Like what do I know? And plantains. What do I know? But I'm like, how can you lose your mind because you're trying to find an African-American tire shop and you can't find any? Yeah, maybe your people don't want to do that. Maybe they don't want to do it. Like, because it's not everybody wants to change tires, change oil, realign the brakes and stuff like that. Not everybody wants to do it. So do you want to change your tires or not? Because I'm like, it was just so freaking weird. So watch her content real quick. Watch her content.
5 different tire shops, and every last one of them joints was African owned.
Okay.
And all of them identified as a Black owned business. I'm like, when I call up there, I'm like, yeah, you sell tires, Oh yeah, is the owner Black American? No. He's African. No, he's African.
Oh, they didn't lie. You asked about the complexion. They said Black. You asked about their ethnicity. They said we're not Black Americans. It's like, so to make it seem like someone is trying to dupe you. No. Like me, if you ask me, what are you? I'll say I'm Black, but I'm from the Ivory Coast. Right? Because in French, I identify as noir. You don't own the color Black. This is so fucking weird to me. Right? Nobody owns the color Black. And we call ourselves Black because white people said, when you have this complexion, you're Black. That's it. But it doesn't mean someone is trying to take something away from you. Someone wants your identity. Someone wants your lineage. Sis, you're crazy. Because when you ask the people, they made it clear to you, we're Black, but we're not African American. What is the problem? Do you want to change your tires or not? Right? Like, this is freaking crazy. Do you have this much energy for the governor of Maryland who's Jamaican? Like, bunch of weirdos. Like, seriously, bunch of weirdos.
And mind you, everybody that picked up the phone was African. All of them had some sort of African accent.
Okay.
So, all I'm saying is, we need to start...
And you don't have an accent. Like, you speak like you're straight out of England. Like, you sound just like Shakespeare, like in Victorian times. Like, you don't have an accent. Everybody has an accent. You're Black, you're from Maryland, you got an accent. You Black from Baltimore, you have an accent. Everybody has a damn accent. Oh, they got an African accent. And you have a Baltimore accent. Then what? That's a crime? I'm like, do you realize that people speak multiple languages? How many languages do you speak? People are freaking crazy. I'm like, you have to be a miserable human being. I just know you are a failure in your personal life. There's no way you can be happy. So when you see that you're from here and foreigners are coming here and they have businesses, it has you triggered. Like you're low down jealous of these people because they have done nothing to you. You want to change your tires. You want to support an African-American business. You can't find any. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Why are you mad at African people for opening up their businesses, right? You want to support your own. Your own people have decided not to have car shit in Temple Hills. Whose fault is that? Why are you mad at someone who decided to open a business and say, yes, I'm Black. I'm from Africa. My skin is Black. How does that trigger you? Right? How does that trigger you? Even you can have a tire shop if you want to, if you can get the money. You can also have a tire shop. Just go down to City Hall and open your business. Find a shop, find a place, start your business. No one is stopping you from what's it called? From opening your business. And I'm sure wherever you are in Temple Hills, Maryland, they probably need more tire shops, right? These African people can't take all the business, right? But I'm like, open your own tire shop. Call your family, call your friends, open up your own tire shop. But why the xenophobia and why the vitriol at people for opening up businesses? People have the right to open up businesses. If they can get their license, they can open up their businesses. What's the problem? Seriously, what is the problem? Right? You're from here. Why don't you open a business? Why don't you open a business? Your family, your cousin, your male cousins, why don't they open a tire shop? Who is stopping you when you are an American citizen from having your own business in your own country? Who is stopping you? Nobody is stopping you. So why are you going on a whole xenophobic rant about people for just having a business? Do you know how many people have businesses? I'm not sure you get your nails done. So you go to the Vietnamese. Do you lose your shit? Oh, I'm trying to support a black American that does nails. I'm sure you don't, right? Always trying to find a reason to go attack people for foolishness, right? Because you support all kinds of people. But this thing got you so upset. Like, do you get your nails? Does a black American person do your nails? Probably not. Do you bank with a black American bank? Probably not. Wherever you live, your apartment, do you rent with a black American? Probably not. Your entire life, you do business with non-black American people. Do you stop and make a video about that? Of course not. But because African people have, what's it called? Tire places, them dirty places. I wouldn't work there. That's crazy. Okay? I wouldn't even work there. It's like, it's not a glamorous job. That also has you triggered. You're a fucking bum. You are a fucking bum. You are none but a bum. I could see you being mad if African people had like banks and stuff. Okay, that's kind of glamorous, right? But you're mad because somebody has a tire place where they in there changing oil, realigning tires. That stuff is so dirty. It is so dirty. It is back-breaking work. That's what has you triggered? Wait until you find out who owns the banks in America. What you gonna do? I guess you don't want to be called anti-Semite. Like that's just weird. Like it's really weird for me. It's really weird to me, Kevin. I'm like, why is she mad? Why is she this mad?
Making some distinctions. If you're a black American business, make sure you put black American owned. If you're a black immigrant business, put black immigrant.
No, we ain't gonna put shit. Nobody has to do that. Did you see? And I'm like, and how is that? Like what she's asking, you gotta put an identifier based on where you're from, your ethnicity. So how is that different from black people, from white Americans telling white Americans don't drink at our fountain? How's that? I'm like, that's what I'm saying. The same stuff people cry about is the same stuff people want to enforce on other people. Oh, you should let people know that you're African. No, what matters is the reviews. That's all you need to know. Is the price good? Yes or no? Do they do a good job? Yes or no? Somebody's ethnicity, all that weird shit, it's none of your fucking business. It is not your business. You read the most important things when you get service are the reviews and do you like the price? Is the price good for you? Cool. Do you see enough reviews to feel confident to trust these people with your car? That's it. But who the fuck are you to tell any African person who has the right to open a business in America that they need to identify as an African-owned business? They ain't got to do shit. They don't have to do shit. Because if a white person told you to do the same, you lose your mind. Oh, how come they can't? No, nobody has to do shit. You don't have to go there if you don't want to. But you are nobody. Yes, you are do you work for the State Department? You are nobody out here to tell anyone you have to put this, like these racial, ethnic distinguisher when you have a business. Get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody ain't got to do shit. And it's getting broke. Sis, get your tires done or move the fuck on. Okay? Get your tires. Who talks this much about tires anyways? It's giving you don't have money. And actually, I'm asking myself a question. Were you looking for a black American business so you could ask for a favor? So you could ask not to pay or something? Because it's kind of weird. I'm like, for tires, I ain't never seen this in my life. It is freaking weird. Imagine if African people went around saying, oh, I can't support an African American business. Are you actually okay? Oh, I want to know, is this African? Is this West African? Or is this African American? Like, how would you feel if people thought like that? Right? You are insane. The same way you have African American people who support African businesses, you have plenty of African people who also support African American businesses. because the goal should be for everybody to do well. Whatever business you have, because it's already hard enough, I wish you all the best, right? But you don't have to support. It's fine. Like you can just move on. But I'm like, what have these people done to you besides being African that has you so triggered? Oh, how dare they say they black? They're black. Their skin is black. But their ethnicity is not African American. And they told you that. They told you that. So what's the problem? I'm like, what the freak? What is the problem?
So Brene has been found lying.
Y'all, I just called 5 different tire shops, and every last one of them joints was African owned. And all of them identified as a black owned business. I'm like, when I call up there, I'm like, yeah, you sell tires, da, da, da. Oh yeah, is the owner black American? No, he's African. No, he's African. And mind you, everybody that picked up the phone was African. All of them had some sort of African accent. So all I'm saying is, we need to start making some distinctions. If you're a black American business, make sure you put black American owned. If you're a black immigrant business, put black immigrant. Because this whole black owned thing is just it's given black American. When you say black owned, you're thinking black American. So I'm not.
That's you, because you're ignorant. Because you can't make a distinction between complexion, nationality, and ethnicity. Black Americans do not own the color black. The black diaspora, people black. People are black. Now, people have different nationalities and people have different ethnicities. Cool. You can't even be black, be a U.S. citizen, and not have the same ethnicity. You have Nigerians who are U.S. citizens, right? But they will be like Nigerian, Igbo, whatever. Then you have people who are black American, and like they're actually black American, right? So you can be black. 2 people can be black. 2 people can be black and have the same nationality and not have the same ethnicity, not have the same lineage. That's cool, right? So I'm like, what does that concern you? I'm like, I'm sure you have way more debt. Hey, Janet, you have way more debt than you can afford. Are you worried about being a slave to the Jews? Worry about that stuff. Worry about that stuff. Tires. The place where you lay your head, I'm sure belongs to a Jewish bank. Worry about that stuff. You have bigger stuff to worry about. Your governor is from Jamaica. Worry about that stuff, right? Governor Westmore, he denied to sign a bill for reparation. There are bigger issues in in Maryland than to worry about a few African people and their tire shop. When the Jamaican Westmore said he was not going to sign the reparation bill, did you lose your mind? Did you make a video? Right? Stop with the goofy ass xenophobia, because you miserable and you a failure in your own country because you ain't got nothing to show for it. That's why you're really triggered. I'm like, this has to come down to jealousy, because in a way, because to me, if you're thriving, you're making money and you're happy in your own country, you won't have time for all this foolishness. But you must be broke. You must be struggling. So when you see all these Africans are able to have businesses, it triggers you. Like, oh, how'd they do it? I don't know. You need to find out. Right? If you want to know something, just ask. If you need help to start a business, just ask. A lot of African people are really friendly. You don't have to do all this. Nobody took anything out of an African American person's mouth. It's a business. You have to have a business, get your license, get a storefront, pay for marketing. It's not easy. And many times when you have a business, the first 5 years, you don't even make any money. People have to stop acting like, oh, having a business automatically means, oh, you're a multimillionaire. Sometimes it takes years to break even. It takes years to break even. But these people, they're willing to try it. Okay, cool. Right? Nobody is taking anything from nobody's mouth by starting a business. It's not a scholarship grant. It's not any kind of a government contract. No, it's a private business. It's a private business. You can do the same. Like, you truly and honestly can do the same. Leave these people the hell alone and go work on your life and go find a way to be successful in your country where you have no accent. You need to figure that out. I'm like, you're so freaking weird. Well, I gotta go soon, huh?
I feel like it's a misrepresentation going on. I'm not rocking with this.
And we don't care.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling that. So yeah, I called one more. They said the dude that picked up was African, but he was
and then, oh, sorry, y'all.
Episode 3.
So Brene has been.
Y'all,
and mind you, too, I'm like, even the car she's driving, the car you drive, is it made by an African American? The car you drive, is it made by an African American? Matter of fact, was the car even made in America? We're not going to find out you're driving some kind of Asian car. Like, girl, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Now, I saw this next video because I got to move fast, you guys. Oh, gosh, I got to go to my class. I saw this other video here from this girl, right? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. So she made, because where's the video? Oh, right there. There you go.
So there's something I want to say around the topic of Black Americans and then immigrants. I'm seeing lots of videos from Black Americans urging Zohran Mamdani, new mayor of New York, soon to be, to not forget about Black Americans, because in his speech, and this is also something I noticed, he did talk about all of, like, a bunch of the immigrant communities in New York and how they built New York. And he completely neglected Black Americans. I'm not from New York, I'm from Massachusetts, but even here and all over the country, I have seen how local government always deprioritizes Black Americans specifically. Now, I don't think electing Zohran Mamdani was a mistake. I really like him, even though I will not benefit from his policies. I'm very happy he won, and I hope more people like him go up to become leaders in this country. But I also urge them not to forget or deprioritize Black Americans. The Black American experience is different from the immigrant experience, even if it's—
Girl, you ain't saying shit. Marlene, I'm getting so sick and tired of the Black American experience is different from the immigrant. Well, duh. The fuck, duh. You're not going to understand my story also. Right? But ultimately, is it easier to be a local versus an immigrant? Yeah, it's easy to be a local. You speak the language. You have family. You have connection. You've been to school here. You are rooted in this culture. It's your culture, right? When somebody comes here as an immigrant, they start from scratch. So you learn the language. Where do I live? What do I do? The customs, the culture, the axioms, there's so much you have to learn. So it goes both ways. The same way you want someone to respect your Black American experience, you also have to respect an immigrant experience, because you've never been one. I ain't never been you. You ain't never been me. The problem is, I feel like a lot of Black Americans think, oh, you need to bow down. Ain't nobody about to bow down for shit. And I told a friend that these African slaves that people love to call ancestors, they came from fucking Africa. I come from fucking Africa. You think Africans were living what, like the lavish life? No, everybody has suffered. You haven't suffered more than me. And at the end of the day, you are a U.S. citizen, right? You have a U.S. fucking passport. Hey, babe, you are a fucking American. You have 13 years of subsidized education. Bow down to me. I was here. I don't care. And I told my friend that. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Right? I'm like, you are so proud to be Black American that you had to be a stereotype, single mother, right? Shut the fuck up. Like, seriously, shut the fuck up. Everybody has been through shit. Everybody. But it's always you saying, oh, understand me, understand me. When do you also say, I need to understand other people, right? And that's why people feel like it's so okay to be xenophobic. Oh, I can talk to African people any kind of way. I can call them the Africans. The Africans, it's a freaking continent. You go get your hair braided. Don't even have the modicum of decency to say, oh, man, where are you from? Because why would you bother, right? Why would you bother even trying to learn where someone is from, right? Why would you even go out of your way to learn a country? Like, it's not even that hard. Senegal is not that hard to remember, right? Cameroon is not that hard to remember. The Ivory Coast is not that hard to remember. Calling people the Africans. But if somebody called you the Black, you'll be offended. Right? Get the fuck out of here. Everybody has been through shit. And if you want respect, you have to show respect to other people. It's enough. I'm like, me, I get so sick and tired of this shit. You would think every time something happens to a Black American, it's because an African person is responsible for that. When was the last time you can say that you saw an African American person be slayed by an African person, or murdered, tortured, maimed, mauled? When do African people go out of their way to hurt Black American people? When? Right? Now flip the script and ask yourself, how many African people have been murdered by African Americans? I even had a cousin who was murdered by an African American. He was shut down on L Street over a girl. Like, they went to the nightclub. There was some type of a beef over a girl. He shot my cousin and left him for dead. Are you kidding me? Like, he just let him bleed to death on L Street. For what reason? My mother was robbed at gunpoint by 2 Black American boys with my little sister. How often can you say, oh, yeah, this happens to us, these Africans? You barely even know any African people. You barely know any African people. Anytime something bad happens to a Black American, it's because another Black American did that to him. Have you ever heard African people make music talking about, oh, we're going to kill Black Americans. We're going to slide on the op. We're going to let the chopper, all that weird shit. No, we don't. Because we don't believe in murder like that. Because a life is sacred. A life is sacred. But it's like, it's really, really fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying. Oh, because they come from Africa, they come from a third world country, and I need to feel good about myself. I'm sorry that the white people treated you so horribly. That the only way for you to feel good about yourself is to look for another person to bully. But you will never feel better. That's not going to make you feel better. You have to achieve something to feel better. And also, African people, we're not going anywhere. Truly and honestly, go work for the State Department. Do what you must do. We are not going anywhere. But it's getting old to always blame African people as if where you are in this nation today is because of us. What? Are you kidding me? Are you truly kidding me? Are you where you are in life because African people did you harm? You, like, an African person is responsible for where you are in life. If you don't have the things that you want, if you're not happy with where you are, an African person did that to you? Every day, the African, oh, please move on. Like, you have more smoke for African people than the Jews who control your image and have you out here looking crazy. Every day, we got to go bully these people because they come from a third world country. No, you cannot bully anybody. And this desperation, yes, it's a desperate cry to have African people feel less about themselves because you don't like yourself. We will never be miserable. We will never, I mean, I guess some people, but me, as far as I'm concerned, I will never dislike myself. Coming from Africa is not a pejorative, right? Coming from Africa is nothing to be shy about, and I am not embarrassed of anything. I love who I am, and I love where I come from. And it's like, there's nothing you can do to ever make me hate myself, hate my family, hate where I come from. Everybody has an experience. Everybody has been through stuff. You don't know what I've been through. Do you even care to ask? Oh, me. What you been through? I'm like, this is crazy. People who live in a first world country, a place where you have a GDP of $90,000 per capita, a place that has running water, a place with free education, free food. We have 40 million people who don't know how to feed themselves, and yet they're from here. They speak the language. They've been to school, right? This is fucking crazy. Everybody has been through stuff. Everybody has been through stuff. There's not a single person that does not have a story. There are a bunch of people, if they told you what they've been through, it'll probably bring tears in your eyes, but they don't talk about it. Because what's the point anyways? Because you understand that in this life, everybody has been through stuff. Everybody been through stuff. Hey, Brittany, like, show me one person who hasn't been through anything, right? But this whole thing, oh, because I'm Black American, you need to kiss my ass and you need to bow down to me. No, you were never even a slave. You were never a slave. You were never a slave. Most people are born like 1985. They're born in like 1975, right? You would swear people are like freaking vampires and they were born in the 1800s and they're still alive. Okay, that's different. If we have people who were born in the 1800s, people who were born in the 1700s and they were still alive, like, yeah, that's a very unique experience. Right? But no, let me weaponize something I've never been through and use that to require submission from people because I was told they come from a third world country. Everybody been through shit. You've never been to Africa. You've never been an African. You've never had to struggle like an African. You've never had to go fetch water. Have you ever had to fetch water on your head? Do you know what it is to wake up in the morning and having to boil water to take a bath? You don't know. You only know what you know. You know what you know, just like I know what I know. So the best thing to do is for everybody to get to know each other's story. And instead of people trying to do an Olympic, oh, who suffered more, who suffered less, how about we have respect for human suffering, period? How about you just have respect for the fact that in this life, Black people across the world were all abused. And we should all be thanking God that we made it through. What you live in America, you have your experience. Somebody live in Africa, even in Africa, West Africa, then they didn't have it as bad as South Africa. Like the stuff that Fumi went through growing up, I've never experienced the apartheid. We saw the apartheid on TV, but between the Ivory Coast and South Africa, that's almost like a 10-hour flight. I've never been to South Africa. I have never lived the apartheid, and neither have you. You didn't see the Soweto uprising. You didn't see young people in Johannesburg be kidnapped, electrocuted, thrown from buildings and shit like that. I've never seen that. People from East Africa, those who are from Rwanda and had to go through a genocide. You've never seen a genocide. You don't know what it is to run for your life or to be targeted because of your ethnicity, right? Everybody's been through stuff. But by the grace of God, and it's usually because of white people, but even in Latin America too, in Argentina, Argentinians, these white people, they had a genocide and they killed all the black people of Argentina. There used to be black people in Argentina. Like in Brazil, they're still going through it in Brazil. Brazil is so racist. It is so racist. So many black Brazilians, especially the girls, they want to marry a white man because they want their children to have a better life. Everybody has suffered. In Jamaica, let's not even talk about that part. Everybody black has gone through something. Everybody black has had some kind of trauma, abuse, self-hate. We've all suffered at the hands of white people. And they have affected everybody in your own way. But it's like people should be grateful. Like, you know what? I'm glad you survived. Hey, I'm glad you survived as well. Right? And instead of always trying to be xenophobic, be rude, if you want people to respect certain thing about your culture, just explain it to people. You don't have to be disagreeable. You don't have to be insulting. You don't have to be demeaning. If something means a lot to you and you want people to care about it, you think insulting people is how people are going to care? Right? If you insult me and say all kinds of crazy shit about me being African, you think I must, oh yeah, after you insulted me, oh now I care so much about what you've been through. No, I don't care because you're rude. You have to learn to make friends in life. Everybody is not your enemy. And when you look at the landscape of America, people who benefit the most from, I guess, what's called affirmative action, whatever, it's mostly Indians. And you have no smoke for these people. Oh no, let Kamala Harris run for president and pretend to be a black person when she's truly not. Like, this is crazy. This is truly crazy. And I'm like, it needs to stop. It needs to stop. And if you're an African person, do not take this level of disrespect. You have to stand up for yourself. Even if your English is not perfect, you have to stand up for yourself. This nation is ran by the Jews. It's all the companies, like most CEOs over here, upper management, they're all Indian, right? The whole tech world is overtaken by the Asian people. Like, most African people are cab drivers. Most African people are braiders. And they're CNAs, they're nurses, and some happen to be doctors and some are engineers, right? But African people don't make as much as Indian people. They don't make as much as Koreans and make as much as Japanese. And we definitely don't have Jewish money. Right? But to not hold the people who are truly holding you, who are really oppressing you accountable, that's crazy. You have never heard that an African person was involved in building prisons to lock up Black Americans. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? Is there ever, you don't even have an African person in Congress. Let's start there. You don't have an African person in Congress. You don't have an African person at the Supreme Court, right? To be like, oh yeah, they're passing bills to oppress us. I don't even think you have any African person that is a mayor of any city in America, right? In the South, where most Black Americans live, most of those cities are ran by Black Americans. Most of the mayors are Black Americans. The police chief is Black American, and the murder is high. The murder rate is high. So if you have to blame someone, you got to blame yourself. Yeah, you gotta blame yourself. If you don't live your life, you gotta blame yourself. It's really disgusting to always try to scapegoat other people for what you didn't do, what you failed to do, and now you feel like you're being erased. That's nobody's fault. That's a personal problem. That is truly a personal problem. From blaming the Jews to blaming Africans to blaming Arabs, it is getting old. It's getting old. Getting old. You got to take life seriously. You have to take your education seriously. You have to take family seriously. You got to take marriage seriously. And you have to stop putting crime on a pedestal. Like a culture that's always glamorizing crime. And you're not mad about that, but you're mad about African people. Are you sane? Like, it's like always trying to, I'm like, PPD told the same thing to Nick Fuentes. Why are you putting everything on the Jews? If you're unhappy, if you're Black American and you're unhappy, why do you feel like you have to put your vitriol on African people? An entire continent of people? It's over 1 billion people from that place. So you want to blame Wall Street is ran by the Jews. The music industry is ran by the Jews. Hollywood is ran by the Jews. Like most of the stuff we do over here. Congress, the White House, the Jews run everything. But you don't say anything about that. But it's the African people and their goofy ass braiding salon, like an African braiding salon. You want to braid hair that badly? You want to stand up for 10 hours, 12 hours braiding hair? You really want to do that? It's very painful. It's painful. Even me, I wouldn't do it. I'm not about to have arthritis for this shit. I'm not standing up like that, and I am not doing it. I'm not doing it. Now, when it comes to Zoran Mandani being the mayor of New York City, let's be so for real. Oh, Zoran needs to prioritize Black Americans. Do Black Americans in New York even prioritize themselves? If you don't make yourself a priority, how can you tell somebody to make you a priority? Right? New York has had a bevy of Italian mayors, de Blasio, Giuliani, Bloomberg, all them people, right? Okay, cool. But I'm like, there's a bunch of Italian mayors out there, right? Even a mayor, two Italian governors, the Cuomo, Daddy and then Andrew Cuomo, right? Did any of these mayors make Black American a priority? For Bloomberg, Black Americans were the party for frisk and search or stop and search, whatever, right? But I'm like, has any mayor in New York City ever made Black Americans a priority? And the Black Americans get upset about it, right? I think it's really crazy. Even with the Democratic Party, right? Black Americans are not a priority for the Democratic Party, but that does not stop you from voting for people. So why do you pretend that you care or you don't care? Even for Eric Adams. Eric Adams, I'm pretty sure is like the first Black American to be mayor. I don't even know why. That's crazy to me. But when he ran for office, how come Black Americans did not put money behind the man to make sure he was going to win? Right? We see people over here line up for J's. We also see people line up to go to prison. Right? So why is it that running your city, making sure that you are a priority in a city that you were born in because you're a U.S. citizen, why wasn't that a priority? Why couldn't like an entire legion of Black American people stand behind Eric Adams? He had to drop out the race so early because he had no money. And mind you, Eric Adams, I'm sure he was born in New York. He's been a police officer for over 30 years, right? But he had no money. He had no support. There were many Black American people making fun of him when he was trying to do his little vlogs to get people to vote for him. Madani somehow, I don't even know how, he gets involved with George Soros' son. So he has a billionaire on his side. When it comes to Governor Cuomo, he was able to get the Jewish billionaires on his side, right? So I'm like, okay, if you don't put your money, first of all, you don't even show up to vote. That's crazy. But you will show up for shoes. It's okay, right? Show up for everything. A concert, Beyonce concert, Summer Jam, like the Jays, buying brand new Jays. You are definitely going to show up. But when it comes to voting for where you live, the taxes, you live there, it's not a priority. 8.5 million people live in New York City. Only 2 million people came out to vote. So how is that making yourself a priority? If you don't show up at the polls, how can you say, oh, well, I know I didn't show up, but just make sure you take care of me? No, people are going to take care of people who came out and voted because they come out to vote. Right? Number two, if you don't create a super PAC, whatever it's called, to put behind a mayor that can fight for the interests of Black Americans of New York City, right? Who can you blame? Like, what's stopping you? Right? On top of that, if we're being so for real, New York City is extremely pro-Jewish. If I'm not mistaken, in America, it is the city with the highest number of Jews. I think 700,000 Jews live in New York City, right? So they're not even that, it's not even that many people, right? But they run the city. Exactly. They will show up for weed. Like we have seen people spend the night. The people will spend the night and line up for wigs and weed. You go out for things that do not matter. And I think, because I don't know, sometimes it can be harsh or hurtful to have these conversations. I don't even know. But if you have self-awareness, it shouldn't be a problem, right? You don't have your priorities in order. You do not have your priorities in order. And I think self-awareness, like it's really hard to have self-awareness. For some people, they really struggle with that, right? But I pray that God gives you enough humility for you to say, you know what? Before I go blaming other people, I need to hold myself accountable. You understand? People here are known for serpentine lines around the blocks, Foot Locker, you name it, to buy Air Jordans. Okay? People are known for prioritizing gang activities, being drug dealers, right? Instead of being city leaders, right? Look at Minister Farrakhan. He made his life a priority to take care of his people. Never been in prison. Okay? Never sold drugs, right? People don't care about leadership. People don't want to lead. Even when it comes to lead a family, it's a problem. Getting married, it's a problem. I'm like, what if people rather have passport, go to third world countries and prey on poor people, right? Instead of being a leader and fixing what you need to fix over here. People got to have self-awareness. We have seen people line up for days because they were going to get free wigs and free weaves, right? Even with de Blasio had told people that if they were to go and get the jab, they could get French fries. And people went and got it because they wanted free French fries, right? But my thing is, if people always have to offer you something, free food, free shoes, free hair, free nails, free whatever, for you to come out and partake in citizenry, then you don't care. And you have to admit to yourself, I don't care, right? The same way in the music, people can glamorize criminal behavior, right? Disgusting, promiscuous behavior. People can also take the culture and use the culture to promote civil involvement. People can use the music and promote political involvement. Even Diddy. Diddy's from New York City, right? What stops Diddy from putting money behind Eric Adams? Instead, he took his money and he gave his money to Cassie because he definitely did give it to her, right? 50 Cent's Curtis, he's also from New York City. What's stopping Curtis from putting his money behind Eric Adams, right? They are so like Carmelo's also from New York. Carmelo Anthony. There are so many Black millionaires. There are so many Black millionaires. There are so many Black millionaires in New York City. Like it's so many of them. So why not put your money behind Eric Adams or someone Black that you think is fit to represent and make sure that person is elected so that way they can take care of the needs, the interests, and the well-being of African-American people? It's not that hard. Even what's his name? Al Sharpton. He's also from New York City. There are so many people from New York City. You have so many Black American pastors. You have so many Black American bishops in New York City, right? Why did anybody come out and say this Zoe guy cannot be mayor because we need to make sure New York is for Black Americans, like Harlem, Brooklyn, whatever, right? And that it stays in the custody of Black American people. Because for the longest, it was ran by Italians and we were completely forsaken. Even the cab shit, right? The cab stuff, before you could just start your own cab business. You could just be a taxi. Eventually, the Italians, they come here, they create this whole machinery around becoming a cab driver. And now you need to have a medallion in order to be a cab driver. Let me tell you, to get a medallion is $400,000. Right? And when these Italians were doing all this trafficking around the cab industry as immigrants, why didn't Black Americans get upset? When they said that a medallion was going to cost $400,000, I'm like, $400,000? Like, what the heck? Right? Why didn't Black Americans get upset? Because if you are charging one medallion at $400,000, how many Black Americans are going to be capable of being cab drivers? That is crazy. $400,000? Are you insane? Last time when I played the video, of the Jews of New York City, we look at the Hasidic Jews, right? They don't even call 911. They have their own number. They have their own hospital. They have their own, ambulance and things like that. They don't even rely on the city of New York City, right? Don't rely on the city. They take care of themselves. So I'm like, what's stopping you from doing the same? What is stopping you from doing the same? Now, I don't believe that Zoe is going to go out of his way to hurt Black Americans, to bring harm to Black Americans. But I do believe that at some point, people have to realize you can't keep saying, oh, we built this. Okay, whatever New York City was back then, let's say like in the 1800s, even the early 1920s, because you have the Harlem Renaissance, right? Okay, let's say in the 1920s, Black Americans built Harlem, built New York back then. Okay, we are in 2025. Right? Let's not act like things just stay the same. No, everybody builds on top of each other. The New York City of today is not the New York City that Black Americans built, because Italians also built. The Jews also built. The Africans, the Senegalese, they also built. Everybody brought something to the West Indians. There's a lot of West Indians in New York City. Everybody built something. Everybody built. You don't get to also wipe away people's contribution. Even the Indians, a lot of Indians also, they're cab drivers in New York. They also built. But you have Italian culture, you have Irish culture, you have Black American culture, you have West African culture, you have Caribbean culture, you have Arab culture, you have Latino culture. Everybody built something in New York. Everybody did, right? We're not talking about the New York of 1920s. We are talking about the New York of 2025. We are in 2025, a lot of people built. So everybody owes everybody a thank you, right? Oh, you took care of this, good job. You built this foundation, good job. Now you built this new thing, good job. Because everybody built something. But my thing is, if you want someone to make you a priority, you have to make yourself a priority. If you don't show respect for yourself, you cannot expect other people to show you respect. If you don't show up like crazy to vote, you can't expect people, oh, we have to fear these people because you never come out to vote. If you don't raise a lot of money, right? Because it's all about money. I've learned this with the election. It's all about money. If you don't raise a lot of money, right? People are not going to respect you. People are going to respect people who donate the most money. That's number one. People are going to respect people also who show up like crazy to vote. Like, oh, damn. Look at their numbers. Like they all came outside. But I think, I know for me, as far as I'm concerned, I will say Black Americans of New York City do not care to show up, at least for politics, right? AOC is running amok, right? She has no contenders. And I'm like, this lady is going to get the nomination of the party, right? Hakeem Jeffries, where is he? Cory Booker, where is he? Right? Like you barely feel like these people are alive doing something for their community. But every day you show up, AOC is doing something for Latinos. Every day you show up, AOC is doing something for Latinos. They even have this boy, George Santos, another Latino who's gay, he's Republican, right? He woke up one day out of nowhere and he decided to run for Congress. And guess what? He won. I mean, he went to jail real quick and then Trump released him. But I'm like, hey, he won, right? But I'm like, you have to get involved in where you live. And you cannot put off the responsibility of taking care of yourself onto somebody else, right? You cannot. If you're from here and you don't show up and say, because I'm like Mandani, I don't even know when he became a U.S. citizen. Let me see something real quick. Okay, hold on. When did Mandani become a U.S.? Okay, cool. Okay, you see? So Mandani, he became a U.S. citizen in 2018. So that's like less than 7 years ago. The dude is like 34. He's 34 years old. So me, I don't understand how you can be from here, you have lineage from here, and you don't believe in yourself to run. But he's a foreigner. He only became a U.S. citizen like 7 years ago. And he was like, yeah, I can be the mayor of New York City. That is crazy to me, right? So ultimately, if you get displaced by immigrants, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Okay? If you are living in a state, in a city where you've always been historically, and you're not even throwing your hat in the game to see if you can win the election, you have no one to blame but yourself. Everybody needs to grow up. It's getting, like for me, honestly, it drains me. I get so tired of people who always blame other people. Like even in my personal life, right? There are things that my parents did. At 40 years old, I am not blaming anybody. Because I say to myself, at the end of the day, at least I'm alive, right? The rest is up to me. I have my kids. By God's grace, I don't inflict the same kind of confusion, trauma, whatever. That's it. But always blaming other people, it's getting old. It's getting old. And this is why I even feel like people feel comfortable listening to Nick Fuentes or they're laughing at Nick Fuentes because a lot of people are truly tired. They're tired of being told, oh, you have to honor my story. But it's like, let's be so for real, right? Me, Marlene, I'm going to tell you, though, you can feel how you want to feel. To me, it's very rich. Even with the whole, people have to study Black American history. Oh, shut up, right? When you see most Black Americans, they themselves do not live as if they care about their own history. Yes, you can feel how you want to feel. If I go to a country and people have the highest rate of homicide, then you don't care about your history. Because if you care about your history, you cannot be the #1 killer of your own people. That is fucking weird. When you care about who you are, you conduct yourself a certain way, right? So you can't force me to learn your history because I don't think you've learned your history. Because the day you learned your history, you're going to be so much nicer to your fellow African American. Okay? So, like, miss me with that. You don't respect your history. Me, for as long as I've lived here, I moved to America in 1996. There has not been a single MLK Day where I have not seen African American take the face of Dr. King for some stripper party, some nightclub party, some whatever. I'm like, this is insanity, right? We can disagree with Dr. King. Like me, I'm not for socialism, but at the end of the day, he is an icon. You can't just take his face and plaster his face on foolishness. People have no respect. If you live in America, you will see that in Black American culture, there is this obsession with crime. So if somebody is a drug dealer, a gang member, a thug, they're put on a pedestal. If somebody is highly educated, if they speak English well, they stay out the way, they're ridiculed. They are ignored. They're like, these are not people who are respected, right? The Black American intelligentsia has no respect. People here do not respect intelligent, well-spoken, well-informed, right, Black Americans. But yet people say, oh, you have to learn my history. No, you need to learn your history. And then when you learn your history, you will start having more respect for the Black American person who never sold drugs, even though they could have. They could have been all kinds of pimp, knucklehead, criminal, thug, whatever, but they chose to be respectable. They chose to read the Bible. They chose to get married. You want people to come here and say, oh, yeah, you have to study my shit. No. If you are so proud of your shit, you would marry each other, right? You wake up every single day. It doesn't matter where you are. Can you escape two African Americans of two separate genders, like a man and a woman, talk about, oh, you're horrible, you're broke, you're a deadbeat, you ain't shit, every single day? Do you see how you talk about each other? That is crazy. If I heard anybody talk about their counterpart this way, why would I want to go out of my way to learn your history, right? If you want people to have deference for your story, deference, no, it's rude. They have no respect. They have no respect. And then you know that you're about to go to, they'll throw shoes, like his name will be right there because you'll see his name. They're going to kill people around his name. They're going to sell drugs around his name. They're going to throw shoes on the electrical cord around his name. This is insanity. And then you say to white people, oh, you have to learn my history. Who wants to learn the history of losers? I'm being so for real, right? If you yourself were not Black American, would you be in a hurry to learn this history? No, because people whose history is worth learning and people who are proud to be who they are, there is a certain way they're not going to carry themselves. You see, when you look at the Jews, you're like, yeah, you know what? These people, they proud, okay? You don't see Jews out here use racial slurs against each other. You don't see the Jewish man and the Jewish woman on every single platform insulting each other, degrading each other, talking about, oh, I'm never going to marry you. I'd rather be by myself than marry you. What is going on here? What is going on here? So if you say these nasty things, these awful things, niggas, bitch, I'm like racial slurs. And mind you, nobody here has been a slave, right? This word is so hurtful. You've never been a slave, but because you're Black American, you think you have permission to use a racial slur the way you see fit. If these slave people were alive today, would you feel comfortable using that word? Right? You are so entitled. You were never a slave. You don't have the right to use that word. And I even wonder if some people, when you have your grandparents or your great-grandparents, are you bold enough to go around these people and use a word that is so hurtful? It is so hurtful, right? Black Americans have made a business out of normalizing the N-word and then selling it to white people for luxury goods. I know you ain't talking. Right? Don't nobody give white Americans permission to say the N-word more than Black American people. It's all over your music. You don't even know how to sell music without degrading each other, without using racial slurs. But yet you weren't slaves though. So you turn people's pain, people's shame into a commodity. You give these goofy ass white kids who live in the suburb permission to scream ninjas in Paris, ninja, so you can live in the Hollywood Hills, so you can have a fancy car, so you can have a white baby mama, right? And you want to come talk to me? Oh, we got time today. I mean, I got to go to my class still, right? But I'm like, no, it is not going down like that. It is not. So that's why I understood when it came down to, what's it called? The whole thing in Florida, I forgot what it was called, right? Oh, critical race theory, right? I'm like, yeah, I understand why people don't want their children to learn about Black history, Black American history, because from what they see on TV, why would I want to learn this? Why would I want to learn this? If these people are so amazing, they've been through slavery. Like, if you've been through slavery, you should have such an amazing work ethic. If you've been through slavery, you should, like, every time you see another Black American person, you should have so much love for that person. Like, yo, we've been through so much. Yesterday again, I'm watching a video of white people in the South, and I see they burned a Black boy on a freaking tree. You see? I'm like, the things, even like all over the world, but since we're here, right? The things that Black Americans have endured in the hands of white people. I don't understand how you can hurt your own people. Like, you've been through enough. You've been through, white people have not done enough to your bodies, right? Black American kids come out for July 4th. Someone is going to die. Black American kids come out for Labor Day. People are going to die. Anytime you see a group of Black American children, someone needs to die. You have a culture that puts murder on a pedestal. And instead of addressing that, oh, let me find the African. No. You need to find the serpent. Yes, the serpent that came into your community and infested the mind of people with so much hatred. Because when you see the way white Americans have treated the bodies of Black Americans, you should say to yourself, shame be unto me. Shame be unto me if I bring harm to my brother. Shame be unto me if I sell drugs to my own sister. You see a guy, he's a Black American. He sees another Black American woman. He knows she's a mother. He knows she's depressed because maybe she's by herself. She's raising the kids. She's depressed. Instead of saying a prayer, sis, you're going to make it, right? No, he's going to sell her drugs because he has to make it. You hear me, right? How can you sell drugs to your own people? That thing is fucking poison. It is poison. She will never be the same. Her children are going to end up in foster care. They're going to be molested, right? How many people has Jay-Z destroyed with his drugs, right? But they put this dude on a pedestal. Right? Oh, he sold drugs because he had to make it. He had to make it? Who doesn't have to make it? But please tell me who doesn't like money. Please tell me who don't need money. But just because you need money, it doesn't mean that you get to kill another Black person. They will never be the same. They go to Colombians, they go to Italians, they pick up this poison, they cook that shit with baking soda, and you sell it to your own people. You could have been selling hope. You could have been selling prayers. We can make it together. If you don't have food, come knock on my door. You know what I'm saying? Because life, it happens to everybody. No, you sell drugs to your sister down the street. You sell drugs to children. How many Black American children are in the apartment crying for food while the mother is completely strung out because you have to go because you want to get a Mercedes? A Mercedes? A Mercedes? Are you serious right now? Are you serious? You're going to poison your own people. You're going to do irreversible damage to your own people. You understand? And you wonder why all these Black American kids are so hateful. They're so mad because they're forsaken. How many of them have to see their moms on drugs? You wake up in the morning, she's still in bed. You go to school, she's still in bed. You have to make your own breakfast. How many Black American children eat breakfast? They eat cereals for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, because the mom is completely strung out on drugs because a Black American man sold her the damn drugs. You're going to miss me with this bullshit. People need to stop. Just because you talk a whole lot and you do all your goofy shit and nobody says nothing to you, it doesn't mean people don't have a lot to say to you. In 2025, everybody's going to grow the fuck up. Because Marlene, I will never be bullied. No, I swear to God, nobody on everything I love, no one will ever bully me or try to make me feel less than because I come from Africa. It's a place just like any other place. Okay, just like if a Black American person came from Memphis, came from from Biloxi, from New Orleans, from Baton Rouge, you're not gonna make them feel less than. Nobody has something to do with where you're born. I had nothing to do with where I was born. You're not going to bully me for something that God had everything to do with. I'm not gonna bully you for where you came from. You're about to bully me, right? But it's like people need to have the balls to talk about the real issues and come up with solutions to fix the issues. But it's really sick how much people put crime on a pedestal. There are so many Black American kids who graduate valedictorian. One time there was a boy, he graduated from Princeton. There was no praise. There was no celebration. But if a Black American kid murders someone, becomes a rapper, goes to prison, doesn't snitch, everybody will know his name. Everybody will know his name. I'm like, cousin Ford, I swear, huh? Because right now I'm a little pissed, but I promise you I love you, right? But sometimes you have to see how you come across. You got to have self-awareness. You really do. Because I'm telling you, where America is going, a lot of the white guilt shit, it's not going to work. This country is going in a direction where the number of immigrants is going to blow your mind. And if you think that these people don't give a fuck about your sob story, they're not. Because if you want someone to care about your story, you got to care first. We got to come out here and see a bunch of beautiful Black American families with a mama and a daddy. We got to see a bunch of beautiful Black American children who are thriving in their education. Like, oh, wow, look at them. They're so beautiful, right? This is what you need to do. And when you start doing that, you don't even have to tell people, oh, prioritize it. No, because when you treat yourself well, when you treat yourself with respect, other people don't have a choice but to treat you accordingly. You teach people how to treat you. And you've done a horrible job. And then you get mad. But it's like, no, you show people. Because whether it's social media, whether it's the movie, I'm like, look at that movie Sinners, right? I'm like, you see, once again, you have a movie about Black Americans and you call the movie Sinners. Why do they have to be attached with sin, crime, all that weird shit? Why they can't be called blessed ones, chosen ones, the ones, I don't know, right? But the whole movie is called Sinners. And then once you watch the movie, the two brothers, they go up to Chicago, they commit crime with the mob, then they come back down south and they bring their perversion. People having blowjobs in the juke joint, people getting their vagina ate, they're doing drugs, right? They're pulling people out the church to go live a life of sin, right? Every time you make content about yourself, look at what you show people. Every single Tyler Perry movie, look at this, y'all. If you yourself were not Black American and you saw this content, what would you think? Trauma porn everywhere. Trauma porn everywhere. Sometimes I sit back and I think about the average Black American child. How many times does he see death in a single day? Right? I don't know, Val. Like, I'm like, this is every Tyler Perry movie. Tyler Perry went as far as making a Black American woman with a baby in the hospital go in a bank and kill people. For as long as we have lived, I mean, I know I've lived here for a hot minute, right? When have we ever heard in the media that a Black American woman even ever robbed a bank? Like, I've never heard that. Most bank robberies are men, and they're usually white men, right? I have never heard of any, and for as long as since 96, I have never once heard that one Black American woman was so, like, she was so desperate that she went into a bank and shot people. I never heard that, right? But you see, Tyler Perry, he does movies like that so he can start putting in people's heads, okay? Because he wants people, just like drug dealing. They did so many movies. They created so many movies, so many storylines so that the young Black American child would see himself as a drug dealer. I fully know, and I love it. I fully know I'm West African. But look at me. If I'm able to find all these African-American business people, right? From all the Don Cornelius, Papa George, there's so many people, my head hurts, right? All these Black American people who are business people. Ask yourself, how come the average Black American child is not exposed to these people? How come they don't see that there are so many Black American people who started businesses. They never stole anybody's money. They never went and sold drugs to start the business. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? Right? Because like the media, it's never righteous. It is the Black man from here, he can never be righteous. At one point, we had power, and then we simultaneously had empire in both of the movies. Lucius, drug dealer. Ghost, drug dealer. I'm like, but damn, right? Because you want people to see themselves that way. And images are so powerful. But I'm telling you this, though. Because I think that's the problem. Because you're okay with something, you don't see how for other people it's fucking unhinged. Right? If you're not Black American and you see that every time you see them in content, they're always drug dealers, are you going to go out of your way to say, oh, yeah, I need to fight for these people? Right? You will not do that. Okay? Yeah. But I'm like, even that too, Val, to the point that we have gotten here. To the point that we have have gotten here, right? And instead of people trying to say, okay, let's forgive, right? If the Black American man failed you, forgive him. If the Black American woman forgive you, forgive. No, there's no forgiveness. People just want to add fuel to the fire because it gets them paid. Do you see the lack of love, right? Because even if the white man, because this is YouTube, huh? Even if the white man is offering us AdSense money, because the more you're negative, the more money you make. But people got to have enough love to say, this game we're playing on social media is extremely dangerous. It's like teaching Black American women to hate Black American men, teaching Black American men to hate Black American. This is a seriously dangerous game. But for the love of money, people don't care that you are doing irreversible damage. Because if you stop having families, you stop having children, these immigrants will not have mercy. Look at Joshua. Look at Joshua in the Bible. When he went into Canaan, they took everything. They threw people out of their homes. People became homeless. And I already told you, I said, I had a vision. And I'm like, these immigrants are in Chicago. They will throw Black Americans out of their homes. I told you all this. And that's exactly what's going to happen. You understand? But Marlene, and me and my African ass, it truly hurts me when I see the way y'all talk about each other like this. It is too hurtful. What person you know hasn't been hurt? And the sad part is, you both grew up in the same household. You went to, you went there, you as a woman, whatever dysfunction you experienced with the Black American family, right? It affected you a certain way. He was also affected a certain way, right? And when you have good people, but that's the problem too, huh? Because today, Black Americans have gone so far from being Christian. This used to be a people that was so committed to God. Black Americans used to be so committed to God. Right? But people start saying, oh, you're judgy. You think you're better than wumpty wump wump. Black American people, even in the slavery, and people, oh my gosh. It's like the more they were getting beaten, the more they were being abused, the more they were being separated, the more they cleaved onto God. Black people here started getting a little bit of jobs, a little bit of degrees, low credit card. They can now go shopping with the white people. And then, oh, God, who? God, what? And this is how you lose your Christian values. Because if more people held on to their Christian values, forgiveness will be so much easier, right? We can even have disagreement, but we can disagree in love. We don't have to be hurtful. We don't have to be hurtful. We don't have to cut each other to the white meat. And then we do it on platforms owned by white people, where these white people take pleasure in seeing Black people be so nasty to each other because, hey, Diana, because then it gives them racist talking points. I mean, even me, that's why sometimes I don't like doing this, because I don't like to give racist people talking points because it really hurts me. But I'm like, you got to have self-awareness. Like, ultimately, what's the goal? All this hatred, all this unforgiveness, always talking about the past. What is the ultimate goal? Because at this rate, Black American kids don't stand a chance. And they also are going to grow up with this mindset. The man, if she's a young lady, oh, the man is my op. I don't need no man. You see this, right? Why does she need a husband? Yes, some Black boys are bad, but not every Black boy is a bad boy, right? The thing is to have discernment. Yes, some Black girls are bad, but is every Black American woman bad? No, she's not. Your job is to know how to find good people, even in terms of friendship, right? Makes sense? But one person hurts you, you grab a brush and then you paint everybody the same way. And then you wonder why foreigners like my Black ass are, what the heck? Because if you're a Black American and you say these things, right? I'm more scared. If you see a Black American woman say, oh, niggas in whoa, okay, well, damn, she's Black American. She would know better than me. So if she's so afraid of her own man group, shit, I better be scared, right? But many times it's not even that. She had one bad experience, so it's like cognitive distortion. I got to cuss out everybody else. You see this one Black American dude, he had one bad experience, and many times he went for a woman he couldn't afford. He went for a woman that was out of his league. He went for a woman, and he was just too much of a simp. And instead of saying, you know what, I fucked up, because I should have gone where I was celebrated. I should have gone where I would have been respected. But instead, I led with my money and I led with my insecurity. So consequently, I got played. No, he's going to use that cuss her out, cuss every single Black American woman out. Then he gonna start a whole YouTube channel teaching other Black American men to have hatred against. Like, this is just insanity. Meanwhile, everybody else get married. The Jews that get married, Italians that get married, Indians get married, Africans get married. I'm like, how do you think you're gonna make it? Because do you truly think that children from a broken home can academically be more successful than children with two parents? Think about your kids. Like, I will never stop saying that. Think about the children. What kind of future do you want for Black American children? Do you want Black American babies to grow up thinking that a street person, a drug dealer, a thug is way more praiseworthy than a married engineer? Is that what you want? Do you want a future where a young Black American girl grows up thinking that it's more respectful or it's safer for her heart to be a single mom than to be a wife because she'll have a baby shower? Do you truly want us to move into a future where baby showers overtake weddings? I swear, I gotta go, y'all. I gotta go a little bit, right? I gotta go down, right? I'll come back. But I swear, I swear to God, we're all going to have to answer to God. God is going to judge even me. That's why I don't do certain content. I could do all kinds of videos, make all kinds of money. No, there is a God. Because when you have a mouth, when you have influence, you need to be very careful what you put out there. It's like influencing people to think a certain way, influencing people to be anti-marriage when you know that is an order from God for a man and a woman to be married. That's a divine order from God. So to make content and to encourage people to live in rebellion, to live in fornication, to live in sin, God's going to handle you. God is truly going to handle you. Breaking the heart of all these Black babies because they got to spend time with mommy on Wednesday. Then they got to go live over here with daddy. All of that is doing something to children. It affects their self-esteem. Even their sense of security. People are going to be judged. And people wonder why there are certain things that don't work out in their life. They wonder why they get fired. They got bad karma. You're hurting the children. And Jesus was very clear. He said, let the children come to me. The Bible says in this life, if you want to have a debt, if you want God to owe you a debt, you take care of the widows, you take care of orphans, you take care of children. So now imagine when you neglect God's children, when you don't go above and beyond to make sure that his little babies have the structure they need to be successful. The hand of God will be very heavy upon your hand. God's hand will be very heavy against you. The swords of God's angels will be lifted up, drawn up against you. You will not prosper in anything you do until you prioritize these children. Black American children deserve a better future. And it's really sad that people are so selfish. People are so mean. People are so unforgiving. They think it's normal for them to be born in broken homes. The fact that it doesn't break their hearts, they might be at school. They say, oh, this guy, his dad comes to get him. Or these kids, they have a birthday party. They got mommy and daddy. I'm always stuck with my mommy. Do you know what that does to a person? Do you know what that does to a little baby? Sometimes people have these events where the parents come to school, or your daddy can come to school, and the child doesn't have his dad there because y'all doing God knows what with your goofy ass fighting, right? You're going to do irreversible damage to these young people. And then when they turn 16, 17 and start acting unhinged, here comes a white man to lock them up. When many times it's because they're so brokenhearted, because you got selfish ass adults who don't know how to put kids first. They got to be petty. They got to fight. They got to do this. Y'all are so fucking goofy. You are so fucking goofy. But like I said, the future is immigrant. The future is. And I'm like, the only way, one of the quick ways you can kind of fight is by quickly getting married and raising kids together and doing whatever it takes for these Black children to compete with the America of tomorrow. They need to know AI. They need to know engineering. They need to know how to do computer programming. They have to, because the way these people are moving with AI and this and that, the future is going to be even more competitive, even more. And nobody is going to make room for, oh, are you broken? Are you this? No, because the competition is getting so much more intense. It's getting intense. The past. We gotta live in the future now. Okay, we gotta live in the future. Take your present, plan your future, and you have to know to forgive. And people should forgive. white people have done enough. I'm like, moving forward, you should not even hear that a black person killed another black person. If you're mad, go your separate ways. That's it. It's cool. No one has the right to take someone's life. But like I said, when you consider the number of black people that have been slaughtered in the hands of these white people, and nobody went to court, nobody went to jail for that, enough black people have died. Enough black people have died in the hands of white people. Nobody black needs to add another body. And you should say to yourself, shame be unto me if I'm the reason why my brother dies. Like I said, and my other prayer too is that people go back to church. People really go back to their church. People go back to their Christian values, because this liberal, progressive, Black American thing, it is not working. It's not working. Matriarchy, it's not working. Liberal culture, it's not working. Progressive culture, it is not working. It's not working. People have been trying this for 60 plus years. It is not working. People are falling further and further and further behind. And you know what? For as much as Mandani's speech could have been hurtful for those who are Black American who felt completely excluded, maybe sometimes it takes disrespect to make you wake up. You know what I'm saying? I said the same thing to Esther. Sometimes maybe African people need to have some kind of disrespect. So like, you know what? I'm so mad. I'm going to stay home and build my shit, right? That's that. Sometimes maybe you have to be excluded to be like, wow, how did we get here? And maybe that's going to trigger something inside of you. And hopefully in 2028, whatever it is, or whatever, 2029, whatever, they're doing another election for mayor in New York City, you'll be outside. Because I think people need to be triggered into growing up. People need to be triggered into wanting to lead. You have to want to lead, right? During the Civil Rights Movement, I don't really agree with that, but during the Civil Rights Movement, you had a bunch of Black American men who stepped up to lead. There's so many of them, right? Today, nobody wants to lead. Even Joe Biden, during the election, he could have stepped up, told people, go out and support Eric Adams. No, he's over there doing his podcast, talking about big booty girls. You know what I'm saying? Charlamagne also. Like, there are a bunch of influential Black voices in New York City that could have made people go outside, that could have told people this is a very serious election. We have to be outside. Our voices have to be heard. So that way the interests of Black Americans of New York City are taken seriously. No, they want to talk about foolish stuff. Cameron and Mace, they're from Harlem, right? They also have a big podcast. A lot of people listen to them. They didn't get involved, right? So if you live like a fruit fly, okay. You understand me, right? So I know some of y'all might be offended, but it's okay. You got to have self-awareness, right? Just like if I go to the Ivory Coast and it's completely taken by immigrants, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Because why were you not there? Why didn't you get involved? Why didn't you raise money? Why didn't the churches, like, why? So if you don't show up, you don't get involved, you don't put your money up, you cannot be upset if somebody wins and that person is concerned about other people, right? You take that, it hurts, you take it, and you use the next 4 years to plan and come back better. But like I said, for Mayor Adams too, like, you know, I'm glad he didn't go to prison because it was BS, right? But it was really sad because he dropped out really early because he didn't have any money. He didn't have any money, right? But we can see Uncle Shay Shay give 20 million to an OnlyFans person. We can see Diddy give 30 million to Cassie. Right. And even Matt Barnes said he just gave somebody a woman 60,000 and he never met this lady. Right. So people, up to me, that's just me. I'm like, people have to have their priorities in order. And I think a lot of Black people in America, a lot of Black Americans, yeah, they live like cicadas. They live for themselves. It's like it's the shopping, it's the clothes, it's the shoes, it's the hair, it's the flex culture, it's this. But you also have to behave like an American citizen. Because first and foremost, you have to be involved in citizenry. You have to show up to vote. You have to care about these elections. Even judges, you have to care about who the judges are. The sheriff, you have to show up. Because even if you're a law-abiding person, that's amazing. But it could be your cousin. It could be your brother. It could be someone you know that has to show up before the court, that has to show up before the judge, right? So you want to make sure that the right kind of people that are suitable for the culture of your city are elected, right? But if you don't show up for the judge, and then some crazy judge gets elected, and he has a hatred for black people, and he stays locking up black people, who can you blame? Who can you blame? Right? And that's the thing. Like me, that's the message. That's the message I have across the board. And trust me, it's not just the message I have for Black Americans, right? I have the same thing for African people. I have the same thing for Caribbean people. If you're Black, like I said, Black people to me across the diaspora need to grow up. They need to grow up. We all have to do better. We have to have better mindset, especially when it comes to money. Saving more, spending less. We have to stop attaching our self-worth to hold on, you guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. My bad. Hopefully something else opens by God's grace. Somebody else canceled. Because I'm like, yeah. You see? That's the thing. And you can ask Esther. And y'all saw me last time. I said in Nigeria, I think they need to delete the scammers. And they should do it on TV. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like Esther sent me a video. She's like, oh, it was this Nigerian girl complaining. I said, okay, but what are you going to do about it? Oh, this thing happened to this young girl in Nigeria. Okay, so you're here. What are you going to do about it? But once again, they're going to wait for the white folks to fix it. She sent me a video of a baby. I guess there are a lot of Black babies in the UK that are dying in intensive care. And I said, okay, you'll see. It's going to be a white man to fix it. Because the Black people in the UK, they're sharing the content. Are y'all going to go and be doctors? Are you going to go pursue a degree, a doctorate, maybe in hospital management, like NICU management? Of course not. Of course not. They're just sharing it. And somehow it's like hot potato. Oh, look at that. No, if God put this in your face, maybe it's your duty. It's your responsibility. He wants you to fix it, right? But nobody wants to fix it. Somebody else has to fix it. And usually it's a white person or whatever kind of person. And then when people get disrespected, they get mad. But when you're known for consistently not fixing your own problems, right? What you want? And the thing I'm gonna say this too, because today we're having a really honest moment. And one thing that also triggers me too is when I hear a lot of modern day Black Americans want to take credit for the work of other people, right? Like people in slavery, you can't take credit for. Oh, we did. No, they built. You didn't build, right? People who came out of slavery, it wasn't your work. It was their work. And I'm like, if they had what you had today, the free school, because I'm like, I told you about Frederick Douglass, right? Frederick Douglass, he wanted to read so badly. He was getting beat every single day. And it's not like they just beat you, like, no, like, but they tie you up and they beat you and shit, right? He was getting beat every day because he wanted to read so badly. Because he's like, I'm not going to be a slave. And a non-slave, a freed person reads, so he's going to read. Like, what the heck? His mind was made up. He's like, he's going to read because he's not going to be a slave. Okay. But I'm like, there were so many people who risked their lives to read. They risked their lives to buy books. Some people, like a book back then, it was like a penny. A penny was a lot of money. Okay. Percy Julian, his dad used to save money. He was a sharecropper. He had to save like pennies. I'm like, but those pennies that was food. But he said to himself, his son had to read. His dad didn't know how to read. His mom didn't know how to read. How this boy managed to do chemistry, I'm like, yeah, you have to be a fucking genius. Because if all your parents are illiterate, how did you do your homework? Okay, that is freaking crazy, right? But this is what happens when you have grateful children. This is what happens when you have children who are, You have children who are grateful for their parents' sacrifice because he's like, no, my dad sacrificed for me to read. These books ain't free. And he paid it forward. Bachelor's in chemistry from Harvard and a PhD in chemistry. This man has like 130 patents before he died, right? But this is how you say that's a good child because he understood that his parents, they suffered, that it was back-breaking work. And he didn't go become an alcoholic, a degenerate, whatever. No, he was an honorable son. Because he saw how much his parents, they suffered for him. Today, it's like you see so many kids, they don't care about school. You do not care about your education. So for me, once again, to have people who bastardize opportunities, yes, bastardize opportunities. Because like I said, I don't understand how somebody can be from here, speak the language fluently, be an American citizen, have a social security card, 13 years of subsidized education, free food, free bus, and then the person tells me as an adult, I don't know how to feed myself. I am so confused. Because people who came out of slavery, they knew how to feed themselves. People who were sharecroppers, they have no choice but to know how to feed themselves. People who left the South and migrated to the North, they knew how to feed themselves. And the vast majority of these people did not know how to read or write. So when it comes to you, I am absolutely confused. And no, I don't feel sorry for you, right? So it really triggers me because I'm like, it's not fair to not do shit. And because you happen to be African American, you think you have the right to take credit for a work that you didn't do. Like it's even me. My dad is really smart, but that's incredibly smart. I have never once taken credit for what my dad has done because what he did is what he did. He got his own degree. He's an engineer. He got his own degree. I got my math degree. I got my own degree. I don't take credit for other people's work because that's their work. If I have not toiled with you, I didn't sacrifice with you, I am not taking credit for your work, especially when I'm given opportunities and I squander them. Like the stuff we have today, right? So many Black Americans are always complaining. Oh, this is this is that. Yes, it might not be perfect. You're right. It could be a whole lot better. But do you realize that for some people, what you have, it's like, oh, crap, this is phenomenal, right? Sometimes everything is not going to be amazing, but you have to be grateful. Because one day, I don't know, it's 1700, the 1800, there could have been a young Black boy somewhere in Biloxi who just looked at a book and got murdered. Right? You could have a bunch of Black children somewhere. I don't know. Give me a place, right? In Selma somewhere who tried to read a book. Next thing you know, they're hanging from a tree. So what you take for granted because you're too busy keeping up with the white man, because that's the thing that comes to mind. Let me tell you this, right? Because we need to have an honest conversation. I think sometimes the problem with many Black Americans, you look at what's in your hand and then you compare with what's in the hand of the white man. And so if you feel like he has even an ounce or 2 ounces or maybe even an extra pound of food more than you do, you want to throw your whole food away. It's very childish. Like at some point, listen, at some point, you have to understand, right? It could be to a point that you might never be equal to white people. But if you continue to have this attitude, you will never defeat these people. You will never surpass these people. Because I'm going to tell you this, the real revenge for a descendant of an enslaved person is not even to be equal to a white man. Right? It's to get to a place where the white man works for you. You understand? But you got to take what you currently have. And that's what the Bible says. Do not despise small beginnings. You know, when you study the white American man, you know he cheats, he lies, he's corrupt because the vast majority of them are a bunch of rednecks from England. Right? So even if you feel like in his hands, he has an extra 3 ounce, it's true. Is it fair? No. But is that who he is? The answer is yes. Right? For you to be so mad and throw your rice out, you throw out your beans, you're hurting yourself. You're hurting yourself, right? You have to learn to be grateful for what you have, even if you know in your heart you're getting cheated. He cheats. That's who he is. Your job is to outsmart him. But if you throw away your entire food, what you gonna eat later? Right? And you think he cares? Because he's going to eat his food. You got so triggered. You got so mad. Oh, this is not fair. I'm not going to eat this. Okay. And now you're hungry. But your food is on the floor because you threw away your food. Right? You have to say, what I'm doing is not to worry so much about him, but it's to say, for everything my great-grandparents, my grandparents, everything they did for me, I have to realize that even though the white man has cheated me, right? This is still something that they would have loved to have. So in memory of them and in respect of them, I have an obligation to still treat this with respect. Understand? And the God that you serve, who sees all things, and that's another problem too. People want to avenge themselves. No, God has everybody. God has everybody's number. When he's ready, he will call people's number. Don't worry about it. Right? Multiply what you have. Don't just throw it away because it's not the same portion as the white man. Don't worry about it. Because if you are diligent, you will have more than him. Because the fact that he's accustomed to cheating, one day he's gonna get lazy. And that's when you're gonna wait. Hey, sunshine, you're gonna wait for his ass right around the corner. Everybody slips up one day. You gotta be patient to watch the person slip. And that's when, boom, you get their asses. Be patient. You gotta be patient. But every time you're upset, you squander things. And that's why if you live here, it's really easy to know how to set up Black Americans because you're very emotional. You are seriously emotional. It's very easy to trigger you. Think about the number of white people that you've made famous because they said the N-word, because they did blackface, all that weird shit, right? You get so mad, and you get mad for not even a day, not even a week. You can be so mad for years at a time. And when you get mad, white people say, oh, since that person triggers you, I'm going to put them on an even bigger pedestal because I want them to trigger you some more. You keep falling for that over and over. And you have made so many mediocre white people wealthy because you don't know how to be offended. Keep a face like, I don't care, I didn't see shit, and go about your business. You have to react. You have to cry about it. You got to make videos about it. You let these people know where exactly it hurts. And because they're bullies, they keep doing this to you, right? If you tell someone, oh, this side really, really hurts, and you know the person hates you, what do you think that person is going to do? They're going to keep messing with that side because you told the person, this really hurts me. But you're telling someone who hates you how to hurt you some more. That's not really strategic, you know? It's not. You understand? You have to learn to demystify shit. When you know you're not dealing with honorable people, you wake up in the morning expecting that. And you don't let that get to you because you know who they are. And mind you, for as goofy as they are, they used to be worse than that. But your ancestors, they were able to deal with that. Your great-grandparents, they were able to deal with that. And they thrive because of that. They were able to use these people's hatred and turn that into something that brought something so crazy out of them. I mean, these people are freaking inspirational. They're freaking inspirational because they didn't sweat the small stuff. You sweat everything. Everything stops you in your track. You see, and if you're constantly distracted, you're not going to build much. And one day you'll wake up. I keep saying this, and it might be the next 25 years on. One day you will wake up and you will completely be a minority to another minority to another minority. You're going to be a triple minority in this country. Because between the Asians, the Latinos, and the South Asian, right? You know, population-wise, you're going to be a super minority to Latinos. In terms of finances, you will be a super minority to Asians and South Asians, right? Education-wise, you're already behind, but you will be further behind. And the world of tech, like that AI shit, many of your kids will not be involved. And I don't know how they're going to eat. Because the vast majority of these jobs will be replaced by robots. They are investing so much money into robots because they don't want to hire people, right? You understand me, right? So it's like you have to think about that. Everything is not going to be ideal, but it doesn't need to be ideal for you to succeed. If people were called the N-word, lynch, this thing is so traumatic, right? And they found ways to become multimillionaires. Why can't you do it? Right? Because you're so distracted. It's a lot of distraction out here, huh? See, those people, Papa George, I love him. My Gemini, I love him. I'm like, these people right here, I'm sure they were called all kinds of N-word, wumpty, wump, wump. You think they let that shit get to them? No, because they knew what they wanted. They knew what they were building. And when you know it's like Nehemiah in the Bible, huh? When you know what you're building, when you know what you want, you're not going to let goofy people steer you off your track because you're like, you're crazy. And the God that I serve, in due time, he's going to handle your ass. There are a lot of people who do not like white Americans, right? But out of everybody, you're the loudest. Okay? Japanese people have beef with these people, but they don't talk about it. Chinese people remember things. They don't talk about it. Indians remember things. They don't talk about it. A lot of people have beef with these people. I mean, the Jews also, the Jews don't like them, but they're still trying to find a way to be fake, right? A lot of people don't like these people, but they keep it to themselves. And they compete with these people. They make sure to have better grades than them. They make sure to be engineers. They make sure to run their companies, to run their corporation, but they don't announce it. But deep down inside, they're doing it for their grandparents. Deep down inside, they're doing it for all their ancestors that were ever disrespected by these people. But they're not going to say anything, right? Look at Japan. Japan had 2 nuclear bombs dropped on its ass by America. They don't talk about it. But when you see the companies they built, the work ethic they have, and the fact that they hold a lot of U.S. bonds, right? You know what time it is. They don't have to say it. When America bombed their asses twice with nuclear bomb, they gave them the Marshall Plan. They took it. And think about it. For dropping a nuclear bomb, it's not just the people you killed, it's the entire environment, like the entire ecosystem. Like, you fucked everything up. The Chinese it was $2 billion, right, with the Marshall Plan. They took the money. Even though they deserve more than that, but they took the money. But look at them today, right? Because when you know where you're going, and when you, I'm saying, like, in your inside, when you carry your grandparents on the inside, when you carry your parents on the inside, when you carry anybody in your bloodline on the inside, that right there is all the motivation you need to say to yourself, I will never let up. These people, one day, they're going to serve me. One day, I swear, one day, my hand will be up, their hand's going to be down. Just like Joseph said, one day. But in the meantime, you work. You don't have to always let people know you're upset. You don't always have to tell people how you feel. You don't always have to have an emotional outburst and record just. You don't have to do any of that. Let the work speak for itself. Train so many Black children to be engineers. Train so many Black children to be into this AI crap, whatever. Train the kids. Let them be ready for the world of tomorrow. We're going to see who's going to be in the front, who's going to be behind. That's the best thing you can do. The best way to get revenge on people is to make sure your children are not behind. And like I told Trey, I said, you and this neuropalm kid, right? Neuropalm needs to always stay on the back of your head. As long as you are in that school, that boy can never surpass you, right? That's it. Ashkenazi parents, the Jews, like when they came here, many of them, they send their kids to Catholic school, whatever. Many of the parents told their kids, fit in. If somebody asks you if you're a Jew, say no. Okay? They had their kids lie. They had their kids fit in. Because your job is to be successful. Anything that can hinder you from knowing these people, understanding their businesses, whatever, deny it all and do what you have to do. When you come home, you know who you are. Like I said, in 80 years, look at where they are today. You know, even with the war in Germany, like with the genocide, the Holocaust in Germany, America could have gotten involved a lot sooner. That many Jews didn't have to die, but they didn't care. And do you think Jewish people don't carry that in their hearts? Like, yo, these fuckers, had they intervened a lot sooner, a lot of our people wouldn't have died. But they don't say it. But you can see, when you look at the Ben Shapiro's, the Levit, all these Jewish people, you know. But instead of like showing that they were mad, they had a plan to come to this nation and take over. So that one day, when they need the U.S. military to rise up, that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's exactly what they did. Right? But America sat there. These white people sat there and they watched Hitler slaughter these people. FDR only intervened because Hitler was bombing Great Britain. And it was like, that's too close, because that's close to New York City. But when he was slaughtering people in Germany, in Poland, you name it, they knew he was doing it. Matter of fact, they were sending him weapons. They didn't get involved. But I'm like, do you not think that for the Jewish people, they're like, these fuckers could have intervened a whole lot sooner and many of us would have lived? But you see, they came here, they went along to get along, and today they run everything. They run the White House. They tell the president what to do. They tell the Pentagon what to do. They tell everybody what to do because they pay the bills. And I'm like, this is what happens when you carry your people on the inside of you. And when the Jewish people say, never again, they meant that shit. They truly meant that shit. How often do you see, oh, a Jew killed another Jew, a Jew stabbed another Jew? No, wherever they are, they link up in arms. They put their money together. They're about to oppress everybody. And that's when you say, oh, wow, I would love to know your culture. I would love to know how y'all made so much money. I would love to know how y'all got to this point and this point. Like, it was like, it's really important. But it's like, you have to be very careful. But I think a lot of times there's this obsession with hurting white people that ultimately ends up hurting you more. And it ends up hurting your children way more. The fact that so many Black cities that are ran by Black Americans are failing Black children. They're failing. I'm like, they're not going to make it. And we know if a kid can't even make it past the 3rd grade, that child is going to prison. Okay? And yet, nobody's getting fired. You don't get upset. You don't ask for someone to get fired. Don't ask for the superintendent, because there's a lot of Black women who work there, right? You don't ask for any of these women to get fired. Meanwhile, these women are responsible for making sure your children are competitive. Because if they're not, they're going to go to prison. And a lot of people want your kids in prison. They do. Listen, they do. And if you don't rise up and start fighting for Black American children to be better educated, to learn more, to have better teachers in school, to have better superintendents, the stuff that's going on in Baltimore, it's really saddening that there's not even a national riot, because these are children. And when you think about the fact that you have 12th graders who can't even read at their grade level, they can't even write at a 4th grade level, how exactly is that not a crime against humanity? We're not in the 1800s. We are in 2025. The federal government gives a lot of money, and you have children from here, Black children from here of lineage, who can't read. They can't write. And you have immigrant kids who come here and they can run circles around these kids. And I'm like, how is it that there's no outrage for that? But if somebody gives somebody jollof rice at Essence Fest, of all places, oh my Lord, you're not going to hear the end of it. It's just rice. You don't have to eat it. But when it comes to children, it's way more than just kids, huh? That's the future. And you want these young people to not just read, but to be extremely successful. That one day they can not only take care of themselves, they can buy houses if they want to. They can take care of their children. They can have enough money saved over. They can have low debt to income ratio. They can invest in the stock market. You want these children to be able to thrive. We are so far removed from the Emancipation Proclamation, and yet in this nation to this day, you have so many Black American people who are not even thriving. They're surviving. And that right there, it really is a crime against humanity, because they should not be surviving. Surviving was like post-slavery. Sharecroppers were surviving. In 2025, people should be thriving. Black American people of lineage should be thriving. Okay? They need to be thriving, but many are not. They're barely making it. And once again, even with the NAACP, the fact that there is no initiative for financial literacy, but instead the NAACP has turned into an award show, an image award show, giving awards to celebrities that don't even give money to nobody, right? But a lot of people here they're not making it. You drive through most Black American neighborhoods, what do you see? It's not just the liquor store, it's the pawn shop, the title loan, the this and that, because they're not making it. They are truly, truly not making it. And nobody's upset about that. All day, every day, Trump this, Trump that. There are bigger problems. When you have a huge people, a big people like that, who live in a country that's extremely competitive, a country that is extremely capitalist, and the people don't even have the basic tenets of financial literacy, how is that not a crime against humanity? I don't know. How is that not evil? And how can people who claim to love to be so proud to be Black are not triggered by the fact that so many people who are their people, hey Queen, are being taken advantage of? Do you know that you have Black American people out here who have taken loans, y'all, title loan, The interest rate is 600%. Right? Do you know that you have some Black people here, they're payday loan, they're cash loans. I'm talking 300% interest rate, 600% interest rate. Yeah. Like it's like these interest rates are insane. People intentionally come to these neighborhoods preying on the fact that people are financially illiterate. And they sign these things because they don't know what they're signing. APR, interest of child, what? Right? But many of these goofy ass loans, sometimes it's $200, sometimes it's $500. What the fuck? $500, 600% interest rate? That is fucking, that's so predatory. Right? And I'm sure a lot of people, if you call your friends and family, if they're not too ashamed to tell you, right? They have so many of these loans. And I saw that when I lived in New Orleans. And I'm like, oh, and that's why people want to gamble. Because they don't know how to pay these loans. They don't know how to do it. So they think, oh, if I go gamble, I go to the casino real quick, I might just come into some money. But the problem is you're not meant to win at the casino. You're meant to lose more money. Right? And I'm like, even I'm not trying to be funny, but even bankruptcy, there needs to be some kind of program that teaches a lot of Black American people about bankruptcy, because a lot of people need to file for bankruptcy. They're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. You're not going to be able to pay for this stuff. You can't do it. You have to just like start over. But I'm like, you would think that places like the NAACP or Urban League or even any private person would say to him or herself, someone has to do something about this. You see? But that's why I say, like, there is a lack of, there's a lack of paying it forward. There's a lack of deference. Thurgood Marshall, he took his own money. Right? Nobody promised, oh, you're going to make so much money. You're going to be famous. You're going to be Supreme Court Justice. No. He saw his people being taken advantage of. He said, I got to do something about this. Right? I got to do something about, just like Nehemiah. Somebody has to say, I'm going to be the one to try to help somebody because this is insanity. No. People carry on. Like they don't know your auntie's suffering. Your cousin's suffering. Maybe you're also suffering with this debt. Your neighbor next door, she's also suffering. But and the thing about debt is that debt causes people to live in shame. People are embarrassed. How did I get myself in this fucking mess? How did I get myself here? And it's like, yeah, that's a good question. How the fuck you get yourself in there? But at the same time, too, though, you were taken advantage of. Some of these people, this is what they do. They prey on people. And they know that when you are in debt and you can't pay your debt, it brings shame. So then you just stay to yourself and you suffer on the inside. You're in the house, you're eating, you're anxious, you don't want to get out of bed, you're mad at people because this debt is stressing you out, right? We should even have way more Black American attorneys who specialize in bankruptcy. Because honestly, these people preyed on these innocent people. There are so many shark loans around Black people out here. It is insane. It is truly insane. But it's like, no, people are not upset about that. And many, I'm not even going to say what they are, but many of them people, they're not African immigrants. It's not African people giving interest rates at 600%. Most African people, if you call them and you need money, they'll give it to you. You just don't know how to talk to them. African people are very generous. Very, very generous, because that's just the culture, right? If you need something, I'm going to help you out, because I don't want these people to come over here and just grab you and take you somewhere, okay? But it's like, to see it and to not do something about it, it's really evil. To know that, hey, a lot of my people are suffering, someone has to take initiative. And I'm like, there are many things that people need to step up and do. But instead, people want to sit in their cars, rant about African businesses. People want to sit in their car, try to boycott Nadine's braiding shop. Look, get out of here with that. Okay? A braiding salon that's open 24/7. Her prices are very affordable. You don't have to pay a deposit. You show up whenever you want to. You cancel whenever you want. So if anything, I feel like when it comes to the Nadine braiding salon in Maryland, people should be grateful. Oh, sis Nadine, thank you. Because it's open 24/7. You don't have to pay a deposit. You can cancel. Nobody takes your money. The prices are really affordable. You don't have to have this long ass list of policy that no, she's actually helping you out, because if it was your own people, the prices are really crazy, right? So all these African ladies who are braiding hair, right? You should be grateful because they allow you to get your hair done. Because many Black American women, when it comes to business, they overcharge. It's excessive. There's no empathy. There's no mercy. There's no kindness. It's like you even have some girls like they'll charge you a deposit fee, and your deposit does not even go towards your service, right? Because people don't say, you know what, my good sis, you've been coming to me all the time. Let me do your hair. I saw this Black girl. She's Black American, and her customer is also Black American. And mind you, the girl had done her hair with her multiple times. Because when I did the math, I'm like, okay, so she paid you about like $2,500 just getting her weave and stuff like that, right? One day, the young lady was late. I guess like she got the wrong address because she moved. I don't know. But y'all, the girl was late like about 10 to 15 minutes. And the girl just canceled her appointment. And the young lady, she just had a baby. So I feel like with the postpartum, she was trying to do something nice to feel good about herself. And I'm like, you're very evil. Because if everything you're saying about this girl, how many times she came to you, if I do the math, she paid you $2,500. So she's never been late. She has given you $2,500. She has supported your business. But one day she's late because she went to this door instead of that door, and you cancel her entire appointment. She's like, oh, I had to take the next client. Child, we Black. We're not doing that. Stop doing that, right? You could have called the next client. Hey, sis, is it okay if I move you back 15 minutes? But if somebody's never been late and she has spent with you over $2,500, how can you treat her this way? I'm like, it's been in my heart. There is a lot of unkindness out here. People are really, really unkind. Okay. Yeah. Very, very mean. Very, very mean. I see it. Right. But with the aunties, the African aunties who braid, sometimes they talk a little too much over your head, but you go, auntie, please, like, can you just stop? Okay. They might pull your edges because, even with the edge stuff, because I meant to talk about that. When the African aunties braid your hair and they pull super tight, African people don't care about baby hairs. Okay. It's more of a Black American thing to care about baby hairs. In her mind, if she pulls on your hairstyle is going to last longer. That's how they think. Like that's the African mindset around braiding. It's like you scoop up all the hair, it pulls your face, and it's going to last long. Because remember, these aunties, they didn't go to school. They didn't go to cosmetology school, braiding school. They're not trichologists to know, like, no, you're going to make people bald. Right? So that's why you can't just be grabbing everybody's hair. But my thing is, if she's braiding your hair too tight, just tell her it's too tight. Can you like loosen up? Don't be bald. Oh, I'm sorry, my baby. I'm sorry, my sister. Right? It's over. Educate people. Instead of being mad at what your culture, her culture is not the same. You just said that, right? What you do with baby hair, people don't, if you ever see African braiding style, like people don't do baby hairs. Baby hairs is a big thing over here. Right? Over there, it's not a big thing. They just scoop all your hair. And that's why a lot of African ladies who braid their hair, they have receding hairlines because it's the culture to just clean, like just grab all the freaking hair. That's insane. Just tell her, right? But I'm like, I have seen many Black American women in the hair care industry, their policies, their website, their comment section, their reply, the way they reply to people in the comment section, the way they cancel appointments, the way they don't show up for appointments. I think all of us have had a bad experience. But do you ever see African people, or especially me, go on and, oh, this girl did this? No. I've had my issues with people. I will just talk to her because she did something wrong. It has no bearings on other African American people and how they do their business. Right? She's right there. I'm going to tell her. One time in New Orleans, I had booked with this young lady. She's African American, but like I went one time. She was super sweet. The next time, she's not answering. I'm like, what the heck? So I waited for like 2 hours. Then she suddenly texted me, and I'm like, baby girl, imagine if I didn't have hair on my head. Like, for real. Like, imagine if I worked or like I had a presentation, what would I have done? So I'm like, she's like, oh, she had stayed up late. I'm like, even if you stayed up late, you could have texted me. And thank God I live next door. But what if I had driven all across New Orleans to get to you? I'm like, this is crazy. Ultimately, she apologized. She asked me if I could come back. But I would just have to get like an easier style because she had someone else to do, right? We solved it. It's over. And also, she's very young. So I'm like, child, these young people jam. Okay. It's over. My heart, I'm not going to hold anything about that. It is what it is. It's over. Right. I've had plenty of girls who are African American do my hair. Sometimes it goes good. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, well, who cares? Okay. Because that's the person. But if I have a critique, I'm going to tell her directly. That's it. It's over. It's not a big deal. Some people are intentional. If you feel like they're intentional, I'm just not going to go back to you again because you're crazy. Sometimes people also make honest mistake. So why not just tell the person so that next time if you come back, they'll do better. And when it's another client, they're not going to damage that client's hair, right? But you have some hairstylists that are African American that are completely horrendous, okay? And then you have some stylists who are African American that are freaking phenomenal, okay? That's it. So you have good ones, you have bad ones. And that's why you take your time, you research, you go on their Instagram pages, you look at their comments, you look at their work, and then you decide, do I feel comfortable booking with this person, right? But if you go, by God's grace, you have a good experience, so that's amazing. If you don't, I think you should address it there and there, and then it's over. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not a big deal, right? But I'm like, to me, I just feel like a lot of the African aunties who do the braids, I think they're serving a need because not everybody can pay a deposit. You know, some people too, they can't make an appointment a week in advance or 2 weeks in advance or a month in advance because their schedule changes all the time. Some people as well, they might have crazy hours, right? And then some people also do not want to spend $1,000 for knotless braids. That is freaking crazy. Braids were never that expensive. So I do feel like it's a good thing to have the African aunties who braid. And if there's something they do that you don't like, just teach them so they can do better. You know, and many of these aunties too, they did not go to school. Okay. Like, trust me, nobody who went to school is gonna come into America to braid hair in New York City or God knows where in Maryland. Like, they didn't go to school. You know, a lot of them too, they didn't go to school, they're illiterate. Okay. So if you don't like a service, just say it, but say it kindly. You don't have to insult people. You don't have to make fun of someone's accent. Like I said, if you live here, everybody has an accent. Be so for real, right? But she's not from here. Many of these aunties too, they come here so they can take care of their children because a lot of them, unfortunately, married men that ain't shit. They don't want to pay for school fees. They don't want to pay for that. So many aunties, they come here so they can send money home so that their kids can go to school. You understand? You don't have to be so nasty to someone because white people do the same thing to you. You don't have to be a xenophobe to make a point. Even me, I had a friend from middle school, right? But I had to dead that friendship because I'm like, one thing I will never take is xenophobia. You have known me for way too long for you to even assume that, because it was the whole Kamala Harris thing. And it's like, just because I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, it doesn't mean I hate Black Americans. You are fucking insane. You are fucking insane. And my thing is, like, and you, if you loved yourself, you wouldn't even love the Democratic Party. Okay? To me personally, when it comes to politics, I think Black people should be agnostic. Every 4 years, you interview people. Okay? If this year is good to vote Republican, you vote Republican. If in the next 4 years you want to vote Democrat, you go where your interests lie. I don't think it's safe for anyone to give this like unvetted loyalty to a political party. It's a fucking political party. These people are not pastors. They're not angels. They're fucking lawyers. Lawyers lie a whole lot. You go where it's good for you. And then the next 4 years, you have a whole interview process. You say, okay, do I want to stay here or go over there? Do what works for you. But I did not like that she tried to imply that because I don't want to vote Democrat, that somehow I'm anti-Black American. Like, girl, shut up. Also, I'm going to tell you this. Me, like I said, I'm African. I'm extremely proud to be African. Obama having General Gaddafi murdered also, I can never let that shit go. Okay? Could never let that shit go. I will not. Every time Democrats are in power here in America, bad things happen in Africa. Now, I know some people don't even read regular news to even worry about foreign policy or news in other countries or whatever, but there are many things to consider when voting for people. The more you learn about the Democratic Party, you see how diabolical they are. They're really, really diabolical. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Okay? Not doing that. Okay? But somebody can say, oh, I'm supporting Trump. It doesn't mean I'm against you. You hear me, right? Doesn't mean that. And it's really sad. And I said, okay, maybe you didn't like me for a long time. So you're hiding behind that shit because I don't see where the fuck you would even get that from. Okay. I don't get it. So the friendship had to end because I told her you're being a xenophobe. And that's something I will never take because for as long, and mind you, I was still doing I was taking ESL because I met her in middle school. So I was still taking ESL. Even in high school, I've always did her homework because she was always struggling. Okay. And she has asthma. Every time she was sick, I would always go to her house. I would have my mom drive me to her house. I would make her food. I've known her since we were in middle school. And I'm like, so for Kamala Harris, you want to talk to me like you lost your shit? You don't even know this lady. But I say, you know what? Sometimes when people don't like you, because maybe, I'm going to tell you, I don't know, it's possible. But me as an immigrant, I didn't suffer coming here. Like we left the Ivory Coast, we came here in business class. My dad worked for a bank. So we left for the Ivory Coast, we came here in business class. Where I lived here in Northern Virginia, my parents live in a very, very big house. She lived in a small apartment. So maybe that made her feel away. But I've never said, oh, look at me, look at my house. I can't help what my parents can afford. That's not my fault. Like it really is not my fault. There was a period in time too. Her parents would ask my parents for money. Okay, that's not my fault, right? But I'm like, you've never lived a life where I said, oh, look at me. I'm better than you. I'm African. And no, there was never that. Now, if you internalize it that way, that's your fault. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to feel bad. My daddy works hard. My dad was born in a fucking village. Or maybe one day I'll take a picture. My dad worked hard. Even Jimmy, when I met Jimmy and he came to my house, he was like, what? Because we have a bunch of cars. We have a lot of cars. Right? And he was like, oh, he said that the Lincoln Navigator was his dream car. It was right there. I said, okay, here are the keys. You can drive it. It's not a big deal. Right? My mom has an S-Class. He drove. Like, it's really, yeah. Like, here you go. Jimmy was driving the Lincoln to school. Like, it's not a big deal. Listen, right? Listen. You understand? But it's not my fault. So that's why I say, if you're from here, I don't get it. The dude was born in a fucking village. One day I will take a video. Maybe one day I'll take Kevin there and Kevin's going to tell you, oh my gosh, this is where Marlene's dad was born. Okay. You understand? So for me, I don't understand. But then I feel like I said, now I understand. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like maybe our entire childhood, this girl has something against me because I'm African and I live a certain way. But I'm like, are you also mad at the Koreans? Were you mad? Because we would have Halloween. We all used to love little Kim. She's like, oh, Marlene, can we borrow your mom Louis Vuitton bag? My mom has the French thing. She has a bunch of Louis Vuitton. I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll bring it to school so she could dress like little Kim. I'm like, here you go. Here's the bag. Right? So I'm like, maybe it did something to her. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But me, I will tell you this, the way that I was raised, my parents, if you ever got to meet my parents, right? My parents are Pan-African. Like growing up in my household, it was always, look at these white people. They stole our people. They brought them to America and they torture them. That's the way I was raised. You understand? My dad came here in 93, 90, whenever they had the Ronnie King beating. He brought the tapes. When they set up Mayor Barry in DC, he brought the tapes. OJ, he brought the tapes. And my parents were just cussing out white people. Okay, that's the kind of household. I even brought boys in the hood. I was like, what is wrong with these kids? They're kind of crazy, right? But that's the way we grew up because these white people, they have abused Black people wherever you go. But the Rodney King, I was a kid. I'm like, my dad brought the tape. You see the people just beating on the man with the batons. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these white people? They're fucking crazy. Why are they doing this? These people are sick as shit. We also watched Kunta Kinte. We watched all the stuff. But in the household, my cousin, my sisters, everybody was into Dr. King, Malcolm X. If you ever go to most African countries, any major city, even maybe in the village, the trilogy, it's always Dr. King, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali. People paint their faces everywhere. Even barbers, when they want to show you how they can cut your hair, they usually use the face of Dr. King with different kind of cuts, whatever. I'm like, people always had incredible price. I told you Don Cornelius. My dad used to have so many videos of Don Cornelius, right? Because I'm like, these people were so regal. So what the fuck? They're freaking amazing. Okay. After everything they've been through, look at how they're still standing, and they're standing up in style. If you ever see, maybe I can show you my mom. If you ever see my mom's pictures, I'll show you with her eyes. When growing up, people used to tell her, oh, you look like Diana Ross, because she has these big. She has these big googly eyes. Let me see if I can find her behind. So you can see. And she has a lot of hair. Where's this woman? Where's the stuff? Hold on. I was looking at her picture recently. Is she in my favorites? No, I don't think she would be. You know, but I'm like, that was her. Like, oh my gosh, you have to see her hair. But growing up though, like, what's her name? Diana Ross? Oh no, that was my mom's queen. Come, and like these people were so freaking regal. Now today, people look a little crazy. You know, I don't know. Recently saved? No. Recently viewed? I want to show you a picture of her. Oh, that's a good. Oh, here she is. Here's my mom. Okay, so you see, like, this is my mom when she was a lot younger, because she had like these big eyes. Hold on. Another picture. This is her and her big eyes. Where is she again? Hold on. Show you another picture. You know, and she has a lot of hair. So like growing up, oh my gosh, Leo, you look like Diana Ross, because she had like the big eyes, whatever. It's like she would have the ladies vinyl, right? So it's like at some point you have to understand there was a certain generation of Black American people who were extremely classy. They were very classy. They were stunning. They were eloquent. Like I told y'all yesterday, I said, look at Smokey Robinson. He's almost 95. He's alive. Today, a young Black American man, he becomes a rapper at 20. They're going to shoot him in the head. He's going to die. They don't live long. Okay? People want to tattoo their bodies, twerk everywhere. I mean, honestly, people do not recognize these people. And you have to see, it's scary, because why are you tatted up like this? What is this energy? Truly and honestly, what is this energy? When you watch the Don Cornelius thing, even Don Cornelius didn't even want, what's his name? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Rick James, right? He didn't even want him on the show because he was doing drugs. And he was like, I don't want this guy to influence my people. He's like, oh, you're crazy. And then he was like, oh, you think you are, what did he say? Oh, you think you are a gatekeeper? And he's like, yeah, of course I'm a gatekeeper. Because this TV show is in pretty much every single Black household. Because remember, Soul Train lasted for 35 years. That's a crazy ass brand. But he didn't even want Rick James because he does the drugs. He does drugs. He didn't even want hip hop. So no, they're fucking deranged. And they don't have a good message. He's like, they don't have a good message. So it's like, we have to get to a point where people are bold enough to say, you have Black Americans of yesteryears and you have people today. And the people today, people of yesteryears, right? They were mostly Christians. They had a lot of traditional values. Many of them came from the South, right? And many of them too, they actually wanted music that had a message, even though America was hard. And they cared about their image. They truly, truly cared about their image. Today, people don't care. They listen to music about murder, suicide, abortion, killing, looting. I mean, I don't know. It's just so diabolical. So they look like the music they listen to, which is really scary. So then you get mad and you say, oh, these Africans think they're better than. I mean, if you don't respect yourself, you can be mad if somebody sees you a certain way. Like, you think someone like Percy Julian, people would have been like, oh, disrespectful? No, because this man walks in class. You see Don Cornelius, even praise, like, oh my God, is that his voice? Like, yeah, that's his voice. You have people who carry themselves a certain way. Even if they had no money, even if their parents were divorced, all that kind of crazy shit, people would rather go into the army, go into the Marines, go into the Coast Guard, I don't know, rather than being hoodlums and impregnating people, selling drugs and shit like that. They were not doing that. But when you listen to so many young people today, you would think they're the only ones not to have fathers. They're the only ones to grow up in poverty. You are not unique, but you make poor choices because you think you're so unique. So many people before you didn't have a dad. So many people before you had no father. So many people before you were raised by their mom. Never, ever, ever did they go ahead and sell drugs. Papa George, at 8 years old, because his mom was divorced, they left the South, they moved to Chicago. So his mom was struggling. He was 8 years old. He chose to shine shoes. He never sold drugs, because this is what happens when you have self-respect. This is also what happens when you grow up in a healthy community. Life is not easy, but people have morals. Life is not easy, but people have standards. Life is not easy, but people still go to church and they try really, really hard to be good people. Can you truly say in your heart of heart, oh yeah, these are the same Black people here today? The answer is no. And I even think those people, if they were to rise from the dead, even they wouldn't recognize what happened. Like, who are these people? Because we don't recognize these people. I'm like, yeah. So you can't be surprised. The music is atrocious. The messaging is atrocious. The standards are not existent. Today, people don't care about their image. People don't care about their cultural image. People don't care about how they're being represented. Anytime you have someone who's Black American who says, we have to be careful how we carry ourselves, they get cussed out. Anytime somebody says, oh, as a Black American woman, dress a certain way so that people can respect you and honor you. Oh, I don't want respect. They get cussed out, right? Anytime somebody says care about the image, they get cussed the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know why. Me coming, I don't understand. Because to me, most African, and I'll speak for myself, most African people want Black Americans to win. Seriously. Who is going to root for white people? White people have oppressed everybody. Not to be offensive, but I'm just saying, right? Like, to me, it really makes me sad because I'm like, I feel as though in my heart of heart, I feel like 400 years of hard work, it's about to go to fucking drain. And the thing is, people can never tell you, oh, I built this. We. And usually we, it's always past, like it stops in the 50s, right? What have you built lately? They can't tell you, right? Even the Black Caucus, absolute treachery to agree to the crime bill, and they don't even want to apologize for what. Oh, no, we don't know. No, we don't know because it's disgusting. Okay, it is utterly disgusting. But nobody can tell you what they built. Yesterday, I'm sitting here. I'm listening to Patrick Bet David. Come to find out, right? Bank of America. Hold on. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Come to find out. I didn't even know because I thought it was for the Jews. I'm sure he's probably Italian. But come to find out that Bank of America used to be called Bank of Italy. I said, what? Okay. In San Francisco in 1904, Amedeo Giannini, okay, initially to serve immigrants and small businesses. The bank was renamed Bank of America in 1930 after acquiring another bank and taking on its name. Okay. But I'm like, what? I didn't know that. I was watching Patrick Bet David. I said, wow. Do you know how many banks Black Americans have founded? Plenty. Where are they today? Gone. They are completely, many of them are even like the bank. There's one in Louisiana, the Bank of Louisiana. Black owned. But there are many Black banks that were founded by Black Americans. They're gone. They're gone. Because people don't want to step up and take the mantle because God forbid you sacrifice. So now guess what? Instead of having bunch of, because I'm like, if people had held on to it and they had taken care of these banks because people sacrificed, right? And people also made deposits, right? Imagine how many more of these banks would be all over the place. So instead of having pawn shops, instead of having payday loans and title loans, all that goofy shit that has the 600% interest rate, right? You will see a bunch of Black-owned American banks in Black neighborhoods. So people would have had more mortgages, right? People would have had more bank loans. People would have had so much more, right? Because I'm like, there were banks before these Italians came up. You understand? But once again, it's immigrant people who hold on to stuff, and then you lose custody of stuff. And that's the part that grinds my gears. Because when we die, right? When we die, African people will be judged by their African ancestors. What the fuck did you do to make Africa better? African Americans are going to be judged by their African American ancestors. Before we died, we left you with this. We left you with that. We left you with this. We left you with it. What did you do with it? What you gonna say? Oh, we lost everything. How did you lose everything? Right? And I think sometimes, like when it comes to Judgment Day, sometimes I think a lot of people don't realize. But I think some people think, oh, God's gonna be judging you. It could also be your ancestors judging you. I left you with this. I left you with this. I made sure to build this. I made sure to build. That's the same thing I said about Corey Miller. Your granddad went to the military, came back, worked as a baker. He sacrificed himself. He sent you and your brother to a private school. No, thank you. You run the streets. That's the first of all, you leave the military, you go AWOL. That's the first thank you he gets. You come back to New Orleans, you run the streets, do all kinds of stuff, running people, guns, all kinds of bullshit. And then you have your grandmother take the house that he bought her and use that house as collateral for your foolishness. I'm like, do people realize when you die, you're going to have to answer to your ancestors? And you cannot say, oh, the white people, because they've been through worse with white people and they still built something. Because that white people shit, it works with people who don't know no better. Oh, over here, oh, white, okay, sure. But a person who suffered way more in the hands of white people and they were able to thrive irrespective of that. And you have a way more subdued white group to deal with. What are you going to say? Right? When millions of Black people over here are buried in debt with these predators, okay? Because these loans are crazy. What are you going to say? You see, even as a Christian, because I'm like Jesus can say, me, for you to have salvation, I gave my life so you could have salvation. What did you give up? You see, and that's why I said, and that's why I feel like for me personally, there's no way for someone to say, oh, I'm a Christian and not have self-awareness. Because Jesus had a lot of self-awareness, right? There's no way to be a Christian and not have self-awareness. Because when you are a Christian, you know that you owe yourself more than somebody else owes you. Because Christ will say, I gave up my life, right? For you to have salvation. What did you give up for the next person? Right? All these people in front of you that were suffering, what did you do? And what you gonna say? Oh, racism. Oh, this. But I got killed too, though. Right? Was your life threatened? No. Oh, okay. Did they drag you from the pontiff? No. Oh, okay. I wonder. Did you not have a donkey? Oh, no, I had a car. Oh, you had a car. Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, right. And I like that they're truly insane. They are truly unhinged. And I'm like, you're going to have, like in the book of Revelation, when John describes what he saw up there, he was like, there's like the 24 elders. I'm like, yeah, the ancestors. You're going to have to, everybody is going to have to answer to these people. What did you do? When I died, I left this, I built that, I had money over here, womp. How did you multiply what I left on the earth? Oh, granddad, we lost everything. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Tell me more. Well. And this is how a lot of people are going to burn in hell. Because people, they're not worthy. This is why I feel like some people don't even have the right to utter, oh, the ancestors. Shut up. You have no respect for the ancestors. Because if you cared about the ancestors, you wake up every day at 5 o'clock in the morning. If you cared about the ancestors, you wake up every day at 3 o'clock. You know what? I got something to do. You wouldn't even sleep until everything was done for the day. Because you say, you know what? These people work 15 hours a day. Some of them work 18 hours a day without getting paid. Sometimes they had no food in their stomach. You can't work for 4 hours, like getting up, you got to eat something, munching something. This is insanity. This is absolutely insanity. And then people get mad when they get called lazy. But we are lazy. It's okay. It truly is okay. Right? The work, like the intensity of the work is not the same. The focus is not the same because now people are free. People are free to live next to white people. People are free to go to school next to white people. People can marry white people because that was it, right? Just being accepted by white people, right? Yeah, people don't care. So because the biggest fight was to be free. It was, oh, well, it's over. It's like, is it really over? You're free, but do you have financial freedom? The answer is no. So the fight is not over. Having a credit card doesn't make you rich. Like, it's insane. Having a paycheck. They not look at us, right? Oh, the job. What job? What job? Did you create a company to ask for the job, what job? Ain't no job. Shut up, right? But I'm like, just because you're free, you're not done. Some people, they fought to free the body. Other people have to fight to free people financially. But if the people, their bodies are free, but financially, a bunch of people calling you, bunch of credit cards, some people, all they can do is make a minimum payment because they can't pay the cards. They're not making enough money. But if the vast majority of people are still financially literate, are people truly free? People are not free. If the vast majority of people can't feed themselves, is the fight truly over? The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay? The answer is no. But like I said, people need to know we're all going to die. So people can be mad at immigrants, but even all these white people too. They're going to have the people who sold America, all of these white Americans who sold America to the Jews, to AIPAC, to whatever. They're going to have to meet the George Washington, the Thomas Jefferson, the James Madison. They too will have to answer, how did you let America be taken by a foreign country? Because when we died, this nation was fully independent. They're going to have to answer. Everybody is going to have to answer. We left this place looking like this. When you died, it looked worse. How is that even possible? And what are people going to say? Okay, what are we going to say? But I think to me, it's very shameful to be in 2025 and to take credit for the work that was done in 1950, in 1940, in 19 whatever. It's not your work. All these young people who in the 60s who did the sit-ins, it's not your work. It is their work. It was their bodies getting hit. It was their bodies being mauled by dogs. It like when they would grab the hose, I don't know what the fuck is in these holes, and they would just spray these kids. You have no idea what that feels like to the body. You've never had a Doberman bite you, and you never had a dog run behind you. You have no idea. And that's why I find it so funny when people say, oh, as an African, you should be grateful because we made you. You didn't do shit for me. I make it very clear. Anytime I have a modern person say to me, oh, you didn't do shit for me. You and I are both beneficiary. You didn't march for me. You didn't get your ass beat in Selma for me. It wasn't you. Okay? It could have been your granddad, sure. And to that, I'll say thank you. That's not even a problem. But you and I, no. What you've done, you've made things worse for me. There you go. You haven't made things better because your knucklehead behavior causes all of us to get punished wherever we go. You see, if we were still dealing with Black Americans in the 1950s, all of us, wherever we go, they would roll the red carpet. You are crazy. Those kinds of people, they make you look good because they have a history. They show up, they work hard, they go in the military, they come out, they start businesses, they get married, they dress nice, they smell good, they go to church, they don't do crime. Those kinds of people, Marlene, I would have been able to get money from a venture capital because those people made Black people look good. Black people of today, Black Americans of today make people look bad. Yes, I'm going to tell you, you have a bad brain. You fucked up the brain. Nobody wants to tell you that. You have fucked up the brain. When you're a Black woman, you go somewhere, people are already on hedge because they think, oh, you're going to be aggressive like the Jasmine Crockett bullshit. That doesn't help anybody. The antics of Jasmine Crockett don't help anyone. The behavior of Fannie Willis, it doesn't help anyone. So many people here, they just ruined the brand, right? The single mom welfare shit. People see you, oh, you must, especially if they see you with natural hair, they already assume you must be on welfare. You must be on something. What the fuck is this, right? Because this current brand is not a good brand. It's not something you can take to the bank and then doors just open up. Oh, yeah, we can't wait to have you in here. No, people see your Black skin. They see your Lululemon. They think you come in there to steal. You go to Walmart. You do the self-check. I go, oh, can you come here, please? I was like, what the heck? You think I'm going to steal? Of course she thinks I'm going to steal. Duh. Okay? It's not a good brand. It's not a good brand. It's not a brand that, oh, even like, look at all these influencers, all the Black influencers. Do they get paid the same amount of money as the white people? No, because it's not a good brand. Do most companies want Black businesses in their stores? No, because they're afraid of being urban. They're afraid. You think, like, why do you think Sephora only carries like 2 Black brands? Ulta only has like 3 Black brands? Because they don't want too much Black traffic. Because they're scared. Because usually when Black people show up somewhere, bad things happen, people steal, people scream, people cuss out the people. It's a hot ass mess, right? Most Black people here are not known for doing well in school. They're not known for pushing themselves academically, right? Africans are, but not Black Americans. And it's okay to be honest. Most engineering departments are full of Africans. They're not full of African Americans. Most Ivy Leagues are full of Nigerians. They're full. If you ever see Black people in the Ivy League, they're mostly African people, right? So if anything, you owe me a thank you because I make you look good. Like now it's a switcheroo. The Black people of the 50s, they would have made me look good. Absolutely. Right now, these current times, I make you look good. You see me, I'm married, right? I'm married. I've been married for like, 15 years. I have all my kids by the same man. I'm a Christian woman. I don't run the streets. I don't come out here and make stupid content. Okay, I wear my natural hair. I'm educated. I have a bachelor's in math. I have a master's in statistics. I graduated with honors. I stay out the fucking way. That's honorable behavior. I'm an honorable woman. So like if you say, oh, Marlene is Black, somebody meets me, okay, I increase the stock of Black women. Because I'm a traditional woman. I'm a traditional Christian woman with traditional Christian values. So I make you look good. I don't make you look bad. You will never say, oh, Marlene brought shame to me. How? I stay out the way. You know what I'm saying? And I'm very pro-family. I stay out the way. But it's like if the shoe's on the other foot, how do you make me look? But, oh, is she a single mom? Is she raising her kids by herself? Is she on welfare? No. People have to understand. A lot of African people who come here, they do the right thing. They do the right thing. And you benefit from that. Right? Where like a lot of people who are from here, they do bad things. And then we all suffer because of that. Look at Carmelo Anthony. There's a reason why nobody gave that boy the benefit of the doubt. Because when they think of a young Black American boy, they have an image in their head. So this kid, nobody give this kid a chance, right? People didn't even want to wait to read police report. No. People saw him. He's Black American. Somebody is dead. They just lumped them up with all the images they've ever seen of Black American boys. Like, yeah, he did that shit. And he's sick. And he's this. And he's that. Lock him in the prison. I'm like, what the heck? This is crazy. Right? But this is something that you did. It's not something that people from the 50s created. They didn't have a Hawaiian image. The Hawaiian image is very recent. That's something that you're responsible for. The baby mama image, it is something that you are responsible for. Right? That's it. So I'm like, you're not going to tell me, oh, you owe me. No, we all owe these people. And the problem is because a lot of people carry on thinking that the people in the 60s, their work is my work. They think, oh, I've arrived. No, we are all benefiting from their sacrifice. We're all benefiting from their sacrifice. And I even wonder, people who, like a lot of Black Americans who like to tell people, oh, you as an African, you owe me. I wonder how many of these people even know the names of the young people who did the sit-ins, right? Did you ever take the time to learn their names? Of course not. You see that they're Black American, you just run at the opportunity to just take credit for their shit. Do you know their names? Even their first name? Probably not. Right? And this is what people do. People share a common lineage with someone, and they think automatically it makes them entitled to that person's sacrifice. Just like with Ketanji Brown, Supreme Court Justice. Oh, she's a Black American woman, so automatically I'm entitled to her judgment. I'm entitled to her favor. I'm entitled to cuss her out. I'm entitled to smear her name. I'm entitled to wait a minute. Did you go to school for me? You wrote my personal statement? You took my exams? No, you did not. If you can't even be bothered to learn the names of the young people who sat down, especially the first three boys who started, if you can't even be bothered to learn their names, and yet you're African American, how dare you tell me who I owe this, I owe you what? You haven't even paid your dues, and you want to come tell me what I owe. No. You got to start first. You pay your dues first. You make sure you learn their names and you never forget it. And when you're done learning their names, make sure your children know their names. And maybe then we're gonna start seeing a moment where less and less Black kids over here are comfortable stealing in stores. Because then they'll know once upon a time, these stores, they wouldn't even let Black people in. But a group of young, a few group, but initially, a group of brave young Black boys went into these stores. And when the first sit-in, they dressed up in a suit, right? They were all dressed up really nicely. They knew they're going to get beat up, cussed out, all kinds of N-word, okay? They dressed up really nicely. Because they knew, even with Dr. King, Malcolm X, they always said, if we do a march, everybody has to wear a suit, because they knew people were going to take pictures and videos, and they knew that the images were going to be broadcasted throughout the world. So they said, when they see us, they have to see who we are. Very classy, highly educated, well put together, right? But these young people, they risked their lives. They dressed up really well. They went to the restaurant and they sat there. These 3 boys, they sat there like that, right? But their hope was one day that Black children can go anywhere they want and receive service, right? But when you don't know your history and you also don't think that you owe anything to anybody, you can just take the same image, go into a store and act a fool, because you don't think that you owe these young men something. When they were your age, they would have done anything to have access to these stores. Today, young Black people go into the store, they steal, they twerk, they cuss people out, they make a mess, right? And how does that make you feel in memory of these people? Because once upon a time, this is the kind of behavior that people feared. People are going to be Black. They're going to come in here, act like animals, be deranged, steal, loot, do all kinds of weird shit. And instead of carrying yourself in a way that shows deference to the sacrifice, not just the 3 boys, but all the young people afterwards. These kids got their asses whooped just so one day all of us could go places and not be abused. You go in there, you don't know the legacy. You don't know the sacrifice. Do you even care? I don't know. Probably don't care, right? You go in there with your Black image, your Black face, your Black identity, your Black body, and you do this foolishness. And you never say to yourself, wow, somebody had to fight. Somebody had to fight. Somebody had to get arrested. Somebody had to fight dogs. Somebody had to be maced. Somebody had to be maimed, right? Even locked up. So I could just walk into this store. But my thank you to all these young Black people is to do this foolishness, and you don't care, right? But then people want to turn around. Oh, since they're African, let me tell you, you ain't gonna tell me shit. You ain't gonna tell me shit. You are going to do it first. Before you try to tell people what they need to, you need to move in gratitude. Okay, just like the Jews, move in gratitude. Just like the Jews, move with utter respect of your ancestors. No Black American child should have to wait to go to college to learn African American studies. It should happen every day. There are so many stories to learn from anyways, like why even wait until college? It should happen every single day. Every day. And I think if that would truly happen in the home way more often, many more kids would apply themselves academically. People shouldn't have to wait to go to college to take African American studies. It should happen every day. I think a lot of kids also need to sit down with their grandparents. And even if they have great grandparents, they should sit at the feet of the elders and they should tell them what growing up was like, what going to school was like, what even going into a store was like. People are like, wow, I had no clue. Because I'm like, yeah, it shows. It shows because people are seriously entitled and people are also very, very ignorant of their own history, right? Where is your grandma from? Where's your both your grandparents, like both sets of grandparents? Where are they from? How they go? One time I had Tracer, I asked my son, do you know where your Nana was born? He didn't know. I'm like, you have to know these things. I was like, you need to call her. I'm like, call your Nana and ask her where she was from because you need to know where she was from. So he called her. She was like, oh, she was born in Memphis. I said, okay. I said, Trey, what's like, as a Black person, what's the most symbolic thing that ever happened in Memphis? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, you need to know, look it up. Right? And then he realized that Dr. King was shot in Memphis. I was like, there you go. So your Nana was born where Dr. King was murdered. Okay? Like kids need to know who they are. Kids need to know their parents' history, their grandparents' history, their great-grandparents' history. You need to know. So when you out here, when you study, you carry on, you live your life, you understand there are people who sacrificed for you to live this life. And you owe these people everything. You're in school, you owe them everything. You're out there in the world, you owe them everything. You study, you owe them everything. You have a job, you owe them everything. The way you conduct yourself in the community, you owe these people everything. Because I'm sure like maybe in the future it'll be even better. But as far as like this season is concerned, a lot of us, we all have it made. We all have it made. But if you don't live in gratitude, it's hard. Me as a kid, I owe my mom's mom. I always knew that my mom's mom was a maid. So when the movie came out, when the movie with Viola Davis came out, the maid stuff, I cried because like, yeah, this is how my grandma lived. My grandma was a maid. My grandma got married at 16. She was a maid to a French family. And that's where she learned to write because she didn't know how to write in French, right? So she worked there. When she got of a certain age, the white man tried to rape her. She ran for her life, okay? Because when she was working as a maid, she was paying for her siblings to go to school. But the day the white man tried to rape her, she just ran for her life. She just quit the job and she ran. And she said she loved the kids, but she couldn't stay there because that white man was trying to sexually assault her, right? And then she got married to my granddad at 16. My mom's dad, he didn't know how to read. Like he didn't know how to read and write. So because she had learned how to read and write with these white people, she taught my granddad how to read and write in French. He learned that later in life. Okay. He didn't know. Now my dad's dad, he was a school teacher. Okay. So he didn't have it. At one point he got invited to be in the government. He said no because he didn't want to be corrupt. So they made his life a whole lot harder. You know, all kinds of bullshit, whatever, right? But it's like the more you know the story of your grandparents, your great grandparents, that whatever, you feel like you have to carry that with you. Like you just can't be a little bastard. I remember when I went to Cornell, like when I got accepted to my summer thing at Cornell and stuff like that, I was just screaming at my grandparents. I'm like, yo, like they would be so proud of me. Like, mind you, like you made it here. I'm like, yes, I'm outside. Okay. Because that place, Cornell is so freaking beautiful. Right? It's like you care. That's just me. I carry my grandparents with me wherever I go. Because I'm like, they would have loved to see these things. Like they would have loved. But I make sure they're okay. Right? When I take care of my kids, even like now with Maverick being the youngest, I always say, Meme would have been happy to see the way I take care of Maverick because she was really good with babies. Really, like the whole baby massage stuff, like everything. Okay? It's like, this is the kind of woman you have to be because not just my mom, but my grandma, like I saw her be the same way. She could cook everything and anything. She'd do breakfast, for lunch, dinner, snacks, baking. She could do it all. She could do it all. All her kids well taken care of. Everybody well fed. Grandkids well taken care of. Like she just loved to cook. She just loved to cook, right? And I'm like, it stays with you. So then you get older, you say, okay, like who am I not to feed people? Who am I not to feed my family? Who am I not to cook for my children, right? And it's the greatest blessing I had was to get to know my grandparents, being able to ask questions to my grandparents, you know, plus my parents. But it's like it gives you an immense sense of pride. And so when they die, like your grandparents die, you like their name has to live on, and they live on through you. And so you owe it to yourself to conduct yourself a certain way. You understand? And I think like sometimes like maybe that's where the disconnect is. But I think a lot of African people, you know, to us African people, honor is everything. You know, you are raised to not shame your family. You're raised it's a serious thing. Like, you know, you're raised not to shame your family. You don't shame your mom, your dad. It's a whole thing, you know, but shame is a big thing for us, right? Another thing too, academics is extremely serious. It's very, very serious. You know, I think for most African people, it's your education. It's like, it's your degrees and it's getting married. And also you got to be a Christian. Okay. That's the Trinity. If you do that, you can have whatever you want. Okay. So education it's a really big thing. So I think people also have to understand when you come to America, you come here, a lot of people, most people come here, you're coming here on a visa. A few people have the chance to come here on a green card, but either way, a visa has to get renewed, right? So there are certain things you can't afford to do, right? There are certain behaviors, whatever you can't do. When you're African American, even if you break the law, even if you commit murder, you're going to stay here. You're a U.S. citizen. right? An immigrant doesn't have that luxury because something bad happens, they can cancel your visa, they can ship you back. Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like, but that to me, Val, I blame the parents. You know, because I think the parents should teach their kids, like even in the household, like people should have pictures of the grandparents. Like my friend, I told her, you know, because the shit got fucking weird. Listen, you want to be a goofy ass clown? Let's go all the way fucking there. When we were kids, let's say her name is like, I don't know, give me a name. Amanda. Let's say her name is Amanda, right? When we were kids, like middle school, right? Even though we lived here in Northern Virginia, her mom is from North Carolina. Okay. Like pretty much every weekend or every other weekend, they will drive down to North Carolina. You understand? Okay. And also her mom's dad is a bishop. Like her granddad is a bishop. Okay. These people, I have the picture. They're so cute to me, right? They've been married since God knows when. Like now they're both dead, right? But her granddad, like, yo, for the bishop, like, not yo, he is a real patriarch for real. You understand? So when because she was like, oh, Marlene, I felt like you judged me for being a single mom. I said, yes, I did. What? Are you crazy? Because you of all people, Amanda, you know better than this. And it's not even just that you know better. You have pedigree, you have lineage, like this, you know, but it's like, and that's why I would say people are going to have to make a choice, because to me, this so-called mainstream Black American culture, it is extremely destructive. It is toxic. It's immoral. It's criminal. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Okay. And sometimes I feel like if you are a more traditional Black American person, you feel like you have to trade in one culture for another culture that's so-called Black culture. It is not Black culture. It is a culture of losers. Okay? You commit yourself to that culture, you're going to be a bum. You're going to be a loser, single mom, raising kids by yourself, a deadbeat dad, paying all kinds of child support, getting locked up. It is not Black culture. It is a culture of corruption. Like if you go to North Carolina, all her cousins are married. Right? But she's up here in Northern Virginia. She joined, I don't know that, I'm even gonna say it. She joined these blackity black movement. Look at her now. I'm like, because this, whatever they call Black culture, mainstream Black culture, it's apostate. It's not a godly culture. It's not even real. They had to create this culture. They had to go find those celebrities to push this culture onto people so that people could self-destruct. You're going to need abortion. You're going to need prison. It is not a real culture, because whatever you do as a Black person, that's Black culture. Why does Black culture have to fit a certain mold for somebody to prove they're super Black, right? But I'm like, you are the granddaughter of a bishop. And every time if you live, I mean, because you live here, but for me, what I have noticed living here, any Black American child that comes from clergy, that come from a pastor family, they always have to make a choice in order to be considered Black, right? Because if you stay holy, if you stay righteous, if you keep your culture as the child of a pastor, you're not going to be accepted. You're not going to be accepted, right? Like how many kids, even look at Phaedra. Phaedra is the child of a pastor, right? Candy is a child of a pastor, right? How many Black American kids, you know, Cam Newton, the child of a bishop. Look at this, right? In order to be accepted in mainstream Black culture, they have to self-destruct. Sex, stripper love, babies with strippers, threesome, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it is not your culture, right? But people have this desperate need to be seen as blackity black. And it's like, who cares? You are a Black person. No one can tell you you're not Black enough. Are they Black enough? With the bullshit they do, that makes them Black, right? That makes them Black. You are a fucking criminal. You're a fucking failure. And you're actually racist, because what they equate Blackness to is always bottom of the barrel behavior, right? So I was like, yes, because you had everything to be, not just be married. I'm like, first of all, you're the granddaughter of a bishop. So you have no business having kids out of wedlock. You have no business being a single mom. This was never in the cards for you. but you decided to become blackity black, become super woke. Everything makes you angry. She's a militant about everything. Now look at your life. Look at your life. If you see her cousins, like her female cousin, her girl cousins from North Carolina, you guys, they're so sweet. They are so feminine. They're so calm. They're cook. I mean, these girls are a Southern belle. When I tell you my friend has become radicalized, hold on. What's going on? James is maverick sometimes, right? Sorry, you guys. Okay. But like I said, if you meet her cousins from North Carolina, the girl cousin, her or female cousin, you guys, these girls are Southern belles. Like chill, lay back, feminine, cool, friendly. Like they're just a bunch of sweethearts. She has been radicalized. I'm like, this blackity black stuff, it radicalizes people. She's like an extremist. I don't recognize her. I mean, listen, I have to block her. I'm like, you need to go on timeout. Okay? What is wrong with you? Like, seriously, what has gotten into you? This is not who you are. She used to be so freaking sweet, but she joined some org. I ain't gonna say the name. She joined this org. These people have done something to her brain. So like with her now, everything is like, it's you're with me, you're against me. Everything is super polarized. She can't even understand nuance. I'm like, it's like, this is what she has become. And this is what they do to people. That little black girl, too, she's an influencer at that. But what's her name? Talitha Jane, right? Talitha also. She was raised, by a bishop, right? Y'all know her, Talitha. She's like super cute like this, right? Let me show y'all her picture, right? Y'all know her. So her daddy's a pastor, okay? Her mommy is her mommy is the lady, is the first lady, right? Mommy is the first lady. But for a season, because she wanted to be accepted, she had to prove her. I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me? Can nobody tell my black ass, oh, you're not black enough. Who the fuck are you to assess my blackness? You fucking weirdo. Okay? You fucking weirdo. Go fix your credit. Anyways, she wanted to be accepted by the black sisterhood. You guys, you should have seen the way she carried on. Her outfits, always half naked. Her ass, her titties. She started getting tatted up. A tattoo over here, tattoo here, one. She met this young boy. Once again, I will never stop saying it. Just because people are black, you don't have the same culture. Okay? Just because you're Black American and he's Black American, it doesn't mean that you people have the same culture. Because y'all, let me tell you something, right? And Kevin's getting better at this. There are levels of culture. You understand? Before you even have like a communal culture identity, you have a family cultural identity, right? For her, Kevin, Cam, what's the Phaedra, Candy, right? These are pastors' children. So their culture is truly a Southern Christian, Black Christian culture. You don't cuss, you don't do all this weird stuff. These are Christian children. That's their first culture. This community culture, that's an afterthought, right? But it's like they put so much pressure on you. It's like you have to trade in your family's culture in order to be part of Black culture. Fuck you. And it's because these kids, because when you're from here, people tell you, oh, being Black, it matters. Everything is Black. So these kids feel like, oh, I have to link up with these people. I have to know. You don't have to do shit. You are set apart. You are set aside, and that's just fine, right? But we thank God for Jesus, because once you are anointed, like David said, I was young, I was old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging for bread. We thank God, because Thalita, guess what? She got her mind back. Now she's doing Christian content because that's who she is. Like her dad, her mom, everybody in her bloodline is married. She moves to Houston. We don't know why, because she met some boy. He sent her a DM. I'm like, this is not your culture, right? There are young ladies out here who get on dating apps. More power to them. They ain't got no patriarchy. Okay? There are young ladies who be out here just running behind them boys. That is their culture. They don't have patriarchy. Okay? There are young ladies, young men knock on their door. That's what happens when you are the daughter of a preacher. You don't run behind a boy. That's not your culture. Did your mama run behind your daddy? No. Your daddy went to your granddad's house. He knocked on the door. He introduced himself. There you go. Okay? And we looked at him dead in the eyes. Who sent you? Okay? That is your culture. Just because your skin is black, it doesn't mean that you share a culture with every single black person. No, the fuck you don't. Okay? Some people have certain culture. There are some black people in their culture. Yes, in their culture, it's okay to lie. It's okay to steal. It's okay to be promiscuous. It's okay to be dirty. That's how they were raised. You're black. You were raised a certain way. That's your culture. And if you betray that culture to go over there, you're going to get hurt because these are rules you know nothing about. If you were raised in a household where people don't lie, people are honest, like parents sit down with the kids and they have conversation. How was your day? Wumpty wump wump. Your family's really emotional like that. You're really connected. You're supportive. You talk. Nobody tries to take. You give, you take. You give, you take, right? You receive, you get, whatever, right? You have a family that knows how to share. You need to be very careful messing with people who are okay to lie, okay to cheat, okay to steal, sell drugs. It doesn't matter that they share your complexion. It doesn't matter that they're Black Americans. It doesn't matter. Because when they act, they're going to act according to their culture. They're not going to say, oh, since you're African American, I'm not going to lie to you today. That's not how it goes. You understand? Same. I met some people, be Nigerian, be Ivorian, right? You know, oh, because we're both West African, I'm going to do right. No, people act according to their culture. Some people were raised to be honest people, right? Some people were raised to be very honest. That's their culture. So you can be Black American and you can vibe with an African person because you guys have a common culture. You believe in God. You believe it. You don't lie. You don't steal. You're honest with people. You talk quietly. You let other people talk. You love food. You like to cook. You have traditional. An African person and an African American person can have more in common than an African American with another African American. Absolutely. Because it doesn't matter so much that we're both or we're all African American. What matters is, what is your culture? How were you raised? Right? What did your parents put on a pedestal? What did my parents put on a pedestal? Right? Like me, I'm West African. Kevin is African American. We vibe extremely well. Kevin and I were like this, right? Why? Because we share the same values. We share the same values. We like Kevin is my brother. Like Kevin's my little brother. You know how long Kevin has been watching my videos? Kevin's my little brother. It's like, no, we're like this. We were texting yesterday until like 2 days ago until like midnight. He's like, Marlene, I gotta go to sleep. I was like, okay, I'm going to Stairmaster. Okay. Somebody could be West African, somebody could be African American, and they have more in common. And then the person who's African American, they don't feel like they have to betray how they were raised in order for us to be friends. I will never ask Kevin to do trap music, say the N-word. I don't do that weird shit. Kevin and I, we get together, we have conversation about socialism, the capitalism. We have fun talking our intellectual crap, okay? And that makes us happy. There are people, when they get together, it has to be sex, it has to be alcohol, it has to be hookahs, it has to be talking about people. Whoa, we just all have the same culture, right? And the sad part is, many Black American children are forced to identify with other Black American kids, even when those kids want to drag them towards the bottom. And that is not okay. Every Black American girl did not grow up without a father. Every Black American girl does not want to hate Black men. Some of them had great experiences, but they can't even say that, because if they do, it's a problem, right? Because if the majority don't like men, you also have to say, yeah, I hate them too. Even though deep down, she doesn't. She does not. But she's not going to be allowed to say that, right? How many Black American women are happily married, but they can't talk about it, right? They cannot talk about, oh, I love my husband, he's a good man. She can't talk about that, because if she does, it's over for her, right? Because she needs to be bitter. She only has to say, oh, I hate my husband, I think I might get a divorce. The more she talks like that, the more she'll be embraced. So she might say to herself, well, you know what? I'll probably want to have girlfriends that are West African because I know they enjoy being married. So she'll just go over there. Right? Listen, because what you value and what she values, it's not the same. And I'm like, to me, it's really, really important for people to know that. Yeah, you might want to fight for a common identity, but you also have to understand when certain choices have to be made, it's okay to jump ship. Do not lose yourself. If you were raised a certain way, and you know, another thing too, like, you know, the way you were raised is actually the good way because it brings forth success. Like my friend, like I said, her grandparents were married for over 50 years. I'm telling y'all, everybody, even her mom had her, I don't know if she got married now, but she had a stepdad. But her stepdad, he's to this day, he's still here. So ultimately, her mom found a good husband, right? But I'm like, the entire bloodline is married. She's the only one, y'all. She is the only one. Imagine, they got a big ass family. She's the only one of all the girls, all the cousins. She's the only one to be a single mom because she's the only one who chose to betray the culture. Her cousins who are out there in North Carolina, they are everything is family. Like, they're only hanging around each other. Is like they all go to church. I think they still go to their granddad's church, right? Like, they're a tight-knit family. So they don't have outsiders, like other Black women, influence their shit. So these girls, they're all married. My friend, she decided to go rogue, become blackity black, join that non-for-profit. They brainwash her fucking brain. She's like fucking extremist. She's the only one. One day when we were still, and she talked about it because you could see she was sad, but she was like, oh, because, like, you know, her cousins, I'm like, they have issues. What marriage doesn't have issues? But her cousins, they're more likely to want to fix it. Like, her cousins, right? They don't say, oh, I'm mad, divorce. You know how they do out here? Oh, I'm upset, divorce. They're not, because they're Southern belles. They don't do that ratchet shit, okay? That quitter shit, that's not in their bloodline. Because their grandma, you get me right. If your grandma was married for like 50, 60 years and she died married, right? Then your mom was married. So you have a culture of not giving up because you see, oh, people get mad, they fix it. So you're not going to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, because that's their culture. Granddad and grandma, like 50, 60 years of marriage. Your parents are still married. So when you have people who don't give up, you also have that muscle not to give up on your marriage, right? But she was like, oh, why don't they? I'm like, it's not like that. Just because you're mad, you're not going to leave. But because she's so, she's so radicalized, okay? Oh, I couldn't, I'm like, girl, bye. And you think doing this is better? You think doing this is better? Like, girl, sleep. People pick their heart. But I'm like, your cousins, based on what they saw growing up, in their mind, you have to fight to stay married because these are Christian women. And we know when you're raised in the church, and you're raised in the word, right? We know yes, there's a fair, but even that, I think Christ says to kind of forgive if you can. But the only way really to get divorced, or the only way to really break a covenant, somebody has to die, right? And so when you're raised in that culture, marriage is really, really serious to you, right? It's really serious because that's your culture. Marriage is not a joke. Over here, for secular people, marriage is not something they take seriously because for them, making a promise, making a vow, whatever, is based on how they feel, right? When you're a Christian, a vow, a covenant has nothing to do with how you feel. You made a vow. So fuck your feelings. Right? Christian people are not called to put their feelings on a pedestal. Secular people put their feelings on a pedestal, right? So like we don't have the same culture. You understand? So for them, I'm upset, divorce. I'm not happy anymore, divorce. I'm not this anymore, divorce. When you're a Christian woman, something happens in your marriage, you don't like it, you get on your knees, you pray about it, and you wait God to tell you how to move because you don't move by yourself. Because you know you're blinded by what you see. You can't see 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So you can't let the pain you have today blind you so badly that you want to make a permanent decision on temporary feelings, right? Let God sort it out for you. But a Christian, you pray first, and then God talks to you, and then you move. When you're a secular person, you think you know everything. So you feel a certain way, and you move according to your feelings. And that's why many women who have filed for divorce or things like that, when they were mad and they got the divorce, later on, they're going to regret it because they did it in their feelings. And they did that without even checking in with God first, right? So they get the divorce, but later down the line, it's complete regret, right? But anyways, like I said, of all the granddaughters, she's the only one who's a single mom. And now we're like, we're the same age, right? And it's hard for her to find someone. Meanwhile, her cousins who didn't give up, who stayed married, who, put in the work, things have gotten better, right? Because this stuff don't stay bad forever. It gets better. The marriages have gotten better because every relationship is going to be tested. But a test doesn't mean that it wasn't meant to be. You have to pass the test. But her, she's scared she leaves. She's scared she leave. Ultimately, you build nothing because you're too scared to have faith. The cousins, they might seem silly to you for staying, but they were actually right because the marriages are here. They're still intact and they don't have to suffer. You're by yourself. So she had gotten fired from her job. So I'm like, imagine being fired. You're not married and then you have a child. Whereas like her cousins, they stay home. You know what I'm saying? They stay home. They do wifely stuff. She has to work. You see, I'm like, well, this is what happens when you're so obsessed with this blackity black culture. It is very, very toxic. Okay? It's very, very toxic. And I'm like, you have to know if you were raised a certain way. If you were raised, you come from a 2-parent household, you were raised a certain way, like you know right from wrong. That is your culture. You have to hold on to that. Right? Being part of this so-called black culture, it's really not that important. Because nobody who loves you is going to tell you, oh, the way your mommy and daddy raised you, turn your back on that. And me, a complete stranger, I'm going to give you culture. I don't know you. If anything happens to me, I know my mom will come help me out. If anything happens to me, my dad will come take care of me. I promise you. Right? But you're a stranger. If anything happens to me, you might not even call the police to try to help me out because strangers are flaky. We don't know these people. And that culture also, I guess it's been tried and tested. And anybody who comes close to it, they self-destruct. Look at all these female rappers before they became mainstream, like when they were young, cute, living their life. And then once they get embraced by the culture, look at what they turn into. Even Summer Walker. Look at Summer Walker before she was embraced by the culture, when nobody knew who she was. Sometimes I say to myself, Summer Walker, I really think she never should have gone famous. Like she never should have gone viral. She never should have became famous. She have been a sweet little girl, socially awkward, very shy, living her best life. But you think, oh, if I go viral, they'll love me. It's like, no, because if you don't mold yourself the way they want to see you, they're not going to accept you. And you have to ask yourself, is this a price I'm willing to pay? Right? Are you willing to be a single mom just so you can be embraced by other Black women? I hope not. Are you willing to be a drug dealer, a thug, a baby daddy just so you can be seen as a real one? No. That's just insane, right? But think about how many sweet young boys thought they had to be hard, they had to put up a front, they had to be tough. They went and did something so stupid. I'm sure they were scared as hell because when they get caught and they get sentenced, some of them, they cry like babies. They cry. I saw this one kid, when they told him how much he was facing and his grandma came in there, you should have seen how he wept. Like he just turned into her baby, like because he wanted to fit in. How many young Black American lives have been destroyed because a young Black child wanted to fit in? It's not worth fitting in. And it's sad because coming close to your own people should not be the thing that takes you out, right? If you're Black and Black American, you go around other Black American people, that should not be how you self-destruct. That is insane. When you go around your people, you should be elevated. But unfortunately, you're not going to be elevated unless you do things to harm yourself. And that, to me, is not worth the price. That's idolatry. Nobody should ask you to change who you are in order to fit in. That, to me, I'm like, it's such a huge sacrifice. How can you ask me to do that? Who are you to ask me to do that? And we all know you're not going to be successful. You understand? I'm going to say this. Anything that promotes a healthy life, a long life, a peaceful life, even things that promote a life where you can actually save financially. The culture, the mainstream culture does not promote that. Excessive spending, a lot of promiscuity. You have to sleep with a lot of people, right? What kind of good people would even ask that from you? That's crazy, right? Once upon a time, so many girls out here were virgins. Today, to be down with the sisterhood, you got to sleep with at least 10 or 15 people, because a lot of them have slept with so many people. They're going to be incredibly uncomfortable if you don't have the same body count. No. And oh, you're judging. You should judge. Why wouldn't you judge? You're not a fool. A fool doesn't judge. And that's how he gets in trouble. Because he moves with his emotion. He don't move with his heart. You need to have a head on your shoulder, right? You have to judge. If this girl has slept with so many people, this girl has slept with so many people, if you become friends with these girls, it's going to also be your culture, right? And the thing about sleeping with people, it's not just the act of having sex. It's the after, the soul ties, the issue with your self-worth and this and that. They never tell you about that part. You might also have to decide to get an abortion. And that can eat you up for the rest of your natural life, right? Is that worth it? I don't think so. It's better to be by yourself. Be by yourself and read your Bible. Hey, Manish, be by yourself and read your Bible, right? If people make fun of you because you enjoy reading, you like doing nerdy stuff, why do you want to be around these people? You don't have to. You don't have to, right? Do what you know will lead to success, right? Yeah, do what you know is going to bring you peace. When you go and pee like that, you don't want to be scared. Oh, is it going to burn? No. When you have your menstrual cycle, you don't want your heart, oh, am I going to be late this month? You don't need that in your life. Okay? Offending God, you don't need that in your life. Anything that is not honorable, you don't need that in your life. People who spend money like it's water with no regards for money, you don't need that in your life. People who make you feel like if you don't drive a certain car, you can't be friends with them, that's fine. Go over there. Listen, it is what it is, right? It's okay. People who make you feel like you always have to have the latest this, the latest that, otherwise you can't fit in. I gotta go. People who make you feel like in order for you to be put on a pedestal or to be called beautiful, you need to have plastic surgery. It's extremely dangerous, like the BBL, the this and that. Girl, what? Right? For you to call me beautiful? No, thank you. Call me ugly. I'm fine. Listen, I'll do just fine. Okay? People who require you to always get your hair done, weaves, wigs, like you always have to put fake shit on you to feel pretty. Why? You are beautiful. Take care of your natural hair. Take care of your skin. You are beautiful the way God made you. Don't be around people who can't stand to see their bare face in the mirror. You don't need these kinds of people. What makes you a Black woman is not wearing wigs all the time, doing lace fronts all the time. Wear your natural hair. That makes you a Black woman. Love your texture. Love the hair that comes at your scalp. That's the only way you can win, is by being yourself. God only made one of you. Why do you want to look like, I don't know what this is? No. And this is why more and more, a lot of Black women are starting to look like trans something, right? Because it's just not natural. You win when you look like yourself, right? Find yourself friends who love themselves, who love their hair, who love their skin, who like going to the gym, who like making their own food, who like to read, who like to read the Bible. Find yourself people who want you to be, like, live up to God's, highest potential for yourself, right? You want to be someone that is pleasing unto the Lord. You are not born to please people. You're not born to be blackity black. You're not born to be part of the Black community. You are born to be part of the community that will receive salvation when Jesus comes to get all of us. Live a life that honors God. And yes, sometimes it's very lonely, right? But you'll get to a point you're going to enjoy your own solitude because it's pain-free, it's headache-free. You get to think better. You decide who you want to be. You make up your own rules. You decide who you're going to be. You're not letting other people influence you, right? Many people are miserable, you guys. Many people are miserable. They will come into your life in sheep's clothing. They will hide behind gender, lineage, you name it. That their message, their plan for you is destruction, because there's nothing godly in what they have to offer you. You understand? In this life, you're not just called to survive. Like I said, you're called, you need to thrive in this life. You should thrive. Like anything you touch needs to prosper. You understand? Any good plan that you set your mind to, it needs to come to pass. You need to prosper. May your dreams come true, right? For your family, may you truly, not for them to take advantage, but, may you be a source for your family. May you be a refuge for your family. You understand? May you be someone through you, your family name is exalted, right? Do everything you can to have the best reputation possible. Care about your reputation. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you have to care about everything people say about you, because some people ain't shit, but I'm saying care about your reputation. And when people say things about you, it needs to be things that are said that are praiseworthy, right? You don't want to be involved with people who don't care. You don't want to be involved with people who are afraid of stepping up. You don't want to be involved with people who are afraid of leadership, pretty much, huh? They always want to fit in. Stay away from followers. Stay away from people who always want to fit in. Because I'm telling you, these people will drag you down. You see, Bishop Jakes went to a Diddy party. He almost got dragged in that mess, right? Jay-Z always around Diddy. He also got dragged in that mess. A lot of people didn't want to give him money because he was always around Diddy, right? Be very selective of your friends. And I pray to God that when you decide who gets to speak to you, who gets to have influence over you, who gets to empower you, I pray to God that you first consider character over complexion. Look at that person's character. Look at what they stand for. Don't allow yourself to be bamboozled by this weird ass tribal shit. It is fucking weird, okay? Complexion means nothing. If somebody betrays you, it's not because of their complexion, because of their character. If somebody is loyal to you, it has nothing to do with their complexion and their gender. It has everything to do with their character, right? Before you decide to be friends with someone, before you decide to call someone a friend, check their character. Before you decide to say, oh, I love you, love who? Make sure you check that person's character before you decide to let someone in your house, in your life, in your business, right? Why would you do that, Barbara? Whatever, right? Make sure you check that person's character. And it takes time, you guys. It's not like a week or 2 weeks or sometimes with some people, it can take a year. Some people, it can take 2 years before you can really see the character of a person. You see, I think sometimes people push tribalism on people, the complexion shit, the gender shit, right? In order to have people live off of instinct instead of people living off discernment, right? Because they know if you learn to grow your discernment, it's going to be really, really hard for a lot of people to scam you, right? People want to take advantage. People want to take advantage of you. So because they do, they want you to live off of instinct. Oh, you're black, I'm black, let's be friends. Oh, you're a woman, I'm a woman, let's be friends. It doesn't work like that, right? You need to live off of discernment. Do not live off of instinct, because your instinct will betray you. Because human beings are deceptive. Human beings are very deceptive. They can smile in your face and plan your murder, right? They can laugh in your face and act like a friend. And next thing you know, they're talking bad about you. It's a very deceptive people. So when you're dealing with human beings, you have to work really hard to not live off of instinct, right? And to live off of what? Discernment. Every time you meet people, always take a moment to say, Holy Spirit, give me discernment about this person. You don't have to do it alone, right? You do not have to do it alone. Every time you meet a person, I don't care who it is, romantic, friendship, job, I don't care. You meet a person, you say, Holy Spirit, give me discernment about this person. And if there's anything I need to watch out for, or if this person is coming to harm me, end this right now. Maybe they lose my number, I don't know. But you need to have me disappear from this person's life. I'm telling you, the Holy Spirit is going to protect you. Right? The Holy Spirit is going to protect you. Because everybody who says brother, brother, sister, sister does not mean you well. There are a lot of people who have things on their heart. And you might say, oh, but I don't have much. My life is basic. My life is regular. No, but what you have, they want. To you, it's basic. To you, it's regular. But to them, this is something they covet, right? So I say, if anybody who calls you brother, brother is not a brother. Anybody who calls you sister, sister is not a sister. Be very careful. Like I told you, see the other lady I told you about, she called her friend because she's, oh, my husband is coming with Joyce Meyer. I want you to go to the prayer meeting, right? And then what happened? The friend took her husband. Then the friend got the husband to hate the wife so much so he murdered the wife. I say, everybody you call sister, sister is not your sister. Everybody you call brother, brother, or calls you brother, that does not mean you brotherly love. Be very careful, right? Be slow, like seriously be slow to get into relationships with people. There's no rush. Because if these are quality people, they're not going anywhere, right? But if they're coming to hurt you, they want things to go really, really fast because they're planning a scam. They're planning to hurt you. Take your time and go in really slow with people. Do not rush to get into relationships with people. When you first meet someone, don't talk too much. Let them talk. Okay? All of that is just you taking mental notes. Let people talk. When you first meet a person, let them talk. And try your very best to remember what they say. And if any day, any moment, there's any contradiction, you be like, this person lies. This person lies. Okay? Take your time. Do not rush into relationships with people. Okay? And I know I think the thing about humanity, I don't think any human being wants to be alone. So we all, to some extent, right, want to have community. But at what cost, huh? Right? It's better for you to take as long as you need to take to build a community that's worthy of a lifetime, right? Than the one you were forced to belong to at birth. I don't believe in that. You understand? Find your own people and they will find you, right? But if you have to be alone for a season, maybe that's what's best because maybe you don't know yourself. Understand? Don't fear solitude. God knows what he does. Everything is a season, right? If you have to be alone for a season, maybe it's best because maybe for a huge chunk of your life, you've always been surrounded by people and you have done things that you didn't even want to do. You've never taken time to listen to your own voice and to say, I actually don't even like this. I don't enjoy doing stuff like that. But you were doing it because you thought, oh, that's what makes me black. Does it really make you black? Or does it make you submissive to other people's foolishness? That is crazy. You have to do what you love. Okay? But it takes you sometimes you have to be by yourself for you to know your voice, right? Then you'll know what you like and what you don't like, what you want to do and what you don't want to do. But my point is, whatever you decide to do, that's black. Right? Some people like puzzles. Okay, that's the black culture. Some people like to read. Some people like to write poetry. Not everybody likes rap music. I think more and more now, a lot of people are getting tired of rap music, right? But you don't have to do those. You don't have to engage with every stereotypical nugget to feel like, oh, I'm really black. You're already black. You're black. No one can take that away from you. Be yourself. Do what feels right to you. Do what feels honorable to you. Because when you were born by yourself, you're going to die by yourself. And when you stand before God, you truly want God to say, good job, faithful servant. You did your best, right? Live a life that is honorable. I saw a video earlier. Let me see. I saw a video earlier of this young lady, and she posted this. I'm like, you see, and it's really sad because even she admits that over here, as a woman, Black women, you don't have the right. Hold on. I saw it this morning. It was this morning. It was actually this morning. You don't have the right to. You don't have the right to be holy. Here's a video. Here's a video.
A very freaky girl. You heard what Gucci said. First, I give you my number. Then you give me some HEAD. Just unbecoming of a woman to be speaking like that, but sexual revolution, right? We need to get back to a time when we had decorum. And we wonder why so many people look at Black women in a sexual way. It's because of the music and everything. A lot of men who deal with Megan and women like that, they just want to see what all the fuss is about sexually. They don't have any kind of desire to commit to.
And I would say that too, huh? You got to. I'm gonna say this. Let me tell you this, right? Sometimes, because the problem is a lot of people don't have discernment like that, and they're not really sensitive to the Holy Spirit. But if you're a young lady and you've been very calm, very quiet, and then out of nowhere you encounter a group of girls on this blackity black shit, and they start telling you, "Oh, girl, come outside with us, get drunk with us, have sex with us," be very careful. Because you need to ask yourself, why are these girls coming in, even if it's one girl, right? Very different than you. Oh, just let loose. Oh, let's go have sex. Oh, F these men. Men do it anyways. That loser talk shit. Okay, cool. Right? But before then, your life was very quiet. You need to start saying to yourself, Holy Spirit, why now? Why is this girl or why are these girls coming into my life now? Why the whole drinking, sexing, like, because most likely your husband is not too far off. You know, I've come to realize this. When a big blessing is about to come into your life, the devil sends distractions. The devil will send you some distractors and distractions. And because usually those people tend to be very charismatic, they tend to be very convincing. They seem to be on that girly shit, right? So a lot of girls get easily blinded. Be very careful. Okay? These sorceresses are coming into your life because something big is about to happen. But the thing is, they have to make sure you're not ready. Or you'll do something, and when you encounter your person, you're going to feel so dirty. So now you'll say to yourself, oh, I'm not deserving of this because the stuff you have done is messing with your mind. Hopefully you understand me, right? But if you go through like your life is really quiet, then you go, then the season happens. You meet a girl, you meet some girls, and then they're so different from you. And oh, look, it seems interesting. Pretty much like the devil. You know you're being tempted because you don't live like that. You don't live like that. You don't move like that. You don't drink like that. This is just not how you live your life. But because you're so tired of being a good girl, you're tired of having waited for so long, you're tired of being lonely. Okay, I guess I'll do it and see what happens because it seems like it's not that bad. No, it is that bad. Because they want you to do something that's going to affect your self-worth. And then you're going to walk around with a spirit of shame. So then when you meet your person, it's going to be really hard for you to believe that you deserve that because you did something you were not supposed to do. Do you get me? Shame will cause you to have imposter syndrome. Think about it, okay? When you carry shame, it's really hard to say, oh, yes, this is what I've earned. This is what I've been praying for because you did something you weren't supposed to do. And now because your mind knows you did something you were not supposed to do, now all of a sudden you can't enjoy, you have a hard time believing this is for me. Right? Because you messed around with the wrong people. Be very careful. Okay? Just because something sounds fun and it sounds quote unquote empowering, it actually is. It's not, because you always have to say to yourself, if I do this, then what? Right? Because you'll do it, but there's always the after, right? So if I do this, then what? Okay. You see what I'm saying? I'm like the devil is somos. Okay, I'm outside, right? You always have to say to, even like, oh, you have a credit card and I gotta go buy this. Okay, I'll buy this, then what? You gotta pay it back. And if you don't pay back on time, what happens? Late fees, womp, stress. There you go. Leave it alone. You can't afford it. Okay, there you go. Okay, you always have to say, if I do this, then what? And if that then what scares you, well, there you go. Look at you getting smarter. Okay, look at you getting wiser and wiser, because people expect you to be emotional. Like, that's just being Black. People expect you to be highly emotional and highly irrational. So they're going to set a trap for you, right? Not emotional and irrational will say, okay, if I do this, then what? Like, oh, crap. Well, I can't afford that. Okay, so no, thank you. Gotta go. Okay, right? Okay, don't do it. It never fails, because there's something good coming around the corner. But the thing is, they need you to do something stupid, so that when because something good's about to happen, that you have to put a curse over yourself, you have to sully yourself, but it comes with shame. And I'm like, when you read the book of Genesis, it is shame that kept Adam away from God. Nobody said, oh, God didn't say, oh, I rebuke it. No, he's like, oh, crap, I messed up. So he hid himself, right? Shame. So then so then everything you prayed for shows up, you are so uncomfortable. You feel like an imposter. You self-sabotage. Why? Because you say to yourself, I don't deserve this. All right. So hopefully it makes sense. Okay. Be very careful. You always have to say to yourself, if I do this, then what? Well, I can't afford it. Okay. These people coming into my life, Holy Spirit, give me the sermon about these people. The Holy Spirit will talk to you. You'll see it. But once you see it, you got to be brave enough to act on it. Oh, well, maybe it's not that. No, it is that bad. You asked to see. He showed you. Accept it. Be grown. Oh, it was nice meeting you. Gotta go. This ain't it. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, because you know better. That's why I say you have godless people and you have chosen people. You see, last night, not even last night, this morning, because my iMessage stuff, everything is on my whatever. So yeah, you're on voices. I got a message. A person's like, Marlene, I'm in the hospital. I'm like, you're what? The person's pregnant. Person in the hospital, blood pressure. So I'm like, okay. Person telling me stuff. I said, okay, you're gonna go home, but you also have to wear your socks, right? Person texting me, Marlene, these goyim, because the person was asked what's her blood type, so that in case the person delivers. I said, you're not gonna deliver. That baby's not ready, right? But you gotta take care of yourself. But you're gonna go home, right? But I'm like, also, because from the jump, because the first pregnancy, person had a C-section. Hopefully, person is here right now. Okay, first pregnancy, person had a C-section because of the blood pressure. So with this new pregnancy, I said, person, your blood pressure is a thing, because you can be skinny and have high blood pressure, right? And I'm like, because even with Maverick and my age, they prescribed me 80% is low dose aspirin, right? You take it all the time because they're trying to avoid high blood pressure during the pregnancy, and they're trying to avoid preeclampsia during the pregnancy. And I told the person, just take it. Oh, yeah. I'm like, just take it, child. Okay. They know what they're talking about, because blood pressure is not something to play with. Like, even after, I should have showed y'all, even after I pushed Maverick, you should have seen, I think it was my right leg. Y'all, my leg looked like an elephant leg. Like, it was swollen. I was like, you're going to go down. Devil, you're not messing with my eyesight. And I just put the blanket over it, right? But I would go to the bathroom because, they're trying to make sure you pee and all that stuff to make sure everything is okay. They moved me to my room. I had to pee. Y'all, I'm looking at that leg. I said, I'm going to have, part of me is like, am I going to have a stroke? Then I'm like, don't think about that more. And I was like, no, it's going to go down, right? You guys, because I still had to wear the compression socks. Like, even after he came out, my leg was swollen. Like, swole. Like, I'm like, it was swollen. I'm like, okay. But I said to myself, you're going to go down. Okay. And I wasn't looking at my leg. I'm like, it's just going to go down when it's ready to go down. Right. But I said to her, you're going to have to wear your socks. Like, do not play with that stuff. And also, you need to have a portable blood pressure monitor, and you need to check your blood pressure every 2 hours. Do not play. But your body can do it. But you have to be very diligent so your body can do it, right? You understand, right? And I'm like, and so eventually the person went, because I went running. I'm running. You're fine. Okay. Then I came back, slept, took a shower, because I had to go on the Stairmaster like 2 o'clock in the morning. Person said they want to take me somewhere, but I'm checking myself. I'm going home. She said, oh, my mom prayed for me and you encouraged me, Ron, so I'm going to go home. I'm like, yeah, go home. But you have to take care of yourself. She's home right now. Right? But I'm like, me, God don't play about my prayers, you guys. God does not play about my prayers. Now, I'm telling you, if I tell you something is going to come to pass, that's why, let me tell you, that's why I don't mind people. I don't mind like being embraced. I don't care. I do not care, because anytime somebody calls me, anytime somebody has a problem, right? And I hear it, my angels tell me what's going to happen, and I just know. I don't explain it, but you see, for it to work like that, you have to have a clean life. Make sense, right? You got to have a clean life. How many people can say when they pray to God or when they talk to God, that's exactly what happens? Clock it, right? And that's why I say, I don't play about my righteousness. Get away from me, you're a heathen, okay? I will call a thing, because it is what it is. But if I tell you something is going to happen, that's exactly what's going to happen. Like Janet had to remove someone, like, because somebody was living, they had a tenant. The lady didn't want to move, so she was stressed. I'm like, don't be stressed out. She will leave herself. I'm like, the Holy Spirit is going to fumigate her. You won't even have to spend a dime, right? Listen, the lady left with her kids. She packed her stuff. She just left. She's like, Marlene, she's gone. I'm like, of course she's gone. Anybody who comes into your life to stress you, they will be stressed before you get stressed. Point blank, period. I send that back to sender. Okay. Probably Janet, she's still working on like her faith stuff, like her faith muscle. Because I'm like, her mom didn't show her how to have faith, but it's okay. I'll get it right. You know, anything somebody wants to send to you, send it right back to them. Fear nothing. Fear absolutely nothing. You send it. Yeah, she left. I tell her every day, stop. Like, you need to believe. I'm like, me, Marlene, if I tell you it's going to work that way, it's going to work. This lady is going to leave. You won't even have to do anything to her. She's insane. She came to stress you out. I will oppress her spiritually. I'm like, the Holy Ghost is going to fumigate that house. She's going to leave. That's it. That's that. And I'm done. I'm like, you're going home, but you need to wear your socks. You have to. Like, I'm like, the only time you take off your compression socks, you take a shower. When you're done, you put them back on. You see what I'm saying? When you're done, you put them back on. That's it. I'm like, you can carry this baby to term. Don't worry about it. But you have to be on top of it. And even when you push her out, you're still gonna have to wear it. When she's out, I'm like, you might have to wear those socks like even 3 months after you had the baby. But your body can do it. It's not, and you also have to tell yourself, it's not the same body. My body is stronger. Okay? That pregnancy, that was that. This one is completely different. And you also have to say, this baby did not come from my stomach to get cut. Like, you're not going to deliver. Like, she's not ready. Go home. Right? You'll be fine. But you have to wear your socks, and you got to take your aspirin. And I also told her, you're going to have, when you feel better today, you have to go through your seasoning stuff and make sure the things you're cooking with don't have too much sodium, right? So that you get just enough iodine for her brain, and don't overdo it. All right. That's it. That's that. Right. But I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, but God listens to me. God truly listens to me. I've told him everything works out in my favor. God listens to me. And when you start to realize that God listens to you, you're like, I don't really need people, because I have God's favor over my life. I really do. You know, I had a friend, she was going through cancer. She was so scared. I'm like, oh, baby girl, you're fine. And I told her, I'm like, you're going to be like, it's going to like rough your body up, but you're not going to die. Her husband, you guys, her husband was crying. People are so crazy. Like, the husband was like, he was in tears. Like, he was, and I'm like, and he's a doctor. And I'm like, you need to tell him to stop doing that, because he's a doctor. So if he cries like that, you're going to believe that it's over for you. He needs to stop. You're not going to die. You're fine. It will rough you up, but you're fine. I'm not talking like you're a very sweet woman. You will see your daughter grow up. You will be at her high school graduation. You will be at her college graduation. You will be at her wedding. You're going to hold your grandchildren. This is small shit. Don't worry about this stuff. Live your life. Do what you want to do, okay? Enjoy your life. God is good. Don't worry about it. When you have good seeds in the ground, the Lord, he will remember you, okay? Do not fear. Live your life. Live your best life. The devil is a liar. He's under your foot. Every day you wake up, you stomp on his head, you go about your business, right? That's how you have to live your life. But that's why I always tell people it is imperative for you to make God your friend. God has to be your friend. Stop seeking people's acceptance. People like, oh, these people have nothing for you. People are flaky. People are not consistent. People, they're not loyal. They'll give you advice, and then when the stuff goes left, you're all by yourself. They'll tell you to jump off a bridge. When you do it, they're not there. They'll tell you, oh, do this, do that. And then when bad things happen, they're nowhere to be found. And here you are, you compromise your walk with Christ, and now you have to start all over again, rebuilding your relationship with Christ. Nobody is worth it. No one is worth your relationship with Jesus Christ. Nobody is worth your relationship with God. Nobody is. You understand? Like when you live your life, you have to say to yourself, I am a slave to Christ. Like that's it. Like I live for Christ. And yeah, your people are going to find you weird. And guess what? You're also going to find them weird. Like leave me alone. Okay. You have to live your life for Christ. Live your life for God. Do everything in your power to please God. You'll see what he does for you. You won't recognize your life. You won't even recognize yourself, right? But I'll tell you this, many, many times, when God has a big blessing for you, he creates a reason for you to break away from people. Accept it, right? When you feel God pulling you to be by yourself, something big is coming. And the problem is, if people see it, they're going to get jealous, okay? If people see it, they're going to start getting to your head. Oh my gosh. And you don't need that. Like, think about Elizabeth. Like, when she got pregnant with John the Baptist, right? Her husband didn't believe because she was so old. He didn't believe. So what happened? The angel came. The angel made the man deaf, mute, or something like that, right? So he can speak to her, and he could also, like, he couldn't dissuade her. He couldn't speak, he couldn't hear, right? Until she gave birth to the baby. And then everything was restored because she needed to have faith. Because if you keep telling her, oh my gosh, you're so old. Oh my gosh, are you sure? Right? She gonna start doubting. Next thing you know, she could have a miscarriage, right? So it's like, no, you need to shut up, and you need to also not be able to hear anything. But ultimately, she carried John the Baptist. He came out, she delivered the baby, right? So what I'm saying is, you will have, if you have seasons in your life where God is calling you to get away from amongst those people, do it. Oh, Marlene, I love my friends. Child, everything for a season. Now it's time for you to live for your family. You need to learn to live in isolation. So that way, when your blessing comes, nobody can get into your head, right? You're not going to have imposter syndrome. And, oh, is this real? Is this, you know? But if you're around people and your blessing comes, oh, you're going to seek for confirmation. Oh, what do you think of that? What do you think of this? What do you think of that? Because you assume people mean you well. Right? You assume that people are going to be happy for you. They're not happy for you because they've been praying for this and they don't have it yet. And here you are, you're about to have it before me. So I'm like, sometimes when God calls you away from people, when God says, okay, it's enough, I need you to walk by yourself, you have to understand it's time. Like Mariah Carey said, it's time. It's time. Be so glad, like, ooh, me by myself? Ooh, yes. Okay, it's time. Okay, just like that. That has to be your mindset. You're not going to regret this. Okay, every season of our lives, we don't walk with people because things that are called to come into your life. Yeah, no, people don't need to see it. Don't need to see it. Don't need to hear about it, and they also don't need to comment on it. Right? Think of how many women they've talked too much, they talked prematurely, and then boom, they lost it. Or boom, a girlfriend went and took it from you, right? Because you talked too early, you talked prematurely, you talked too much, you talked too fast, you just shut up, right? But when you don't have anybody to talk to, when you don't have anybody to hear their feedback, you're going to learn to trust your voice. You're going to learn to trust your voice. You're going to learn to trust yourself. You need a lot of practice learning to trust your own voice. But if you're always relying on people for what they think, how they feel, you will never learn to listen to your own voice. And that's going to cause you to be insecure. Because you got to know how to make decisions for yourself. Okay? You have to know, given the information that you have, you have to know how to make decisions for yourself. But if you're always saying like, oh, I need to know what she thinks, I need to know what he thinks. No, you have to learn how to read all the info you have and make the best decisions for yourself. You don't have a choice. Do not be codependent on people. You are codependent on God and your angels. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? Nothing more, nothing less.
Megan or women like her. And that's why I advise you, if you want to be a wife, to leave her in the dust, because she's not going to help you get any closer to that goal. Don't respect her. They just are aroused by her. Father God, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to people, and I pray that they will have ears to hear. Let this message resonate with those who need to hear it. In Jesus' name, amen. Hi wives, hi future wives, how are you? This is Proverbs 31 University. I am Abigail. This ministry exists to empower you, Black woman, to have the mindset for marriage, for your faith, and for proper imaging in this world. Today, I'm going to talk about this subject. I want to hop right into it, but first, like, comment, and subscribe. Send this to someone that will benefit, that you believe would benefit. Also, don't forget to put on the notifications so you always know what I have going on over here. And join my mailing list so you never miss a video. If you're not getting the notifications, if you're forgetting, always get on my mailing list, because I always update when I put out a video or anything that I have going on. Also, all of my links for this channel are below. The Wife Mindset Guide. It is free. It's an ebook. You'll be finished with it in 5-10 minutes. That is also below. Marriages for Black Women 2, the ebook. That is a quick read as well. That's below. Wife Affirmations. That's below. My overall goal with this channel, outside of the model that I mentioned earlier, I really want Black families reunited and reinstated, restored like it used to be. And if you get my book, Marriages for Black Women 2, you will know that we used to be the most married demographic of women in America, more than white women at one point. And then a lot of that changed because of various movements, because of various things that happened. And now we are the least married. And unfortunately, we have a lot of female celebrities who are Black and who promote a promiscuous lifestyle, an unmarried lifestyle, and a lifestyle that is going to send you straight to Hades if you follow that. And so I want to talk about that specifically today. Unfortunately, Megan Thee Stallion, it still is going on in her rap career. And unfortunately, she has not evolved either.
It is like in this video, she's talking about Meg Thee Stallion, but it's not even just Meg. It's not just Meg. It's a lot of people. It's not just Meg. Meg, she just happens to be another victim. Like even her, I feel sorry for her. She just happens to be another victim, right? But I'm like, the thing is, this is why I say you have to be very careful about tribal identity, because when you live in a tribal paradigm, because I see someone that looks like me do it, oh, I think it's okay to do it also. No. If you are a godly woman, complexion doesn't matter. It's the posture of the heart that matters, right? Does that make sense, right? Right? Because you said, oh, as a Black woman, everybody says as a Black woman, doesn't matter. Complexion does not matter. You should see yourself as a Christian woman, period. That's it. Complexion is irrelevant. All right? So as a Christian woman, what should the posture of the heart be? If the posture ain't right, we don't have the same culture, right? So complexion, irrelevant. Culture, everything, right? So I'm like, it's not just Meg. It's a lot of people. And this is why they have invested trillions of dollars into turning people tribal, into manufacturing some mainstream Black culture. But like I said, it never leads to life. Once upon a time, Black culture, it led to music where people were praising each other, complimenting each other. I can't wait to see you. Ooh. cook for you, ooh, right? People wanted to get married. We ain't getting no younger, okay? People want to go to weddings. People are getting married all the time, okay? Like, because that is a culture that is pro-family. It wants to see Black people get married, Black children be raised by two parents, right? Today, there's a whole different culture. And I think this is what happens when people create a system. You start trusting the system. You get to a point you have so much blind trust in it. And then they flip the script on you because they know you just trust the programming. Oh, yeah, okay, sure, I'll just go along with it because in the past, it has served me well. I'm like, well. No, not so quickly. Today, people have perverted the system, right? They have perverted what you see. Now you have to say, okay, where are we going? Okay. And is this also godly? But I'm like, when it comes to Megan, in all honesty, and plus, it's not like she's really bright, 1.6 GPA, whatever she has, right? Makes sense. But my thing is, you have to understand they prey on a particular kind of Black girl. That's why most Black girls who are female rappers have the same profile. They all have the same profile because these young girls are easier to mold. They are easier to manipulate. They are easier to buy, right? Why they don't go get that little girl, Samira Joy, the one who plays jazz, because her father is in her life, okay? They know who they can pervert. They know who they can have naked on stage, gyrating, all that kind of stuff, because most of these young women are without patriarchy. They are without cover, okay? And they grew up in poverty. But then when you have a young Black girl who was raised with her dad or her dad's in her life, they don't go over there because it's not going to work, okay? So when you live your life, you have to ask yourself, what is the posture of your heart? And will God approve of that? Now, I know some people will shame me. Oh, you're Black. You should just be doing it. Oh, you're Black. No, I am a child of God. Okay. So I have to move in a godly way because I know the blessings that are promised to me, which I think is what sometimes people do forget. Okay. When you have a covenant with God, when you're a child of God, there are certain promises that God has set aside for you, right? It's all over the Bible. I'm not going to read them all, but like you shall be the head, not the tail. I will pour a blessing so great that you will not have room in your storehouses to contain them, right? When the enemy comes against you, I will raise the standard. I mean, listen, the Bible is full of promises for God's children, right? So the reason why also we hold on and we hearken to God's word, because we know that we are meant to inherit the promises of God. I am not going to sacrifice these promises just so I can hang out with you. No. What is this? No. What God has for me is way greater than you can ever have for me, right? And the Bible also tells us that the blessings of the Lord, they are not followed by sorrow, right? That's why here people do a lot of, foolishness, the promiscuity. Some people have altars to bewitch the man. Some people dress a certain way. Some people are really provocative, right? Because these are low-level tricks to try to get godly blessings, right? And that's why I say, even with this whole thing about, I want to find a rich husband, how much do you want to bet? It's the girls who are not concerned about a rich husband that are going to get a rich husband. And then the girls who are so obsessed with the rich husband, they'll never have one. That's how life is. Okay. The more you obsess over something, and also you're not even obsessing, I want a rich husband because I want to start a not-for-profit, do something honorable with the money. No, it's just the ego thing, right? So when you obsess over things that are not honorable, just because you think of yourself, because you're being selfish, you're not going to have those things. But then the young lady who's not thinking about a rich husband, she's not thinking about any of that. How much do you want to bet she's the one who's going to have it? We can't improvise God's blessing. Okay. But if you want to have God's best blessing for your life, you have to hold on to God's promises for your life. And I promise you, good things will happen to you. You might feel like, it's taking long. Yeah, because good things take a lot of time, right? If something happens quick, it goes away quick. Okay. If something takes a lot of time to be built, it takes a lot of time to be put together, it's going to last a whole lot longer because it's way more intentional. Waiting longer is not always a bad thing. Depends on what is being made. Okay. But something worth having should take a longer time to acquire. So that way, when you get it, you're more grateful because you had it. If something happens super fast, it's going to go away super fast. That's why people who get involved in love bombing and stuff, it doesn't last. Because they're trying to, like, what most people do in 2 years of relationship, they're trying to do it in 3 months. Okay, so now you've done 2 years of relationship in 3 months. What else is there to do? Nothing. Right? There's nothing else to do because you're doing too effing much. Let this thing grow. Let this thing actually mature. It's cool. You're doing too much. You're moving too fast. So but people get excited because it makes them feel special. Going fast should make you feel special. That's how people get in car wrecks and someone ends up dead. Okay? Vehicular homicide. You shouldn't treat your heart like that. Right? You shouldn't take your heart, put your heart in the front seat, I don't know, some kind of Ferrari coupe, and then drive 300 miles an hour with your heart. You're going to crash, right? Drive slow and steady with your heart. You'll get to your destination safer. Because remember, a bad heartbreak can really take a long time to recover from, right? So you don't want to rush and just give your heart to people just because you've been dying to feel alive. Listen, you're immature, grow up. Okay? If it's worth having, it should take longer. Then it'll last longer. Okay? And you have to know this. God loves you. Just because something does not happen when you want it to happen doesn't mean God doesn't like you. Maybe you're still immature. And if this thing comes into your life today, you will mishandle that. Right? People can wait for you. Trust me. People can wait for you. Right? God loves you. You have to say that to yourself. God loves you. Do not compare yourself to other people because God raises you accordingly. You are his child. He knows what you need to work on. Okay? So God loves you. Right? But you might have to grow the F up. Grow up. And just because you have to wait doesn't mean you start acting out. Okay? We wait. And as we wait, we're grateful. Because obviously I have to work on something. It's okay. I'll do it. Right? And this is how we become better people. Okay? But God loves you. Delay does not mean somebody God has forgotten about me and this and that. It doesn't mean anything like that. Actually, maybe because he's onto your ass. That's why it's taking longer because certain things have to get better. Right? Especially self-esteem. A lot of people I'm starting to realize you have to work on your self-esteem. Some people have really low self-esteem, I'm starting to realize, right? Gotta have a little bit more self-esteem about yourself. Because if your self-esteem is low, it's not attractive. Gotta believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. And also believe that you're worthy. And that's why the best way for you to believe that you are worthy is by doing worthy. Like you gotta do stuff that's actually worthy, right? If you sell yourself for cheap, it becomes really hard to have self-esteem. You keep doing deleterious behavior things, right? It'll be even harder for you to have high self-esteem, okay? If you want to feel worthy, you have to do things that are worthy, right? And in due time, you'll be like, okay, I deserve, I can have this. I can have it. And not just that, I'm not going to squander that, right? And you'll be okay, right? But don't let anybody make you feel like God doesn't love you. God loves you more than you love yourself. You can never love yourself more than God loves you. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people, especially young ladies, but even fellows, but a lot of people, once you start to realize how much God loves you, you will remove your feet quickly from iniquity. God loves me too much for me to be entertaining certain conversation, certain people, and all kinds of stupid ass behavior. It's extremely low vibrational. God loves you too much for you to waste your time with low vibrational people. He loves you too much for that, right? So know that you can never love yourself more than God loves you. You have no idea how much God loves you. I say it all the time. God is so good. God is really good. And if more people truly knew how good God was, they wouldn't do the things that they do, and they wouldn't go around having all this weird imposter syndrome stuff that they do, that they have, right? it gets better. Everything gets better. Every day you wake up, you have to say that to yourself. Everything gets better. In my life, everything gets better. In my head, everything gets better. In my finances, everything gets better. In my heart, everything gets better. In my household, everything gets better. With my romantic relationship, everything gets better. You have to bless yourself every day. And like I said, the more you live a righteous life, the easier it is for you to bless yourself, right? If you do things that are shameful, even if you say these things, it's harder to believe because shame makes it hard to have faith, right? But when you know that you have a righteous life, you're okay. You see, even all these young girls, to be me, listen, I don't really care, but all these young ladies who are involved in female rap, honestly, I think all those who are called, those who are saved, those who are Christians, we should all pray for these young ladies because they're being used and their soul is seriously being abused. They're being abused. And many of them, because they're so young, they're so lonely. You know, many of them are lonely. There's no way the vast majority of these young women are not bipolar, okay? They themselves don't know what they want. They don't know what they want, and they don't know what they're doing. And I think a lot of these female rappers, ladies, many of them also have low self-esteem. You see, just because someone is loud doesn't mean they have high self-esteem. Just because somebody is hypersexual, if they're hypersexual, anybody that's hypersexual has low self-esteem. Anybody who's so quick to put their asses in people's faces, be naked, you know, you're looking for quick validation. You know, you want people to tell you you're pretty. You want people to tell you this and tell you that because you don't see it. You don't even believe it. Right? Because the day you believe that you're very pretty and you're worthy and stuff like that, you're not going to carry on a certain way. Right? But I think the vast majority of these female rappers, they have really low self-esteem. And people need to pray for these young women. People need to pray. And then one day, hopefully one of these girls is going to give her life to Christ and truly give her testimony about how diabolical this music industry is. And how these girls are told to write certain things, to have a certain message, to encourage, you know, young women to see themselves a certain way and to do things a certain way. Because I refuse to believe that they write this stuff. I think they're told to write this kind of stuff. And then they're told to normalize it. And then they have these crazy slave contracts where, oh, if you don't do it, you'll be homeless. So I guess right now they're kind of weak. They're weak-minded, right? But I pray that one day, one or maybe more, but definitely one of these female rappers, right, will have enough strength, courage, humility to give her life to Christ and to tell all the other young girls, yeah, when I was signed to the music industry, this is what I was required to do. These are the things I was required to say. Even if I didn't want to say them, I had to say it, right? That's why I say, when you think about, when you care about your people, you make sure to have a positive message, right? You make sure to have a positive message. You make sure to have a message that encourages young girls to love themselves. And loving yourself is not being in bed with a bunch of random people you don't even know. Do you even know his middle name? Why are you here? Why are you naked? Okay. Do you know his middle name? What's his favorite color? Right? Laying in bed with different people will never make you whole. Okay? It will never fix you. It will never make you whole. And you're not going to get respect from that. You're going to get disrespect from that. All right? And I don't care who it is. Anybody who promotes that filth to you, you got to pray for that person. Don't even get mad. But, I need to pray for you. Because obviously you have low self-esteem. And because you have low self-esteem, you have created a product to make it seem like you have high self-esteem. You're so bold, you're so independent, you're so empowered, but you're not empowered. Because people that are really empowered are quiet. People that are truly empowered don't make a lot of noise. They just live life and they don't care what people have to say. Most celebrities are extremely bothered by what people have to say. They care about what the blogs say, what the people say. That they care because these people have low self-esteem. They have low self-esteem. Okay. So, and also another thing, just because a girl has better makeup than you, just because a girl has better wigs, weaves, you name it, than you, right? Just because, quote unquote, a girl has a better body than you, it doesn't mean she's more favored. There are a bunch of people with pretty bodies doing foolishness, right? And then there are other girls who, I guess, but they are extremely happy in their marriage, right? Looks don't get you married. Okay, looks don't also keep you married. All right. As a woman, if you do get married one day, you're going to have to learn how to stay married. And it has nothing to do. I mean, yes, it helps to be attractive, but it's more so your mind. It's more so your spirit that's going to get you married. Right. The challenges you face in your marriage. Oh, my ass is big, so therefore everything's going to resolve itself. Doesn't work like that. Oh, I got good vagina, so everything will resolve itself. No, not like that. You have to learn to talk to people. Communication is what really destroys a lot of relationships. It's not people's bodies, okay? Right? So just because someone looks, and remember, you don't have the money. So if we were at the same income, like she might look just like you, right? But never look at a person, makeup, hair, shoes, body. No, oh, she's so much better than me. Oh, she'll have a better life than me. You don't know anything. You have no idea. A great man could see her. A great man could see you. He's going to pick you. Because you're a wife, and it's not the body, right? It is not the body, right? There are a lot of people with pretty bodies. They get passed around like blunts, okay? Then you have girls who don't have the dream body, but they have the dream mindset. They have the dream heart. They have the dream posture, right? And then they get the house, the this, the that. They live beautiful lives, right? Because it's the mindset that makes the wife. It's the posture that makes the wife. So, and I know, like, especially if you watch Ashley and stuff, people want you to be so distracted, believing that everything comes down to the body. If it was that easy, if all it took was a body and some clothes and some extensions to have if it was only that easy, then any girl that has access to that would be married. That's not the case. And not just married, but I'm like married to an actual amazing human being. Doesn't work like that, right? There are a bunch of pretty girls out here. They by themselves. They do everything by themselves. They travel by themselves. They eat by themselves. They live by themselves. Everything is by themselves because they look good on the outside. But what's on the inside? Because you're having a relationship with a person, not an influencer, right? It's like relationships are human to human, right? Do I even like you? Do we like each other? Do you have great conversation? Are you a good human being? Do you have a good vision for the future, right? It's a lot of things have to do with the mind. The body can only take you so far. It's cute at first, but look at Halle Berry. She's so pretty, but yet there's not a single, I mean, I guess this one, but she's been to almost like 22 different relationships, right? If all it takes was a body and looking good, she'd have been set with husband number one. But it didn't work out like that, right? So I'm like, you have to get into a space where it's like you grow your mental muscle. You're going to be amazing in your relationship because you're mature, you have the right mindset, you're a great partner, you're cooperative, you just know how to work with people. You have a great attitude and you're pleasant to be around. That will beat a body all the time with a bad attitude. Like people are not going to put up with that. Right? Bernice Burgos. I think some people think she has a nice body, right? But where's she at? Ever since I was in high school, she was doing whatever she's doing. She's still doing it, right? So it's like, it's not a body. It's the mind. Another thing also is God's favor. God's favor. God's favor over your life. You'll be surprised at things that you get. Even other people are going to be like, well, what? Yeah, because she's favored. Okay, and that's what you want. But I'm like, yeah, pray for Meg Thee Stallion.
He is still singing 304 rap and selling sex and her body as a commodity. She apparently is in a committed relationship with a famous NBA player or something like that. And so it seemed like a lot of people were interested in this new song that she would put out. It seemed like from the teasers, this was going to be soft, romantic, maybe even elegant, maybe an elevation for her. But unfortunately, that's not what it was. And it's really hard to teach a new dog old tricks, an old dog new tricks, because, and honestly, I don't want to say that because I'm not trying to call her a dog or anything like that, but I'm just giving the analogy, okay? What I'm saying is it's hard for some people to evolve because they feel like they may alienate their audience. This is what I said about Tia Mari. I made a video about her a year ago or more about her divorce. And one of the things I said about her is that unfortunately, statistically, Black women are not married. She is a Black woman. Lots of Black women look up to her. Lots of Black women follow her and see her career. Sometimes, I'm not saying this is the reason for her divorce, but it definitely could play a part. When you're branding yourself to Black women, sometimes it can be difficult to talk about your life the way it is now when a majority of your audience is not in that life. It's easier for a married woman to advertise, brand, and talk about her marriage and her life as a family woman when her audience is mostly family women, married women themselves. But because a lot of Black women are not married, you're going to alienate a significant portion of your audience if that is where you want to talk about and where you want to go. And so a lot of times, there are Black women who stay stuck, or it seems like they're stuck. Maybe in their personal life, they're married, they're happy, they're having children, they're flourishing, but they won't show you that in public. They have to put on a different persona because that is not, they would alienate a majority of their audience if they started talking about love, switching up and talking about how much they love their man, they want to be with their man, they want to take care of their husband, they're having a great life, all of that stuff. For example, do you remember when Mary J. Blige first came out? She was all about heartbreak. She was all about being, treated unfairly, bad relationships. She was very relatable to a lot of Black women who came from the hood, who maybe had bad relationships. She spoke a lot to the single ladies, Black women, and a lot of people loved Mary for that, okay? And then when she got married years ago, her whole style changed, elevated, was more elegant, put together. She left the kind of ghetto fabulous persona, and she had more of a elegant, mature look. She had a short hairstyle, taper hairstyle, and she just looked more mature and put together. Also, her music style changed. It went from heartbreak and sadness to a lot of love songs, Be Without You. It went, I'm Fine. A lot of her style switched up. And although that era of her life was commercially successful, she had big hits and she was doing well, there was still a lot of her fan base that were complaining about how they missed the old Mary. They missed the round-the-way girl Mary, the relatable Mary, the Mary that was in the struggle, the Mary that was talking about the struggle.
You see, and that's the thing. Relatable is always something detrimental. So you have to be in pain. You have to go through a breakup. You have to say you hate people. Like, for you to be relatable, you have to be destructive. That's what people call relatable. And I'm like, at some point, people have to be brave enough to say that people are not well. Okay? People are seriously unwell. If you have a community or a fan base that only feels like they can engage with you if you're going through something hurtful, sad, depressive, confusing, you're almost like you want to self-delete, then that's when they support you. You have to realize that these people are toxic. They're not okay. You understand? And I can really, because I have a heart. I do have a heart, right? I could understand somebody say, oh, Marlene, Black women are going through it. I don't want to leave them behind. Sometimes you have to save yourself first, right? You are no good to people trying to save people who, first of all, they want to drown. And you also barely know how to swim. You have to become a master swimmer. And that's where I respect Eve, because Eve, she just left. She just got her stuff and she just left for 10 years. Because sometimes you have to put yourself first. You have to learn how to become a master swimmer before you attempt to rescue anybody, because all of y'all gonna drown anyways. And then what? Right? Do not feel, and I feel like that's part of being Black. Do not regret. Do not feel bad for having survivor's remorse. Let me tell you something, right? Everybody has a brain. Everybody can get on their knees, pray to God. Anybody can just open the mouth and ask God for help. Anybody can go to therapy. People can help themselves if they want to. They choose not to do it, right? So if one day you wake up and you see the light, you walk towards the light, you fight to get to the light, you swim, you do whatever, you crawl, you do whatever it takes to get to the light. You can't feel bad. You were never required to save everybody. What you are required to do, though, is be a good role model. Right? I was telling that to a sister yesterday. I said, when I was growing up and I saw like Oprah Winfrey and Maya Angelou, all these like super accomplished Black women, right? To me, it was never, oh, you owe me something. Today when people see any Black person, any Black woman who's successful, they feel entitled. Oh, she owes me this. She has to give me this. No. For me growing up, it was inspirational. Meaning, oh, wow, since she did that, that means I can do it too. But there was no expectation that the person was going to carry me on her back. That's insane. Right? She made it. And then she's successful. She showed me she's successful. She's talking about how she made it, right? So it's like she's done enough. What more do you want this person to do? Right? At some point, people have to say, I'm tired of being stuck. But I've come to realize, because some people have damaged their amygdala so badly, there are a lot of people who are comfortable being stuck. You hear me? And you have to make peace with that. You cannot save everybody, even in your family. It's very possible that some of your siblings will make it, some won't make it. You understand? Now, God is good, God is faithful. If you pray, anything is possible. But in the short term, though, they're going to make poor choices, right? There are many people that you care for. They're going to decide not to move. And you might say to yourself, oh, well, since they don't want to move and I don't want to be alone, I'm going to sit right next to them. You cannot do that. You have your life to live. You have your life to live. Understand? Because if you stop living your life because, oh, I want to keep him company, I want to help him, you're not going to help him. They've made up their mind. I'll play another video after that. People went climbing Mount Everest. Okay, when you climb that mountain, Mount Everest, you have the people who help you, like, oh, I forgot their name. Oh, the local people will help you to climb the mountain. So this Indian guy, they walked up the mountain. He was being really reckless. Then they were on their way back. And so the local people said, okay, we have to go now. We have to move. The man said he's not moving. You're like, what you mean you're not moving? It's a mountain full of ice because you have to go back down by a certain time. Otherwise, we're all going to die. They talked to the man. They try to reason with the man. They're explaining it to the man. The man said, nope, he's not moving. So the people said, okay, well, we have to leave you. They left him. And they were sad about it. It's like, what can you do? The man said he's not moving. He's not going to move. What can you do? Right? And that's the part. I'm like, you're going to have to increase your gangster and realize some Black people are so stubborn. They're so set in their ways. There's nothing you can do. There is nothing. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can say. They have made up their mind. They want to be stuck right there because it feels good. Okay. You have to live your life because, you might not be able to save this person, even though it means a lot to you, but there's someone else that you don't see. They're seeing you. You don't see that. Right. And that person might say, I've been looking at her for all these years. I've been looking at her for all these months, whatever. And the fact that she kept on moving, I'm going to move. Sometimes there are the people that you want to save. You might not be able to save those people just because you love someone, let me say this right. Just say that's your sister, your brother. Just because you love someone, your own family might not be your ministry. You know how the Bible says that sometimes a prophet is not respected in his own house, right? It's like that. Because with proximity, oh, you're my sister, you're my brother, so I ain't gonna listen to you. Right? So somebody else might do it. It might not be you, right? But there's another person that you don't know, or you might have seen that person like just in passing. You don't really know the person. But because you kept moving, she says to herself, I'm going to move. because I actually admire her. You might not even know that, right? And this is why you have to move. Okay. This is why once you know that something no longer serves you, once you know that you want something better, you have to move. You do not have a choice. You don't have a choice. I don't know how, like, it sounds really, you cannot be this fucking emotional. Okay. You have to move. You know what I'm saying? You have to live your life. You have to live your life, because that voice you heard, like Don Cornelius, when the voice said, do radio, he listened. He obeyed. What happened? Soul Train, 35 years, syndicated. I guess the longest syndicated show ever. He listened. Papa George, my favorite Gemini, right? He said he heard a voice in 2021. The voice said, write your book. He said, what? He said he felt like the room was getting overwhelmed with stuff. And then he heard the voice. The voice said, write your book. He said within a week, he found a writer because he heard the voice, right? So when that voice says to you, pick up your bags and go. The same thing happened to Abraham. The same thing happened to Gideon. It's all over the Bible. God will tell a people, leave your people. Get up and go. Don't feel bad. If you're from a family, like nobody believes in marriage, nobody even married child, but you really want to do it, get up and do it. What they did, what they didn't do, it has no bearings on you. You are your own person. And that's why I can't stand tribalism sometimes, because people want you to measure your life or measure your outcomes based on what happened to other people. No, because everybody's favor is different, right? Just because something didn't work out for your mom, or it didn't work out for your sister, it didn't work out for your auntie. I mean, yeah, we're family, but I'm not you. Because maybe if it was me, I would have handled that differently. So it would have worked for me, right? And that's why I don't internalize anything, because I don't know how you handled your relationship. So maybe if it was me, I would have handled it differently and it would have worked out, right? Because some people are so inflexible. Some people are not flexible whatsoever. Some people are incredibly rigid. Some people also are very insensible. They don't want to hear the other person, right? So I don't know. But just because we're family, right, doesn't mean that we're the same person, or we have the same reason, or we have the same way of solving problems. Like, I would have solved it differently. It's up to you. You decide. Right? You can say, oh, it didn't happen for my mom. It didn't happen for me, for my sister. So therefore, it's not going to happen for me. You can say that. Or you can say, I've been fortunate enough to learn what not to do, because I've had 3 people who didn't have anything successful. So I learned from that. So now I know what not to do from 3 different people. So I should definitely be way more successful. Right? Everything's about perspective. You decide. You decide the stories you tell yourself. But I hope you'll say to yourself, Christ in me, the hope of glory. There's nothing you can set your mind to that you can't do. Might not happen overnight. Doesn't mean it's impossible, right? Makes sense? So you have to think about that. But you cannot hold yourself back, because some people don't want to move. You have to move. You got to keep going. And if you walk alone, that's fine, right? And it could be, once you make it happen, that could be the thing that triggers people to be like, wow, you were right. You know, that's beautiful, because that's humility. Some people could also be triggered into jealousy and spiral. That's okay as well. Your house is covered by the blood of Jesus. Okay, right? But you have to move. You got to take care of yourself. You got to make your life, the things you want in your life, the things that mean a lot to you. You got to fight really hard to make those things come to pass. And you can't let anyone, a color, gender, whatever, family ties, come in and just mess your mind up, that you give up on the things that you've always wanted to do. Make those things happen for yourself. And don't feel bad, right? If you don't want to live in a certain neighborhood, don't feel bad. If you don't want to live a certain life because you're like, yeah, it doesn't work, do not feel bad, right? If you want to be the kind of person where you want to have great credit, do not feel bad. If you want to be someone, in my life, I don't know anybody that saves money. So I want to be someone who saves a lot of money, right? I want to be a saver, but you don't have, in your family, there's no culture of saving. Be that person, right? You have the right to be so diametrically opposed from your family. It doesn't make you a bad person. right? Because ultimately, they all could do it. Whatever you're doing that's making you a better person, they can do it too. They choose not to do it, right? And you can't feel bad about that because there's nothing you're doing that they can't do. They just don't want to do it. Okay. And that's also their choice. Just like it's your choice to not live in stagnation. Do not be stagnant because you feel like, oh, if I do that, you know, I'm going to be by myself or I'm not going to relate to my family. God will bring you a new family. God will bring you a new family. There are enough people out there that God can, you know, lean on or rely on to come into your life to be your new family. You have your birth family and then you have the family that God's going to give you, right? So do not be afraid. Don't be afraid. Okay? You have to soar and soar and soar and soar. But I'm like, there's nothing you'll be doing as a human being that your family couldn't have done as well if they really wanted to do it, right? So don't feel bad. Do not feel bad.
The Mary that was into heartbreak and all of that stuff, right? And unfortunately, you know, she wasn't appealing to that audience that grew up with her, that loved her, that knew her, and that liked what she was at that time when they first were introduced to her. And because she was married, she had elevated, she had matured, she had found love, she was in a happy place. And her music and everything was reflecting that. And again, it was a commercial success, but a big portion of her audience wanted the old Mary back. That's what I used to hear all the time or saw at that time. And so what happened is when she got divorced, she literally, since that divorce, has been back to that ghetto fabulous persona. She's about 40 something, 50 years old, and is looking and very reminiscent of early Mary and talking about heartbreak and talking about, like, her songs went from I'm happily married, I'm enjoying my life, my love life is great, to okay, I'm back on the prowl, I'm in the streets again. She even started dressing more promiscuous and kind of like how a lot of the women today dress and look. And I just thought that was really interesting. So I'm like, Mary, you are an OG at this point. You don't have to dress like these young girls, but I digress. So that's just an example of sometimes your private life can alienate your audience. And that's why so many people keep their private life and their successes with their love life to themselves. And they don't show it publicly because they.
And I'm like, isn't that also like a form of like mental illness though? So if I'm in a stable relationship, if I'm married and I'm happy and I'm doing well, like it's calm, I should hide that. Right? But if I'm in something healthy, like if I'm in something toxic, then I should broadcast that to people. That is not healthy. That is really not healthy. And I'm like, if these are the kinds of people that you have in your community, they're sick. They are truly sick. At what point do you say, yeah, money's nice, but being healthy is a whole lot better, right? That's not normal. In other communities, it's usually when people are going through something toxic, they hide it. And if they have a great marriage, they show it, right? They show the good things and they hide the bad things, right? But what she's saying is, if you're a Black woman over here, you hide the good things. And you just focus on the negative all the time. Because if you focus on the negative, then everybody feels included. But if you focus on the positive, people feel excluded. So, okay. So I'm like, at what point do you admit to yourself that these women are not doing well? They're not doing well. And at what point do you say to yourself, if that's the price to be famous, I'd rather go into hiding. I'm going to go live my life because to me, it's not worth the price. Because I'm like, you're not well. If all that motivates you, that drives you, the only thing you want to hear is negativity, you need help. Right? And you need to, I don't know, like bitterness stuff. I don't know. Yeah, like bitterness classes, forgiveness classes, right? But you have a lot of forgiveness you have to do, right? You have a lot of bitterness that you have to give up on, right? Because that's just not normal. Healthy-minded people are usually happy for other people. Healthy-minded people usually want to hear good things that are happening for other people. Oh, I'm so happy, right? Healthy-minded people can rejoice like, wow, I'm so happy for my sis. Like, after everything she's been through, I'm glad to see that she finally found someone she loves. right? Especially when you think about like Val said earlier, like the dating pool, what's out there, and some ladies and fellas too, like they've been through a lot of breakups, they've had relationships that they thought was going to work. It didn't work out. It wasn't easy to move on. It wasn't easy to recover from that, right? So I feel like if you are in a healthy community, people would know how much this meant to you, right? If that's your sis, you should know how much, like, because I guess we're talking about marriage, right? You should know how much being married means to her. So when it finally happens for her, you should be so happy for her. You should be happy for her like it's your own wedding. Girl, I guess we get married, huh? Okay? You should be happy for her, right? But it's like, no, you have to hide it. You can't talk about it. Why would you want to be around people like that? Because they have your complexion? That's insanity. Because they have your complexion, they happen to have your gender? That is insanity. They don't like you. They do not like you. Like me, Marlene, if I'm sitting here and Janet says to me, oh, Big Sis, I found the person, child. He proposed we get married tomorrow. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna do 10 hours in the Stairmaster so I lose all this weight by tomorrow, right? If Val comes to me and says, oh, Marlene, I found the one we get married tomorrow. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord heard my prayers. Thank you, Jesus, right? Like, because that's what you pray for, right? If Brittany said, oh, Marlene, I'm getting married in 3 months, I will be so elated. Oh, Lord Jesus, you heard my prayers. Yeah. I'm done. This YouTube channel is over. I told you, right? This YouTube channel is over. I'm going to go focus on my fitness, okay? Lonnie, oh, I can't forget Lonnie too, child. Lonnie and her smart ass. Oh, Lord Jesus. Lord. Lonnie's gonna have to marry. She's gonna have to marry a man that knows how to talk mad shit. She can sit her ass down somewhere, right? I'm like, is you a good shit talker? She's like, yeah, oh yeah, right? But I'm like, that's what real sisterhood is. Like, your win is my win, huh? Yeah, because I'm like, fuck, I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen for them. I'm just too. I don't know, and I know for me personally, I know it's going to happen. It's a matter of time, but I got time too, though. Some of y'all just impatient, right? But for me, it's like, it's this conviction I have in my heart. I just know it's going to happen. And I know if I'm not there, I'm going to definitely get the picture. Like, yep, there you go. I knew it. I knew that God had heard my prayers. I knew it was going to happen. So for me, it's like, yes, look at me, all about to start a business. Ashley ain't got shit on me, okay? Ashley, I'm like, do you see this? Look at my people, girl. Okay, can you show the husbands? Can you boast about the husbands? Right? Because to me, it's like, it's nothing. There's nothing more beautiful to know that all your little sisters have good husbands. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good thing. They build their family. It's like, it's a beautiful thing to have family. It's a beautiful thing to have special people. Because like, then you start your family, you start your whole tradition stuff. You start raising your kids, you raise your kids. Y'all go through life together. You cry about bills together. You cry about your taxes together, right? You keep. I'm like, it's a beautiful thing. So for me, if it happens, I'm like, oh Lord, thank you, Jesus. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, but I knew it was gonna happen though, because God loves me. Right? But for you to hear that your sis is getting engaged and it triggers a demon out of you, you're not a good person. These are not good people. I'm not trying to be funny. These are not good women. These are not good women. So I need to tell you I'm having sex with a whole bunch of people for you to love me. You're a fucking witch. You are a warlock. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I don't want that for you. I'm like, these are not good people. And I pray, I really do pray that a lot of Black women realize that this so-called mainstream sisterhood is extremely hateful. It's extremely diabolical. These women are mean and they're miserable. You gotta be brave to call a thing a thing. People who want to hear negativity all day, every day, they are miserable. Even a good person who goes through a breakup or something like that, yes, she's hurt. Because, we have to be human. Like, person had invested, they put their heart in it, it didn't work. She's sad. But a good person, she can put her sadness to the side and be like, you know what? And I'm so glad that it's working out for you right now because it gives me hope. You know, that's how her mind's going to register. Oh, I'm so happy it's working out for you, right? Because it's going to give her hope. Because that's what if you have a real sisterhood, even if you lost something, but oh, Jane's getting married, that gives me hope, right? Val is getting married, that gives me hope. Praise is getting married, that gives me hope. Brittany is getting married, it gives you hope. Your sister's blessing is not going to cause you to have anxiety. Why are you stressed out? Because you don't like her, right? So I'm like, so what she's trying to say is Black women don't like other Black women. They just like misery, right? Because this ain't it. This is not it. This is not this really. I'm like, who raises people like that? You know, I forgot what it was. One time I wanted, so we were living Burkina Faso, and I wanted something. I don't know. I guess I was like being envious or whatever. My mom spanked me so hard. She's like, I don't like envious children, and it stuck with me. You know, like, oh gosh, like what? But she was right. You shouldn't envy people. So when you see that in a child, you have to correct that behavior, right? But to see grown women who are grown and they're envious, I'm like, this girl took nothing from you. You had your chance, she had her chance. Hers worked out. What's the big deal? And who's to say you're not going to meet somebody better? But in the meantime, it's about her. So you should know how to put other people first. And I'm like, you see, and to me, if you can't even celebrate somebody who's having something because you're not having it, you're not even wifey material. I see why he left your ass, because you're selfish. How you gonna do a relationship? Because everything ain't gonna be about you in the relationship, right? So it's either you have it or nobody else can have it. I see why he left. You're not a good person. You are not a good person. Because a good person is like, I'm glad it worked out for you. At least one of us, it worked out for us. I'm gonna give you a good example. Right? I'm gonna give you a good example. When I was going through my stuff with Jimmy, like, you know, like in Columbus, when was it, like 2013-ish, right? Dolapo and Dane, they were doing just fine. I didn't say, oh, I wish Dolapo was going through some shit also. No, because, and I was glad because thank God, because Dolapo wasn't going through some shit. She had the willpower to like hype me up. Does that make sense? But imagine if her, and I actually had another friend who was going through some stuff. So she ain't had no motivation for my ass. Okay. But I'm like, Dolapo, she was not going through stuff with Dane. Dane's a fucking sweetheart anyways. Like, if you have issues with Dane, you're the problem, right? But I'm like, the fact that her marriage was stable, she was able to encourage me. Imagine if we were both drowning. Oh my gosh. I'm like, friend, let's just delete ourselves, right? You get my point, right? Then that's the kind of friendship you want. If I'm down, I'm so grateful you're up because now I can lean on you to not completely give up on myself. But imagine we're all sitting here suffering in squalor, crying, depressed, but this is not healthy. This is how you have a mental breakdown, a nervous breakdown, depression, like, you know, like, no, it's not healthy. And that's what we should want. If something happens to me, I pray to God you're up so that you can reach down and get my ass out of there. Right. And then the day you're down, I pray to God I'm up and I'm strong enough to get you out. If I can't get you out, my God's grace, I'll be fast enough to run and get help because we're going to get you out. Okay. We're going to get you out. But that's what real friends do. That's what real family does. And that's what sisterhood should be about. But this is not sisterhood. This is something seriously perverse, diabolical, and it's witchcraft. This is not good. These are witches. These are not good people. I'm like, these are witches. I'm not coming close to you because you're sick as hell. So for me, like, I have to, for you to embrace me. Oh my gosh, y'all. James beat me. Who last night? Jimmy punched me in the head. Oh, my husband is having an affair on me. Like, that's what you want to hear. And I have 3 kids. And that's going to make you happy? Oh, you're fucking evil. You're fucking evil. And I can see why your relationships are not successful. You're not a good person. you are truly not a good person. And you see, and this is why I don't believe, oh, this person deserves to be happy. No, people deserve exactly where they're at. Because if that's your heart, I can see why you're not successful in relationships. You don't have a good heart. You don't have a good heart. And for me, since I read the Bible says you should be a generous giver. Right? You should give love. You should give praise. You should give encouragement. You should give your joy. You should be there for people. And you should want to see people win. You should want to see people just, scratching things off their dream list. Like I had this goal, their goals, like, oh, I had this goal, boom, I had this goal, boom, I had this goal, boom. You should be happy for people. Especially if you call someone a friend. Right? And then on top of that, if you call someone a sister, oh, that's my good sis, that's my black sis, then why are you not rejoicing that she's finally somewhere where she can breathe? No, you want her to go from relationship to relationship, be abused, disposed, impregnated, raising kids by herself. You're fucking evil. And I always said, the day most women start to realize that other women don't like them, they're going to not only keep their mouth shut, they're going to make better decisions. These girls don't have your best interests at heart. They do not. I'm like, this is not a sisterhood. It's a coven of witches. These are some warlocks. These are witches. These are wicked ass women. And I can see why you're not successful in your relationship. Because how can you have something that you're not even willing to wish for someone else? How can you have a thing that you're not willing to pray that someone else will have? When you read the Bible, it's the gold. When you read especially the New Testament, it's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would love done unto you. So if you were to get married or you got engaged and she wasn't happy for you and she was doing all this weird shit, wouldn't that hurt your feelings? Narcissist, right? The golden rule, do unto others as you would love to be done unto you. So if I want you to rejoice for me, I'm going to rejoice for you. I'm going to rejoice for you even harder. Because I'm like, wow, I am so glad to know someone that's getting blessed. I am so glad to know someone that has X, Y, and Z, right? Because who says we have to have everything or whatever? But it's nice to see people getting blessed. I mean, at least for me. Right? But I think it's a crazy thing for people to only want you to come around if you have a bad story, you've been abused, you got cheated on, you got beat up, you got this, and that. These are not good people. And I wouldn't even feel safe. I wouldn't feel comfortable even mentioning my husband's name around you. Like, you're sick, you're evil. You're truly evil. And like I said, I can see why these relationships do not work out for you. You don't have a pretty heart. And God sees it. And that's why every time you get denied, because you're not a good person. And that's why I say you don't help everybody. Because everybody's not favored. Everybody don't deserve your help. Everyone does not deserve your prayer. You know, something happened the other day. I'm Sylvia talking to y'all. Something happened the other day after I did the whole conversation about the whole MBA stuff. And I'm like, if you have an MBA from Wharton, why are you waiting for a job? That's weird to me. Because if I went to an Ivy League and I'm applying for jobs, the most I can give you is 3 months. Like after 90 days, I might have to start my own business. Most likely I will start my own business, right? So this young lady, she emailed, she messaged me. She was like, oh, Marlene, I've been following you for a very long time. And I saw what you said about the Wharton thing because I have an MBA from Wharton. And I said to her, I said, wow. I'm like, well, this is the first time we speak, huh? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, So I had to roast your Ivy League degree for you to talk to me, right? So she put like a little like laughter emoji thingy. Then this morning when I was on the Stairmaster, I'm like, because she said she watched me for a long time. She's been watching me. So I'm like, because I roasted her degree, right? And she's like, she doesn't know what to do because she has to pay student loans. You know, people will tell you all their shit and whatever. But I'm like, so if you've been watching me for a long time, you saw me pregnant with Maverick. Why didn't you say congratulations? Then I'm like, if you've been watching me for a long time, then you know I had a baby. Why don't you message me to say, oh, Marlene, congratulations on your baby, right? But now, because I talked about something that impacts you, your Wharton MBA, and you not being able to find a job and you got to pay $250,000 in student loans, now you want to message me. I'm like, you see this, right? You see this? I was like, I thought about that. I really thought about that this morning. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So people are only going to reach out to you if it suits their needs, if it meets their self-interest. I'm like, even a congratulations on a baby, you couldn't give me that. You see, and I'm like, you see, this is why sometimes some people find themselves in the predicaments that they're in. I've learned that. Before, because I used to be on this whole blackity black bullshit, okay? Before, I was the type of person, if I see anybody suffering, I run to help the person. If I see a black person suffering, I run to help the person. If I see a black woman suffering, I run to help the person. But every time I see how they pay me back, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. People are true. Like when I meet most people, they're incredibly weak. They're so weak. They're paralyzed by their situation. They're crying. They're in fetal position. I mean, it's so pathetic, right? And you know me, if I show up, I'm gonna give you life. God gave me that gift. But I'm like, it's funny how when I encourage these people, I help these people, I pray these people, they always pay me back horribly. Horribly. I mean, some cruel behavior. Like, what the heck is wrong with your dumb ass? Right? And so there was a season I'm like, oh yeah, F this shit. Like, I'm not doing that. Right? But then, so you go from like extremes, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And then there was another season. I said, okay, because when God has called you to help people, it is what it is. But I said, now I'm moving forward. I'm going to be very mindful who I give my favor to. Going to be very mindful who I pray for. I'm going to be really mindful who I pray for. I'm going to be really mindful who I help, because not everybody deserves my favor. No, I'm like, not everybody deserves my favor, because some people, you're like, what? I'm like, what happened now? Right? But other you're like, okay, I see. But what I'm trying to tell you is be very mindful. Right? It's like money. You don't have enough money to go around. Okay. So I'm like, be very mindful who you give your favor to. Be very mindful who you cry for. Be very mindful who you pray for, because not everybody deserves it. Because not everybody knows how to be grateful. And not everybody knows how to be a good friend. Okay. Not everybody knows how to be a good sister. And I'm like, you have to be very careful, because a thing people don't want to admit is that sometimes a betrayal from a woman can hurt more than a relationship that went sour with a man. Okay. You have to be very mindful who you pray for. Gotta be very mindful who you give your favor to, because they will succeed. Because you put your stuff on them and they go. I mean, it don't last forever, but it lasts for a good time now, right? And so, oh, I don't need you anymore. Da, da, da. People think they can just go and just act any kind of way. But I'm like, I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, oh wow, that's interesting. But I'm like, it's just reinforced the fact that people will only reach out to you when it suits, like when it meets their self-interest. They can see that you're going through many things in your life. And I said, oh, you know what? Let me send her a message and say hi. But I'm like, oh, I roasted her Ivy League degree, and here she is showing up. I was like, a mental note, it stuck with me, right? But I'm like, just be mindful. Be mindful. Don't be so quick to exert yourself, expend yourself, do all that for other people, because they might not do it for you. Okay. And because they don't like you. Some people know how to be great takers. They don't know how to give. They don't know how to be selfless. And I'm noticing that more and more and more and more. A lot of people do not know how to be selfless. And people don't understand that many times when you release, you're going to get something bigger. Right? When you pray for someone to have something that you want, you might even have even more, because you're showing that you have the heart of God, right? I don't have to have before I pray for you to have it, because you might need it more than me. Or maybe I can afford to wait. What do I know? Maybe I can afford to wait, but you might actually need this blessing more right now, like more than I do. So I pray that God gives that to you, and that you're able to meet all your needs, and that you're able to meet all your obligations, right? So you don't go around and you don't get to know shame. But I'm like, some people, It's interesting.
Don't want to alienate their audience. And I think that's what could be going on with Meg Thee Stallion. Instead of elevating, instead of being, you know, she's in this relationship, she's supposed to be happy. She does put out a song about how she's happy with her man, but it's vulgar. It's still reminiscent of old Meg Thee Stallion. It's still over sexualized. The lyrics are not our elementary ABC rap. It's just very simple and no real elevation. And so I wanted to talk about this because Meg Thee Stallion is still Meg Thee Stallion, and she's not going to alienate her audience for anybody. So although she might be in a loving relationship or a committed relationship, and she might be happy, she's still going to talk about sex all the time. She's still going to be vulgar in the video. She's still going to look vulgar and present herself in that way, unfortunately. And this is supposed to be a woman who was college educated. This is supposed to be a woman who is highly intelligent. And yet she chooses to degrade herself continually, like she's in her early 20s, and not really show any progression, not show any elegance. And that is so desperately needed from Black women.
So y'all hear what you're saying? So I'm like, so you can evolve. But I'm like, at what point do you say, I don't need these people? Right? Like Megan, her relationship with Clay, I don't even know if it's real. I mean, I don't think it's real. I'm like, girl, I don't believe it. But let's even assume it was real, right? If you felt like he was really the one, I would quit music. I don't need this shit. Okay, Eve, she found her person, she bounced. Cause it's like, what music are you gonna make? What is so special about being a female rapper, anyways, right? What? Okay, what do you want? Okay, so to me, you might say, okay, I want to be a female rapper, whatever. But if you, by doing the whole female rap stuff, you're actually able to meet your person. And now you have a choice between, do I pursue this relationship and hopefully it leads to marriage? We have a beautiful family. We go on to be grandparents one day. You know what I'm saying? Versus, oh, I want to have my music career so I can have my hotties, girls that you'll never meet also, because it's all through the internet. Y'all don't know each other, right? You are willing to jeopardize the love of your life so you can rap. I'm like, we've had female rappers before. And the thing, and also why I wouldn't do it, because one day your audience is going to leave you behind. So it's best for you to leave them first. See, Lauryn Hill, she left us first. It's like, before y'all dislike me, I'm out of here, right? She made one album, she never looked back. And because of that, people want more of her, right? Queen Latifah, she left, like acting, TV shows, whatever. Yeah, oh yeah, no. I will leave before y'all get tired of me. Now, people who didn't know how to bow out gracefully, Little Kim. She became a meme. They made fun of her. She went broke. This, and that, right? Yes, I'm like, Eve, who else? Give me somebody else, chat. I'm just saying, right? Go. Because finding your person, that might be like a once in a lifetime kind of thing, right? An audience. And also, music doesn't pay. Music does not pay. There's no money in the music industry, right? There's money in touring, but even that, they don't like to pay for tickets. So it was cute for what it was. Move on, right? But if you can be married to a multimillionaire, you're never one for nothing. Foxy Brown, right? Her too. She went deaf or mute, whatever. People stopped caring about her. But I'm like, and that's the thing. That's what's so damn stupid. And this is where women are getting played. Fame, praise. When I tell you, these girls will leave you in the dust. All it takes is one video or one tweet, whatever. And then, oh, you're canceled. Oh, you're canceled. Oh, I will never forgive her. Oh, you're so canceled. Because they love to act like they love to act like goofy ass gods. Oh, we gonna cancel you and you'll never make it. Right? People are so fake. People are so finicky. People are so flippant. But if let's assume, I don't think it's a real thing, but let's assume he's the right one, right? I'm not going to jeopardize what we have. Oh, look at me making all this kind of music, masking the man, rapping all kinds of nastiness, making him look crazy in front of his coworkers. I'm not doing that. And also, he's in the NBA. The NBA, they cater a lot to families and children and things like that. You don't have a good brain. That's why I don't think it's real. Because all it takes one day is for the owner of the team, what's it called? What's that man's name, right? The owner of the team or the director of the NBA, like, okay, yeah, it's enough because this girl has a bad brand. And the NBA is family friendly, right? Where are we going with this? And he's lucky he's not even signed to Pat Riley, because Pat Riley, like when Shaq was playing with Miami, Shawnee was trying to do her foolishness. He's like, oh hell no. She had basketball wives in her head for a very long time, right? But Pat Riley, he's not into that foolishness, so it couldn't happen. I'm like, you're very lucky, right? But I'm like, the owner says enough is enough. It's going to stop. Because he makes way more than you, right? You're hired by Rock Nation. Jay-Z out here begging for $40 million. The owner of the team, he don't need nobody giving money. These people are billionaires, for real, right? Clay makes way more than you. He works for a more reputable company with way more money than Rock Nation. So all it takes is the owner of the team. It's over. Because you don't have a good brand. Right? You're not family friendly. And then what? Right? So I'm like, is this really is it worth the risking? Which is why I think it's fake. Because when a woman is really in love, she'll do whatever it takes. Like, oh, no. I'm not letting that slide. Right? But if you're willing to play these games, then it's because it's staged. You just want maybe to make it seem like, oh, somebody wants you because of all the Tory Lane stuff, whatever. But I will just say, any woman who finds like the right person, go do it. Because these women are fake. And when they find a relationship, they're going to leave you in the dust. So you have to leave them in the dust first. Right? That's it. You got to put your life, your family life first. Just like Eve, you put your family life first. You don't live for people. You live for yourself. If you can have a family. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Live your life. These women are not loyal. Look, if y'all remember Real Housewives of Atlanta? The way Kenya was telling Cynthia, oh, divorce Peter, divorce, all kinds of BS. So Cynthia was all get fine. She did it because Kenya kept hounding her. Then Kenya goes and marries Mark Daly. She never told Cynthia she was getting married. Can you imagine? She met Mark, didn't tell Cynthia. She planned the wedding, whatever island she went to, did not tell Cynthia. She invited other people. She did not tell Cynthia. She worked out a deal with People's Magazine, didn't tell Cynthia. Cynthia found out the rest of us. The day it came out on TMZ, that's when she found out. I'm like, women are something else, huh? Will tell you to divorce your husband, but when she meets a man, plans a whole wedding, she won't even tell you a word. So I'm saying, if you find the one, go. Don't even look. It's like running up the damn plantation of singledom, right? Go, run like Harriet Tubman and never look back. Because if it was you, if it was them and it was you, they would leave your ass in slavery. These people are not loyal. They are not loyal. If you meet the one, go. Don't look back. You are crazy. It's me, so you know I'm not gonna look back. But you see, Eve, she packed her bags. She went across the pond. She was gone for 10 years. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Okay? Because music, they're not gonna buy your music. They're not gonna stream your music. They're not going to buy your merch. They're not going to go to your concert. So why are you willing to sacrifice the love of your life for fake ass support? These are not real supporters. These are miserable people screaming your name. You don't want that kind of people. Okay? It's better to have your beautiful marriage and your beautiful baby say, mommy, mommy, mommy. These are the kind of people you want to have scream your name because their love is real. And also, these fans don't even know you. They like the image of you. They don't know you. Okay? They do not know you, nor do they care to know you. People only like them because you made them feel a certain way. You understand? They don't even care about you, the person, your soul, your tears. Because let's even assume, I'm not a big fan of Meg this time. I'm going to see her lie, right? But let's even assume, right, that this thing was real and he was the one for her. But good people would say the fact that Megan is an orphan, right? we should want her to make this work because her mom is gone, her dad is gone, her grandma is gone. She has no one. That's why I say these are not good people. Okay. She's an orphan. She's like Annie. She's like an orphan for real. She has no one. Everybody you see around her is somebody she met in the industry and that's on her payroll. She doesn't have friends. She doesn't have family. Everybody's dead. So let's assume this is a real relationship. Oh yeah. If you have to choose between your music and family, go build your family. Right? Because first of all, you need your family because you lost everybody. That's number one. Number two, maybe what happened to your mom could happen to you. Sometimes it's genetics. You might not even have long to live, right? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes if a mom has breast cancer, her daughter will have breast cancer. My mom dies at 40, her daughter dies at 40. Some things are genetics. So do you even have the time? Can you even afford to waste the time? Because if your mom left a certain way, you might leave the same way. She is your mom after all. She's genetics, right? So good people would say, Megan, you're an orphan. You've been by yourself. Now it's time for you to start your family and have your children, have your husband, your children, and family that can love on you because we know you're by yourself. No, y'all have your family, you have your mom, you have your dad, but Megan needs to continue to be by herself, right? I'm like this. These people are sick. They are truly sick. These are not good people. Okay. I'm like, and then you know that her mom died early. So who's to say she doesn't have the same gene that took her mom? She could have it. So maybe right now she's living on borrowed time. She might not even make it until she's 40. Right? People assume they have all this time. No, you might not. Okay? You might not. So I'm like, you should do it. Right? You had a chance to experience some kind of fame, your Tory Lane shit, whatever. Okay, if you can have a family, go have a family. Right? But no, we would rather see you either highly promiscuous or carrying a baby on your hip with no daddy. These are not good people. These are not good people. That's why, and I'm going to say it, and this is why I find it funny. Because to me, nobody loves to see a Black American woman with babies and no father than her fellow Black American woman. That's why it keeps going. Because let me tell you something, right? If you are dealing with good-hearted people over here, yes, today I'm gonna get it off what's on my heart. If you are dealing with good-hearted people over here, most Black American women who are single moms would tell every other young Black girl, this is what I did. Please don't do what I did, right? They would not expose yourself, but you would just like expose everything, the good, the bad. You would just give this young girl as much information as possible to say, do not do it. And you would also hold yourself accountable. You say, you know what? I can see where I also messed up. So if you struggle with this attitude, this and that, you might want to work on that too, because I think that's also what played a part in this not working out. But instead, I did nothing wrong. Everything is the man, blah, 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 blah. So it's like you want to see more of that because you don't want to be alone. Right? And that's how you know people are not nice. People say things. You can say, oh, I'm Black American. I love being Black American. Yeah, sure. But then we look at your advice. The advice you give, like, yeah, you're not a good person. Right? You can say whatever you want to say. But then we look at your behavior and you're not trying to help. You're making things worse. Right? You look at the behavior. It never gives, I'm happy for her. I'm only happy if I have more than her and she has less than me. Right? People can say whatever they want. You see, Marlene, people say things, but I always look at their behavior. And I say to myself, if you were so nice, we would not be in this mess. I think the mothers and the mothers and the grandmothers of before, they were nice. And that's why way more Black American girls were married, right? The single mother thing was extremely low because they were nice. They gave real advice. They didn't hide anything. They held themselves accountable. They're going to tell you everything you need to know because I don't want this for you. And so more and more people were getting married, right? Because women were actually honest because they didn't want to see their daughters, their nieces having to struggle with children. It's awful to want that two people. Even with like, look at what's her name? Look at Sean. Sean is African American. She watches a video, not even 10 seconds. She sees a quick disagreement between a husband and the wife. She's like, oh yeah, if that was the case, I'd divorce my husband because I'd rather be by myself. That if you would rather be by yourself, then why are you even asking the man to help you clean? You just go ahead and do it. Right? But everything, divorce. You have an issue with your husband, divorce. You're unhappy with this, divorce. You want to do this, divorce. Divorce, everything is divorce. And it's like, do you think it's that easy to get married? You think you can just walk down the street and find a new husband and find a new replacement? Right? Don't even know if these ladies have enough money to rent an apartment on their own, to put the gas in their name, to put the cable in their name, to put the internet in their name. Oh no, divorce, divorce, divorce. Did you ask her if she has enough money? Right? Are you going to pay for the attorney? If this divorce thing lasts for 2 years, you have enough money? If this man decides to hide his money and he puts this woman in a financial bind, are you going to go help this woman? Of course not. Right? People say things, they make a mockery, they make a joke out of recommending divorce. Like divorce is their answer to everything. Breaking up a family is the answer to everything, right? And they never say, hey, if you need the money, come see me. If you're in the streets, come see me. No, just giving this young woman advice. How many Black American women have listened to such foolishness? And they took their shoes, took their purse, their car keys, drove themselves to a divorce attorney. Oh, I'm going to file for divorce. And today they're suffering. Right? And all these women who told you to do it, where are they now? They're laughing at you. You know, I have one sis, let's say her name is Paula. She's like, Marlene, one time we were talking, she's like, I got to DM you. She was DMing me. Marlene, everything you're saying, my friends told me to do exactly that. And I did. Guess what happened? She ended up sleeping in her car. You think these girls, oh, you can move in with me, womp. Of course not. Of course not. Because they're not honorable. Because if you give advice to someone and it goes left, you should be like, oh shit, I told you to do it and now you're homeless. So I guess you're gonna have to move in with me because you're responsible for that person. Like Auntie Gloria, when I took her to the other Planet Fitness and the girl was like, well, she can't stay there. Well, guess what? I couldn't leave her. I can't leave her there. I'm responsible for her. So I brought her home because I drug her over there. So right? So I'm like, okay, fine. I guess you're coming with me. I'm stuck. You're stuck with me now. Right? But if you give someone advice and then the person finds themselves in hardship, you have to help them because they listened to you and now here they are. Of course not, because they're not honorable. They're like fucking pyromaniacs. It's like they just enjoy seeing people's lives go up in flames. You understand? And I'm like, you can't do stuff like that. You know? Somebody comes and vents about her marriage and she's not happy. Like, girl, let me tell you something. You know, sometimes people just want to vent, right? But just because you're upset does not mean you have to file for divorce. There's a lot you have to think about, right? Just because we don't agree on how we should clean the kitchen doesn't mean we go see a divorce attorney. What the fuck? If you have divorce attorney money, then you have made money. Why divorce? If you have $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 to go file for a divorce, then just hire a fucking maid. Hire a damn maid. That way you don't have to do it. He don't have to do it. Right? We don't divorce over dumb shit like that. But this is how they do out here, right? They tell their sisters, divorce, 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 divorce. Everything is divorce, divorce, divorce. And how many women have listened to that? We have one right now. She just got convicted for murder. Divorced twice, became a side chick for 2 years. Then she went and killed the pastor man. I mean, he's not even a pastor, but whatever. Now she's in prison. What if somebody had coached her to stay married to her first husband? It happens. Y'all got to make it work, right? Every marriage has growing pains. But it doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It doesn't mean that he's a bad person. Y'all just need to learn how to work together. And it's not easy. But just because something is not easy doesn't mean like it's impossible, right? If you had seen me and James, like me and Jimmy, like early on, and you see us now, you don't even think it's the same people. I'm like, I think I'm one Kenobi. right? I'm the Jedi over here, right? But we're two peaceful Jedis. And also, I think sometimes you get older. And the older you get, like, oh, whatever, I'm tired. Okay? But it's like everybody has a season where people are batshit crazy. Like, people are just fucking unhinged. Like, it's like, you were fucking crazy. But it doesn't mean it's not the right person. People have to fucking grow up, right? But I'm like, everything, divorce, 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 divorce. Oh, he didn't do X, Y, and Z, divorce. Oh, he didn't text you, girl. He must not love you, divorce. Oh, you went on a date and he didn't call you right after. Oh, girl, he's not into you, because if he really wanted to, he would. Don't call him back, block his number. I'm like, it's so fucking immature. Because the goal is to sabotage you so badly, to fuck up your psyche so badly that you'll just be by yourself. They want to see you by yourself. When are you going to realize that? Right? When are you going to realize that the people who are supposed to love you are the ones actually abusing you? When are you going to realize that the people who are supposed to love you, they want the worst for you? Right? Negativity, loneliness, solitude, promiscuity, raising kids alone, paying bills all by yourself, living in the cold all by yourself, picking up your groceries by yourself, fixing your groceries by yourself, fix the garage by yourself, you cut the grass by yourself. Girl, why? You are a woman. This is extremely masculine. They fucking hate your guts. They hate you. Like, girl, that's insane. Okay? That is insane. When do you rest? You can't. When can you sleep? You can't. Every day you're inflamed. Sometimes you even miss out on your period because you're so stressed out. There are days you have your period. Sometimes you don't have your period. Sometimes they're super long. Sometimes they're super short. Your body is telling you something. You might want to listen. Okay? You were never built to live like this. This ain't it. This is not it. Like I said, these girls don't like you. They don't like you. They don't want what's best for you. And you need to have the courage to say it. I think a lot of ladies who are Black American who really want to be about family, many of y'all need to join the African team. Okay? You need to get yourself some African friends. Get yourself some real African friends. They're going to talk to you. Okay? They're going to encourage you. They're going to build you up. They're going to remind you what it's really all about. They're going to pray for you. Right? Because it's important to have friends who pray for you. It's important to have friends, like, even when you're sad, they're going to send you back to the Bible. Right? Because everything, it comes from God. We have to consult God in everything that we do. You can't just get up, oh, well, I think I'm smart enough, so I'm going to go do it. Do what? You don't have all the information. You can't see into the future. All you know is that you're in pain. Give the Lord time to work on this. Calm the fuck down. Calm down. Okay? That's it. But like I said, if you're a Black American woman, I'm like Suge Knight, if you're a Black American woman and you truly want something traditional, you want to be married, you want to have a peaceful life, you want to have friends who you can talk about being married to and they're going to be happy for you and excited for you, get you some West African friends. Right? Even some Latinas. Get you some friends that are Latina. Get you some friends that are Asian. Right? Go and start being friends with people that have cultures that are pro-marriage. Just because you're African American does not mean that you're stuck with African American people. You're not stuck with anyone. Okay? You can't help the fact that you were born African American. Just like I can't help the fact that I was born West African. Okay? I can't help that. We can't help how we were born. Right? I mean, you'll find them. I mean, Houston is full of them. Like, you need to be hanging out with them Nigerian girls. There are so many. They do so many weddings. You're about to find someone. Okay? But you're big behind and you're so tall. You're going to find one real quick, right? But I'm like, go where people share the same values as you. Then you're going to be comfortable. You go, oh, can we pray about my marriage? Oh, yeah, sure. Let's pray. Oh, can we fast about this? Yes, let's do it. Nobody's going to call you a pick-me. Like, because it's perfectly normal. It would actually, I never understand this shit. Like, if a young lady is of a certain age, she's of a certain age, she has sexual needs. She had needs of protection, love, family. She's feel like she's yearning for a baby. How can you call her a pick-me? We were built for this. God never built us to be out here chasing degrees and corporate jobs and whatever's on. No, we were never. This is foolishness, right? We've always been in couples, like we've always been as like, you know, families and children and mom, and we've always been like this. So it's like to try to shame a young woman. Oh, you're so scandalous. To try to shame a young woman for wanting what God wants for her. We didn't make this up. Like, and it's perfectly normal for a young woman to want to be married. And we should all want this. When you see all these STDs out here, like this people are just so damn nasty. You are. They're gonna with your big ass, and you're so tall. They're like, yes, child, right? But my thing is like, this is perfect. How can you shame a young woman for wanting to have a family? I'm like, because people are fucking sick. They're no longer normal. Like once upon a time, promiscuity, ugh. Like what the heck? But this is crazy. Like the soul ties, the STD, your reputation. Oh, hell no. Like even if a girl was getting near having sex with 5 people, they're what? Oh no, she's scared now. Well, let me sit down real quick, right? You understand? But I'm like, these are healthy-minded people because family comes first. Nowadays, being like promiscuity, being a single mom, struggling. Oh no, that comes first. No, these are not healthy-minded people, right? Because family is everything. But I'm like, a young lady who wants that, why are you calling her a pick-me? But a girl who sleeps around with everybody, she's not a pick-me? A guy says hi, a guy buys her food, her legs are open. Somebody sends her a DM, her legs are open. Somebody pays for an Uber, her legs are open. Do you even know this guy's name? Of course not, her legs are open. So the girl who's promiscuous, she's not a pick-me. But the girl who's looking to build a family, raise her children, have family traditions like Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, she's a pick-me. You're sick as hell. And I'm like, when you're dealing with people who call a good thing wicked and they call wicked things good, you need to know, okay, you are sick. You are truly sick. You're sick in your brain. Like you're really sick in your brain. You're not normal. I'm like, you're truly not normal, right? Anytime you go anywhere else, when people get married, people are so happy. Oh my gosh, look at your husband. Look at your wife. Oh my gosh, look at your family. Look at your kids. There's that girl, I think she's Indian, Nabella, or she Pakistani, Nabella. Her husband is white. Like she has like 2 little daughters, right? She bought like this big ass house. You should see her comments. Like people are so happy. Oh my gosh, Nabella, I love your house. Oh, I love your daughters. I love your husband, right? Y'all know her name, right? Nabella? Is that how? Hold on. Yeah, Nabella, yeah. People be eating up her content. Okay? That's so cute. Look at that. With her husband, then and nobody shames her for that. Like nobody shames her. Huh? She sit there, they decorate the house and then they look, you see? I'm like, and nobody shames her for that. And she doesn't feel bad about this because that's what's expected. And that's what's celebrated. Like, oh yeah, you get to an age, you get married, you have your children, you have your traditions, you take your family pictures, this is what healthy-minded people do, right? But if you're with certain people, and for you to want that renders you to ridicule and shame and pick me this and pick me that. Oh no, you have to gracefully bow out. Like, okay, you know what? I gotta go. I gotta go because there's nothing pick me about wanting to have a family. Oh, but what's the other one? Oh, you can be married and still be a single mother. What do I know? It will never be my portion. Like, what the heck? I'm not speaking that over. Like, they just want you to be scared, be afraid, be bitter, not believe. Oh, I don't know. You can be married and still be a single mom. I don't know. It's just, it will never be my portion. I don't know what to tell you. I gotta go, right? Oh, and he gonna beat on you. Who are these people who beat people in 2025? That's just fucking weird. That's also not going to be my portion. Have you taken your meds? You're quite delirious, okay? No, okay? You speak life over yourself. Like, Everybody's husband ain't the same, right? Some people don't do shit. It happens. But in my case, my husband's going to be active. You speak over your life. Don't let other people speak over your life. It is your life. You have to speak. Exactly. No, you are the prophet of your life. You have to speak over your life. Don't you ever allow anybody to speak over your life. If somebody says a thing that you don't like, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. Don't just sit there quiet and no, let them know I rebuke it. Like, what is this? Right? Because they're desperately trying to speak curses over your life. They want to see if your faith is strong. Oh, it's absolutely strong. Are you okay? I want to take your meds, you know, right? But I'm like, this girl Nabella, like, you should see her page. Like, people go crazy on her page. And her comments are super sweet. They're super supportive because I guess she's like Packy or whatever. But I'm like, in her culture, people get married. He's white. I guess in his culture, they get married too, huh? But I'm like, the people she attracts are people who are pro-family, right? And it's like, you have to believe that. You can find your own people, your own tribe of people who are pro-marriage, who will support you, who want to see you win. They want to see you have a beautiful family. They easily speak life over you. They easily speak favor over you. They easily speak, oh, your kids are going to be beautiful. You're going to have a beautiful house. You're going to have a sweet husband. You're going to have a beautiful home. You're going to live long. It don't cost nobody nothing to say something nice to people. It doesn't cost you anything to speak a blessing over someone, right? Yeah. You're like, they really love Nabella. Like, all she does is like home decor. She decorates, she cooks and stuff, right? But I'm like, why in certain communities, certain things are okay for some people, but in others, it's like, oh, no. And it's like, no, because people are not okay. People are so bitter. And that's the thing with like being so bitter, not forgiving, like Miss Evelyn, right? Is that people become so jaded. They don't know how to let go. It's like you have to let go. You have to release people. You have to forgive. You have to move on. Right? And that's what I mean. There are certain people I had to let go. I'm like, yeah, you're very bitter. You are truly, truly bitter. It is not healthy to live like that. And also, mind you, I try to tell you, you didn't want to listen. So, okay, right? But I'm like, you need to make sure that you go where people are joyfully praying for you, where people don't make you feel bad about wanting to have a family, where people do not make you feel bad about wanting to be married. Yeah, Kevin, because it's like I'm like, what is it to you to bless a person? Like, bless people, speak life over people. You know what I mean? Speak favor over people. I mean, like, it's good for a person's soul. Like, the Bible said, Christ said, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, right? We are all in agreement, right? So it's like, if you have a young sister, like she really wants to be married, or even if she's not young, like y'all the same age, if she wants to be married and she comes to you, we can stand in agreement, right? I want that for you because it gives everybody stability. A man who is married, stability. A woman who is married, stability. Kids born, black babies born in a marriage, right? Stability, right? Just having a routine, like you come home, you see mommy and daddy, like, you know, there's all of that structure. It makes the children confident. It makes them have high self-esteem. It makes them focus more on their schoolwork because their environment is stable. You know what I'm saying? They can sleep well. They wake up well because they know mommy and dad, we're staying together. We're a family, right? If a woman gets to a certain age and she wants to start decorating her home for Christmas, or she wants to start doing things, like, it's a beautiful thing because we are called to evolve. Like, there's a season to be a baby. Then you're a toddler, then you're a child, then you're a teenager, you're a young adult, you're a young woman. There's a season to also be a wife. Then you have a season of being a grandmother. Like, you know, we are meant to experience all of that. And we should pray for one another that God gives us enough health, enough joy, enough energy, enough wisdom that we are able to enjoy all of the above. And so when God calls you back, You can say, I lived a good life, right? I got to love someone. Someone got to love me too. I have my children. Now my kids have their own families. I got to see my grandchildren. And now I get to leave this place. I did my part. I did my part. Okay, right? But love is, it's a beautiful thing. And when it's done right, it can truly inspire a lot of people, right? Sometimes you can meet bad people, it's true, but you have to know how to recover and you have to get back on your feet, right? A bad breakup or a bad divorce is not a reason to become so bitter that you want other people to live in fear. We can't do that. Christian people, we can't live like that because we have a commitment that we're not supposed to live in fear because God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of sound mind and understanding, right? So I can't live in fear. It's against my faith. It's against my religion. You understand? And so anybody who speaks in fear, I can't be around you because we don't serve the same God. Okay? Because my God says that he gave me a sound mind, not a spirit of fear. Okay? So my mind is sound. I have nothing to fear. For Christ in me, the hope of glory, I'm going to be okay. I'm actually okay all the time, actually, right? So like, no. So I'm like bitter people, fearful people, scared people, people who always live in the past, always talk about the past. Like, I can't be around people like that because it's not godly. A godly person, you're sad for a season, but you got to pick up your step. You got to keep going, right? Because just because something went bad doesn't mean that God doesn't have something better. God always has something better. And you have to know that. Crying about something like this, don't even know that whatever, it's like what God has in store for you, you're going to be like, wow, why was I even crying in the first place? You have no reason to be so sad. Get up, keep walking, trust in God, right? Like you're surprised. God is not surprised. There's nothing we go through in this life. Like, oh, I didn't know that was going to happen. God knows it was going to happen. And because it was going to happen, he planned something even better for you. That's it. Believe. Get up. And stay away from like negative people. You got to stay away from negative people. It does nothing for you.
In music and in general in the public, from young Black women, I should say specifically.
Amen.
And so I wanted to talk about this video, Love a Girl, because not the video, because I seen clips. I didn't want to open my eye gates to all that foolishness. But I wanted to talk about how just the lyrics is just so simple and just I just feel like it's basic and it's just vulgar. And it's just like, if you're in a happy committed relationship, there should be other things that you can talk about. I didn't really feel what she brought to the table. She didn't really say what she brought to the table other than her body to her new relationship. And she never said what he brought to the table other than the fact that he's good at sex. And let's just review some of these. Here's the chorus. Kissing, kissing, ooh, ooh. My man, my man, my man, my baby, my baby. I'll just say loving, but there's a different word that she's using. Loving me down, spoiling me, driving me crazy. Let's skip the small talk and make some big moves. I know you feeling me, you know I'm feeling you. Don't need no GPS. I know what's going down. You got that Love Jones, baby, you 90s fine. I'm from Splash Town. You know I keep it W-E-T. Might have gave him that good, but I gave him the best. Then we go into something else, which is pop that expletive for your man. And it keeps going on. I mean, I wasn't surprised, but when I heard
and this thing also, I'm gonna say this too, right? And these kinds of lyrics like that, like I said, people are so selfish. People are just, and I think because people are hurt. People are hurt, people are bitter, people are desperate for money. And so people do not think this, I'm putting these lyrics like that, and the world is going to think that this is how Black American women want to be made love to. This sounds like porn. It, like me, I hear this. It doesn't come off like, oh, the lady's enjoying herself. It doesn't sound like there's foreplay. It doesn't even sound like there's romance, right? It's like he just grabs her, he flips her over like some bestiality fuckery. Like, yo, that's a fucking woman. Like, you know, pipe down, calm the fuck down. There is no romance. You see, it's like you make music that makes it seem like when you see, or when if you date or you're intimate with a Black American woman, just grab her like the way you would grab some wild beast and shit, and it's all about what you want to do with her body. That is crazy to me, right? That is crazy. It's a human being. It is the body of a human being. And so for a woman to make music encouraging men to desecrate women, like bodies of our own people, that is crazy to me. Once upon a time, this is the kind of stuff that white people probably write, or because, you know, it probably be their fantasy. But to see you make that kind of music like that, I'm like, that's just fucking crazy. And this the kind of shit that leads to violence against women. This the kind of shit people think because it's a woman doing it, it's okay. It's actually worse, because then it says, oh, look at her, she's saying it's fine, right? Oh, it seems like she likes it. Oh, she seems to like it, and the girls are dancing to it, right? But I'm like, I'm being honest. I want you to picture that. Picture what she just talked about. Imagine someone doing that to you. Are you going to say to yourself, oh, wow, that was so amazing? Or you're like, oh, wow, that was kind of violent. You're not going to feel good. This does not feel good. This just sounds like you grab her, you just rip her clothes, you flip her over, pop, 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 treat her any kind of way. Even the girl that's on trial, the guy, he did something like that to her, right? He did that to her because she said she was giving the man fellatio, and then all of a sudden he grabbed her head and he just forced, and she was gagging, and she was like, oh my God. And he was like, you better not bite me, B. You better not bite me, B. I was like, what? I'm like, you should have bit him and kicked him in the groin. Is he insane? Right? But it's like you make a certain type of music and people think this is who they are. This is what they like. And it's extremely dangerous also when you have a lot of white people and other people who have a fetish, like they just want to know what it feels like. Because then they listen to this and they think, oh, this is an admission. Like, oh, this is how you like it. You're Black. You know, and some people, and also if you're dark skinned, oh, you're Black, you're dark skinned. So you must like it rough. You must like it super, super rough. You must like torture. Hold up. Wait a minute. That's just a complexion. It has nothing to do with my tolerance for pain. But I listen to this. None of this, I listen to it. It doesn't come off sensual to me, romantic to me, foreplay, and this, and that, right? It's just straight up effing. That is not enjoyable. And you wonder why so many women out here, they've had many sexual partners, and they have yet to have an orgasm. Because it's just violence. You cannot handle a woman's body like that. It's too much. You know what I mean? Like when you deal with a woman's body, you really have to warm it up. You can't just be grabbing her, pop, 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 pop. Like she is not the freaking origami. She's a human being. She truly is a human being. You don't handle a woman's body like that. Which lets me know, Megan herself, she's never had somebody make love to her. Everybody just fucks her. She just gets fucked. That's all she knows. I'm like, this is not a flex. I'm 40 years old. Trust me. Okay. I've had sex plenty of time. This right here, this ain't what you want. This is not what, this is just you. I'm telling you, it's like, pow, 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 pow. What you did, and no damn foreplay, and no talking to you. And this is not what you want. Listen to your big sis right here. Okay, I'm not a scammer. I'm not signed to Rock Nation. This is not what a man does this to you, you're going to feel so disgusting. Because he didn't care about you. So he just came in there like them rapist people, like them vulture people. He's just there to assault you because this sounds really painful. Right? You know what I'm saying? This ain't it. This ain't it. Now, I'm not saying that you don't have time when you know a person, you might be like, oh yeah, like F me, whatever. But I'm like, this right here, no, this ain't it. And that's why a lot of young ladies, they have multiple sex partners. They've never had an orgasm. right? And that's why you also have lots of young men. They're extremely promiscuous. They have slept with a lot of people, but they don't know how to pleasure a woman, because a lot of girls fake their orgasm. Because everything is effing. Pop, 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 pop. Like, this is crazy. It's the human body, right? You're like, this is just crazy. It's really crazy. But when you don't know shit, if you're young, you don't have much experience with men, you don't have much experience having, or maybe even also if you were molested or if you were sexually assaulted, and that's how you were introduced to sex, I can see how this could be alluring to you. But if you have a healthy mind and you would like to have a healthy sexual encounter with one person, right? I'm telling you, this does not feel good. This does not feel good. Doesn't feel good, right? Somebody should take time with you and, not just pop, 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 pop. And then boom, it's over. That is weird. That is truly weird.
Some of the song, I was just cringing, because I'm just like, this is something that a 21-year-old promiscuous newcomer rapper can be talking about, not someone who's 30 that's supposed to be college educated. Why are we still in this lane, Megan? We need to be moving forward. And the only thing she really talks about is how great her sex life is with her man. She's saying that she's the best, but he hasn't married her. And the unfortunate part for Megan Thee Stallion and women like her and that look up to her is that a lot of them think they bring something to the table when they, because a lot of men are DMing them, or they want to date them, or they want to be with them, or they can get dates. But they don't understand that a lot of times these men don't have anything for them. These men just want to see what all the talk is about. If all you do, like what Megan does, is talk about sex and how great her body is and how great her sex is and all of this stuff, and it drives men crazy and it's all that stuff, a lot of men want to sign up and line up for that. Mm-hmm. They want to see what the hype is about.
Yeah, like imagine like you at a fair or something and they treat you like a ride. Like you're not a human being. Because it's about, what was it? You're like, oh, she has a soul. Oh, she lost her mom. Oh, you're like a ride. Like you're like a merry-go-round. You're like a ride, and they can't wait to give you a token and just ride. And they get off the ride. Is that really what you want? That's why I think some of these female rappers are bipolar. They have to be fucking bipolar. Ain't no way. Right? And that's why I also think a lot of these female rappers, I don't know, I would find it hard to believe that many of them were not sexually assaulted as kids. I find it hard to believe, right? Because to me, I will tell you this, right? I don't know if the song is about Clay, I don't know, but let's even assume it was about Clay, right? I think not only if you were a great rapper, but if you were a versatile rapper, right? The song would be a bit more vulnerable. And instead of talking about sex, you would probably tell me something like, he was the first man to ask me about my mom, or he was the first man to help me recover. Like, because like I said, like when Eve came out with Love is Blind, it was all about domestic violence. It wasn't about pop the poom poom and poom poom, but it was to tell you, like, if somebody puts their hands on you, that's not normal, because love is not supposed to hurt you, right? But I'm like, if this was a real relationship, or if it was a great one that I should put on a pedestal, he would have moved so much differently than your exes. He would have moved so much differently than all the other guys you slept with, because you slept with plenty of people. But I would love to hear that, unlike the other man who came for you, for your ass and your vagina and your throat game, he was the first one to say, I love you, or he was the first one to care about your mom. He was the first one to set up, like, the day of your mom's passing, like the day of her anniversary for her passing. He had a special dinner for you. He had a chef come in and make you some food. Like something a bit more vulnerable. Like he knows you. Like this man actually knows you. So he did something intentional. And then that made you go, oh, wow. So this is what love really is. Right? But I'm like, it's the same old, same old. You meet a guy, you fuck him, you suck him, he sucks you, he fucks you, and then on to the next relationship. We've heard this before. So there's nothing special going on. It's just sex per usual. So he doesn't know you and you don't know him. And that to me is problematic, right? Because I was talking to a little sister recently, and she was with someone, and then I wasn't feeling in my spirit. Okay. And then also, when we were talking about it, I mean, I can say it now, I guess you can hear me, but I can say it now. We were talking, and I'm like, I saw her in absolute poverty. I just saw her. I mean, like, it was like she looked depressed. She had children. She had no money. I was like, oh my God, who is this person, right? But I was like, Lord, I hope she makes the right decision. And then recently we started talking. She told me something about her family. And I was like, Then the next day, I thought about it. I'm like, hold on. Wait a minute. So he came, he saw your family, and he saw this, he saw that. Like he saw, he got to meet people. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, when he met those people, he saw what, like the stuff. She was like, the whatever. She was like, yeah. And I'm like, and after he saw that, he had no pity, like he had no mercy. His heart was not taken with like, oh my gosh, like, She said, no. I said, but damn, he ain't shit. That's not a good person, right? That's not a good person. And I said, now I know how we need to pray about this. I'm okay. Now I gain more clarity, right? Because the right one, you guys, it's going to be so beautiful, right? Like questions will be asked. Nobody's ever asked you before. You know what I mean? There's going to be a desire to protect you that you never had before. I'm telling you, so anybody can take off your underwear. That ain't hard. Anybody can grab you, flip you, pop, you suck, okay, whatever. That ain't hard. People, and especially in this generation, they're so quick to get naked. So we know that ain't hard. Okay, they love to just fondle people's bodies they barely know. That ain't hard. But imagine someone who really cares about your soul. Imagine someone who really sees you. Right? That's really different. Somebody who really wants to step up for you. Like, wow, I didn't even know, right? Something like this could happen. I'll give you a good example, even though they could be slightly toxic. I'm sure they're a little slightly toxic, right? But I'm like, think for a second of like Uzi Vert. Think of Uzi and what's that girl's name? And JT, for example. Right? You see? Think about that. You see, Uzi, he has done a lot for JT. Vraiment, il est vraiment gentil. He's a quirky sweetheart. Because think about it. She went to prison. Fraud. He go like, girl, you ain't your fraudulent. Don't be stealing my credit cards. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Right? But he protects her a lot. JT don't have to come outside. She don't have to come outside. She doesn't have to make songs. She nested up. Everybody's like, come outside. What's the man that's badly built? What's his name again? Uncle Daddy. What's his name? Uncle Auntie. What's his name? What's that boy's? I can't think of his name. Saucy Santana. There you go. Right? Saucy is so salty because she doesn't come outside. I mean, we saw the house. I wouldn't come outside my damn self. But they're really, really salty because he's very protective of her. Very protective. JT can have whatever she wants. Do you see her outside? Do you even see her trying to meddle with the peasants? I'm like, he bought you like a $60,000 bag? Yeah. I mean, look at the stuff she can talk about. She's the only one in the house. She's like, yeah, I'm here. I see him every day. Like, she's in the house. She's just in there, perched up. I'm like, oh my gosh. JT, what? Jatavia, invite me over. But they're really salty because she doesn't have to work. And I'm like, I can see why Carisha was so desperate because she's jealous. She was so desperate to be a little sex worker for Diddy and get peed on. JT does not have to get peed on. Right? All they can say is, oh, you and your man share the same bag. I mean, I'm like, yeah, I guess we got good taste. I don't know. Right? But I'm like, what else can they say? Do you see JT make songs like that? No, Val, you probably missed it, Val. When I tell you that boy really loves her. I'm like, and when you think about it, JT really has a fairy tale. You come out of prison, like, girl, what? You come out of prison for fraud. And you date one of the biggest rapper right now. He's like one of the biggest rappers right now. He took her out. They went and bought a purse. It was a Louis Vuitton purse for like $60,000. I think he bought her like a Maybach or some shit. I don't even know. He's like, it's just crazy. She's in the house all day. And the house, like the house where they live, like in Hollywood over there, it is one of a kind. Like the house is so pretty. The floors are also heated, you know. There's no, hey, sunshine, there's no one around. Like, I'm like, this is such a pretty house. Let me see if I can show you the house. I was like, oh my gosh, I can see why they're mad. Wow. I don't think Val saw the house. Let me see if I can. Oh, it was this one, right? I said, but Jesus.
When he's not dropping a reported $24 million getting a rare pink diamond implanted in his forehead, Lil Uzi Vert sometimes invests in normal things like real estate. Earlier this month, it was reported that the one-of-a-kind rapper dropped $4.4 million on a super modern, glassy mansion in Bell Canyon, Los Angeles. While it only costs a fraction of the rumored price of his forehead bling, the new home is absolutely gorgeous, and today we're gonna take a look. In these videos, we don't reveal any addresses, and even though I've done a house tour of my own place, please do not show up at any private residences because it's not safe for anyone. Samir Woods, better known to us all as Lil Uzi Vert, is a rapper, singer, and songwriter who famously rocks his own unique style, including face tattoos and piercings, and an androgynous fashion. His tunes often talk about dark subject matter and take on an emo approach to rap, while he gained attention with the release of his debut single, Money Longer, back in 2016. After this, Lil Uzi scored a recording contract with the Los Angeles, about an hour-and-a-half drive from Beverly Hills, in an area called Bell Canyon. Bell Canyon is located in eastern Ventura County and is a guard-gated equestrian community that provides seclusion and privacy high up in the Simi Hills. The rapper's new home was built in 2017 and sits on a sprawling lot of almost 1.5 acres, offering perfect views of the scenic mountains and the San Fernando Valley. I'm not always a fan of super modern homes, but this is an exception. It might just be one of my favorite celebrity pads that I've seen. Lil Uzi's abode is secured behind gates at the top of a driveway that goes up a hillside, and the mansion consists of 2 floors, spanning just over 7,000 square feet of space, with panoramic views of the city lights and mountains from nearly every room. There are 5 beds and 5.5 baths, and according to marketing materials, his new home is a one-of-a-kind architectural masterpiece. There are stone accents, many walls of floor-to-ceiling windows and glass, complemented with ash brown hardwood and sleek finishes. From exterior views, Lil Uzi's estate looks like your average multi-million-dollar contemporary home, but inside it's pretty unique, like the rapper himself. Once past the front door, you walk right into the combination living and dining room space, which offers soaring double-height ceilings and an open layout. To one side, there's a staircase to the upper level, and the dining area is positioned on that side as well, next to a bank of glass sliders. The living area is set up with a plush white sectional sofa, and there's a lot of extra floor space to do whatever you'd like with. One of my favorite rooms here might just be the kitchen. I love the light ash wood cabinets and gold fixtures, not to mention the walls of glass that have palm tree views. Countertops are sparkling white, and of course the space is full of expensive appliances. There's also a U-shaped island that doubles as a place to dine, as it wraps around a built-in banquette with white marble table. Above the living room, there's a massive loft-like gallery overlooking it. There's a piano in one corner, a couple of lounge areas, a sleek office space, as well as glass sliders out to a long balcony. The roomy covered terrace has a floating staircase down to the pool for easy access. Upstairs, the 4 guest bedrooms also have access to their own ensuite, each of which is designer styled, and most are decked out in a ton of white. While all the guest suites are impressive, Lil Uzi's master bedroom retreat is definitely the main attraction. His suite alone is as big as a large apartment and offers a fireplace set in stone, a TV, and it's surrounded by more floor-to-ceiling windows and a lounge area. His deluxe attached bath has herringbone floors, a double sink vanity, a tub, and massive 2-person glass enclosed shower. Something tells me Lil Uzi is gonna love getting ready in this luxury bathroom. Outside, the rapper can entertain and host plenty of friends and family thanks to all the space and amenities. There are features like an outdoor kitchen and bar area that's tucked on the side of the house behind the indoor kitchen, which also has views of the mountains. Then the patio attached to the giant living and dining room is decked out with strips of fake grass, making things a little livelier. Of course, we can't forget about my other favorite part of the mansion, and something that's definitely a major feature here, the pool. Lil Uzi's pool reminds me of one of my favorite Las Vegas resorts, the Cosmo. It's modern and glamorous and partly tucked under the 2nd floor overhang of the house, providing some shade. His turquoise pool and attached spa is definitely something to seriously envy. Even from the pictures, it just looks refreshing and expensive. So now we've taken an in-depth look at Lil Uzi Vert's brand new home.
Okay, you see? That's his home, right? And so she's there all day. She doesn't come outside. So Santana was like, oh, you in that house? You don't come outside? You in that house? But yeah, she's in the house. And she does not invite them over. So that's why they're extra salty. She doesn't invite them over. She doesn't do parties. They can't, their eyes, their evil eyes, they can't see. They can't see inside. They know where she lives. They're not invited in. But I'm like, you think about how she lives. Even Meg, I'm like, do you stay at Clay's house? Do you even have access to his house? What do I know? Right? Okay. Do you even have you? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Right? Do you even have how does that work? What's my email? Sorry, I gotta sign up for my class. Where the hell did I go for this? I was on a wait list and then I got accepted. Hold on, y'all. Sorry, here's a second. Okay, good. I get it. All right, hey, boo. Yeah. But I'm like, you see how they live? Who bought a house together? Right? I'm like, when you see how JT sings her stuff, who bought a house together? But JT, she's in the house. She doesn't come outside. She does not come outside. I'm like, girl, you had the fairy tale life, like coming from prison to living like this. You don't pay for anything. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't have to work. She doesn't have to rap. She doesn't have to. She just stays in the house. She does what she wants. Oh, they bought a house together. Which house? I would love to see it.
It's just like with Lori Harvey. Nobody is getting with or dating Lori Harvey. No man is dating her because they want to be in a committed relationship with her and they want to marry her. They don't see her as wife potential. They just sees how she runs through a whole bunch of men. And the difference between men and women is that men seem to be okay with being ran through, as far as like with a beautiful, highly sought after woman that is known to have a lot of men. They're okay with being one of her subjects at one particular part or point in time in her life. It's a story they can tell their kids, grandkids, other men. It gives them some type of clout and status. But when it comes to women, being a woman who is...
Hold on, Shoma, because the way you tell the news, Chad, the way you tell the news, this is what they're saying. They say Klay Thompson scores a $12 million Hermosa Beach escape. So he bought his house. And then she just ran to hold a picture to make it seem like they official. Girl, he bought a house. He bought a house. Okay. Okay. That's it. I'm telling you, if you see Uzi Vert, I did the live before. Sunshine can tell y'all. If you see Uzi Vert, the way he treats the way he treats JT, no, he really loves her. Even in her, do you hear her music? Grab me, F me, want you, job, please, whatever. Okay, I'm like, that's all she does. She stays in the house, don't have to work. I'm like, she does whatever she wants, and I'm like, that to me it's a really big fairy tale. And I can see why. Yeah, I can see why Carisha was really jealous, and I can see why, because when everything was going on, Saucy, like, he went on the live space and Carisha was on there. I'm like, why are you there? You know, they're like, yeah, she put a battery in his bag because she feels some kind of way. But I'm like, he really does love her. Like, he really does. She's like, I'm not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. We're staying in here. I'm like, yeah, I believe you. I'm like, JT, do not leave that house. It's a beautiful house. So I'm like, he bought a house. And then she went and grabbed the keys and went like this. Okay, sure. Okay. But I'm like, do you live in there? Is your stuff in there? We would love to see it. Okay. We'd love to see it. Anyways.
trying to get with a man who is highly sought after, and you are one of those women that he's dealing with, but not in a committed relationship. It just doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right, and it's not the same. A lot of women don't like that. Now, there are some that are okay with that, being one of that man's, you know, hookups and nothing serious. They might want to just see what it's about. But it's still not seen as nice and good in society's eyes. But on the other hand, like, a lot of women like Megan Thee Stallion and those who think that they're amazing because a lot of men want to be with them and hook up with them and date them or be in a relationship with them, they don't realize that these men just want to test you out. They don't want a committed relationship, because if Klay Thompson was so in love and thought and valued Megan Thee Stallion so much, he would have married her. I don't know how long they've been together, but marriage is not even an option right now, it don't seem like. And maybe she wants that, but she doesn't realize that these men just want to date her to see what it's about. I remember
This dude has a problem. He also dated Coco Jones. What is wrong with this kid? What? So he dated Anna S. from 2014 to 2015, Tiffany Suarez 2015, Abigail R. 2017, Laura 2018, 2019, Aza 2019, Coco Jones, that was his longest one, from 2021 to 2023. So, and then Coco Jones, now she's engaged. Oh no, this man has a problem. Okay. This guy is insane. I didn't know he was around with all these people like that. Oh, wow. Oh. Y'all didn't tell me he dated Coco Jones. I didn't know. Wow. So this is what he does. Oh. Exactly. He dated, she's right there. He dated her from 2021 to 2023. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with this kid? I did not know this. Y'all gotta tell me that. What? A parent's worst nightmare. What? What is this? What you doing?
Hey tribe, and welcome to my
What's happening here?
energy is very much hot and cold.
What?
Klay Thompson defended his
Just a teen Disney star.
The Maverick.
Okay, you guys.
That's a good watch too. Thank you, brother.
This room.
What the heck? I did not know that. Were they like really hush hush about it or something?
Klay Thompson, who is best known as the superstar professional basketball.
Okay.
Klay.
I did not know that. Well, yeah, he dated Coco Jones. Like he did a lot of young ladies. Okay. Yeah, he's not a serious person. Oh, he's not serious. Oh yeah, he's not serious. Yeah, never mind. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. Thank Kevin Gates. Oh yeah, no. Okay. Oh, Coco says she don't talk about you on public until she's engaged. Good for her. Nobody, that wouldn't make her stick bodies on you. What? Hey, Ruga. Ooh. And he could also just be a knucklehead. He could just be a knucklehead. So that way he can just sleep with people. Maybe he's changed. I mean, but you guys, it seems like he's had a relationship nonstop. Did he ever take a break? Because look at this. 2014, 2015. Then it's 2015. Then it's 2015. What? 2017. So I guess in 2016 he took a break. Okay. Then 2017, 2018 to 2020, 2 years. Then Eliza, right after. Coco Jones, another 2 years. So the only year he took off was 2016. So he's been having a girlfriend, like he's been in a relationship like this nonstop. Does he know what he wants? My people. No, I don't know why. I don't know why the men are so weird. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why the men are really bizarre. The men are really bizarre. Aquarius men can be so, I don't know. They're just, I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, it's not going to work, y'all. I'm sorry. 2 Aquariuses together, it's not going to work. I apologize. Child, my ex was an Aquarius. It didn't work. My little brother, too, Kevin, he tried to date this Aquarius girl. It didn't work. It's too much. Like, no, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. No. We don't do well with each other. We don't do well with each other. No. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
Long time ago when Meg Thee Stallion first came out, Trey Songz, who, you know, had a big career in the past, he was talking about how he wanted to get with Meg Thee Stallion, how he really enjoyed Meg Thee Stallion's music, and he wanted to test it out and see what all of the hype was about with her when it comes to the stuff that she says on her records, right? He was very upfront and very forthcoming about that, okay? The same thing, I remember they were interviewing Kevin Hart and The Rock for some movie that they were doing. And The Rock said that he really liked Meg Thee Stallion. And the interviewer was like, why do you like Meg Thee Stallion? That's amazing. Why? And he said, I'm just going to keep that to myself. See, the thing is, men don't respect her. They just are aroused by her. And so anybody that is a man that wants to get into a relationship or situationship or whatever with her, they just want to see what all the fuss is about. They want to see what she's talking about on her records. Can she back up all of the salacious things and all of the sexual things that she says about herself on the record? Or is she just talking? But they have no thought of truly committing to her and being in a relationship with her. And I don't know if she knows that. I don't know if the women that follow her and look up to her know that. Maybe they don't care. But that's the reality of it. Meg Thee Stallion is not wife material, at least not in this point in her life. Not to say she will never be. But in this point in her life, she is still selling sex. She is still acting like she and presenting herself as some 21 over-sexualized girl. Just got out of college and free and fun. She is not presenting herself as an elegant, put together wife in a committed relationship. And these lyrics to her new song say nothing about what she brings to the table in her new relationship other than the fact that she is great at sex and she has a nice body, and doesn't really say anything her boyfriend brings to the table other than the fact that he's nice to her, I guess, and he's really good at sex himself. And so I want to caution a lot of young Black women and just Black women in general that want to be married to know that this is not the way. First of all, I just don't believe women. I don't care what feminism says, sexual revolution says, freedom and all that. I just don't think it's becoming of women to speak about such vulgar things, cursing and also sex and stuff like that, talking about that publicly. It's just nasty. We need to get back to a time where we had decorum. And we wonder why so many people look at Black women in a sexual.
Hold on. Okay. Y'all look at this. I should go ask AI real quick. Can y'all see this? Hold on. So it's saying in astrological terms, when considering the compatibility of two Aquarians in a romantic relationship, certain characteristics associated with the zodiac signs are often discussed as potential challenges. It is important to remember that astrology is a complex system of beliefs and interpretation, and individual experiences can vary greatly. Okay, hold on, make it bigger so y'all can see this because it's a little too small, I think. Huh? Okay, good. Okay. Some astrological perspectives suggest that two Aquarians might face difficulties due to shared traits that could lead to a lack of emotional intimacy or conflicting needs for independence. Aquarius is typically described as an air sign ruled by Uranus and Saturn, which are associated with intellect, innovation, independence, and sometimes emotional detachment. Well, like, yeah. Okay. Potential challenges often cited: emotional distance. Aquarians are often seen as prioritizing logic and intellectual connection over deep emotional expression. In a relationship between two individuals with this tendency, there might be a struggle to build a profound emotional intimacy or openly share vulnerable feelings. Now, so they just be having sex. Okay. Need for independence. Both partners may highly value their freedom and personal space. While mutual understanding of this need can be beneficial, it could also lead to a lack of shared time or difficulty in fully merging their lives, as each individual might highly focus on their own pursuits. Stubbornness. As a fixed sign, Aquarius can be described as having a strong will and being set in their opinions. When two individuals with this trait are in a relationship, disagreements could potentially escalate if neither is easily willing to compromise or see the other point of view. Okay? Communication style. Communication in this pairing might be heavily intellectual, which is a strength, but could also mean that emotionally charged topics are approached with logic rather than empathy, potentially hindering effective conflict resolution. Okay. Despite these potential challenges, an Aquarius couple often shares a powerful intellectual bond, a love for innovation, a mutual respect for individuality. If both partners are consciously aware of these dynamics and willing to work on emotional openness and compromise, their shared values and intellectual connection can form the basis of a strong and unique partnership. Okay. Astrologers often offer the following relationship advice to help Aquarius couple navigate their specific challenges, focusing on communication, emotional connection, and balance. So fostering emotional intimacy. Prioritize emotional expression. Both partners need to make a conscious effort to share their feelings and vulnerabilities openly, as they both tend to lean towards logical and intellectual communication. Setting aside dedicated time for emotional check-ins can help bridge the emotional gap. Okay, practice empathy. Rather than approaching every issue with pure logic, strive to understand, acknowledge each other's emotional needs and weak spots. Okay, go with the flow of emotion instead of overanalyzing and rationalizing feelings. Both individuals should learn to embrace and sit with their emotions, which can add depth to their relationship. Okay, managing independence and conflict. Respect personal space. Set clear boundaries. Embrace compromise and flexibility. Focus on collaboration. Maintaining a vibrant connection. Cultivate shared interests. Avoid routine stagnation. Nurture the friendship foundation. Balance individuality with togetherness. Good luck with that. Okay. Yeah, me personally, from what my personal experience, right? Because, Aquarius, yeah, right. It doesn't work. I feel like you need somebody a bit more, you got to be with somebody a bit more stable. I don't know how to explain it. But me and my brother both tried it. It didn't work out. And it's overwhelming. It can be incredibly passionate, but it's just, I don't know. It's just, wouldn't recommend it. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I just, It's going to be very immature real quick. I also think she's listening to. I really do. But I'm like, I don't know what they are, but I'm like, ooh, Lord. And the fact that he's in a relationship every year, what is he looking for? What is he looking for? Does he know what he's looking for? No, he's supposed to have sex with pretty girls. Oh, no, he's a weirdo. No.
way is because of the music and everything. But I will say the good thing about this is that it doesn't seem to be a hit. And also, it seems like 304 rap is fading because for the first time in the Billboard charts history since the 80s or whatever, no rap song has made the top 40. And for the longest time, female rap has been, and
I feel like, you know, in this life, everything resets. But Coco can't say, I mean, she's moved on because she's engaged now. So why even rehash the past, right? But it's like, what is he looking for? It's like since 2014, he's only taken 1 year off the market, like 2016. And like every year you have a new girlfriend. Like sometimes in the same year, you got 2-3 girlfriends. Like, yo, he's on some Kevin Gates stuff. Oh, no, no, no.
Say the last 10 to 15 years since Nicki Minaj helped the resurgence of female rap go popular. Female rap used to be, was really big at one time. And that's all we saw was a lot of female rappers. But now a lot of those female rappers' careers are dying off. I don't really see any new ones on the rise. And I think just shows that the culture in general, a lot of people in general are just over the 304 rap. You're not saying anything substantive. We're in a different time. People's lives are hard. People want something that is of substance. And unfortunately,
I think also the young ladies who listened to it and went ahead and did it, they're probably disgusted. It's not fun, you guys. People swear it's so empowering to go sleep with a stranger. It is not. It makes you feel dirty. Like, I don't even know this person. Like, what is this, right? Women, you know, the thing about, I'm going to say this. That's just for me. But I think, like, for most women to have great love, like to have great intercourse, I think most women need safety, right? And that safety that allows them to have great intercourse, great orgasm, you can't give her that safety overnight. It's like months at least, or at least a year or so of like nurturing, like talking to her, getting to know her, spending time with her, like she starts to feel safe. It's not something that happens like, it's not like that, right? But I'm like, a woman does require safety for intimacy. Like she requires safety for her to enjoy herself during sex. Otherwise, she's going to be miserable. She's going to be miserable. Women are not men. Women are not men, okay? Oh yeah, the body. Even with that, I don't think she could just be, unless she's like mentally ill. But I'm like, women do require a lot of emotional safety. They do. Any woman that's like, oh, I'm gonna go have a one night stand, or I'm gonna go switch, like, you know, no, she's going through shit. So if she's not bipolar, okay, she's just really sad. She's not in her right mind, right? But a woman in her right mind, she can't do it. She doesn't know you. She doesn't feel safe. She doesn't know you. And she needs time to, that's why girls are more talkative than men, right? Because she has to talk to you to feel safe around you. Okay, right? But just like pa, she's not going to enjoy it. She can lie to herself, but she's not going to enjoy it. She might do it because she wants to forget about somebody else, but she's not enjoying it. She's miserable because she doesn't feel safe. You know what I mean? She doesn't feel safe. So I'm like, yeah, of course, something is going on. Because I'm like, women by nature are very prudish. Women are very prudish. And they're very, very prudish. They don't want to do all that kind of stuff. That's why they had to spend so much money, so many female artists, so many movies, so many TV shows to sell women on the idea of promiscuity. Because it does not come naturally to these women. It doesn't come naturally. Even birth control, they invested a lot of money to get women to get on birth control. Because I know it doesn't make sense to me, right? But it didn't happen naturally. They spent a lot of money. They had to create a lot of women celebrities, lots of TV shows, lots of movies, lots of music videos, lots of this, lots of that, because it does not come naturally to women. If women were naturally promiscuous, like if women wanted to be naturally promiscuous, we wouldn't have this. They would have to spend money on it. They would just do it. But most women are very prudish. And most women only want to be with one man. Like, that's it. Because when they find someone they love, like, she's stuck to him. There's nothing you can do, right? But I'm like, they're not naturally promiscuous. They have been made that way. Oh, you can't trust them. Oh, this and that. Oh, this and that, this and that. You know, oh, it's empowerment. It's this. It's you reclaiming your power. It's one thing, one, right? Yeah, exactly. And women also will even be with a man that has no money. They usually make the guys they don't like. That's who they make pay. But if she really likes you, she'll work and you don't have to work. She'll go work because she loves you. So I'm like, women need a lot of safety to enjoy sex. Otherwise, they don't enjoy it.
Meg Thee Stallion cannot offer anything of substance because her name is Meg Thee Stallion. That's a very sexually charged name. Okay, we know it's because she's tall, and you know, you will be called a stallion if you're tall and with her looks. I think if she wanted to continue with music and wanted to be taken more seriously, I think she should do a whole rebrand. I don't think she should call herself Meg Thee Stallion anymore. It should probably be she should just probably call herself Megan or whatever her last name is, or just Megan. I think she should dress more elegantly. I think
it's like they won't let them do that. That's the problem. Jay-Z is not going to let her have a wholesome image. He won't even let his wife have a wholesome image. Like the whole, and that's the point with like all these guys, all these black guys who own these record labels, like they're sick, they're perverts, like they have sexual demons. That's why female rap is so nasty like that, right? Like look at who they signed to. But I'm like, Jay-Z is a whole perv. He has sex demons. So what kind of music you think he gonna want you to make? These are not good people. They're not healthy, right? And that's why I don't even know why Beyonce married that man. But you marry a man that's promiscuous, he's gonna make you feel insecure. Like, how many women has he slept with? Why would you marry a person like that? I could never do that. Like you're a whore. You are a whore. And when you sleep like that, when you have so many people that you slept with, you start having a very, very unrealistic, idea of what a woman's body should be like or look like. Look at what Kanye is doing to that girl. He also has a porn addiction, right? So it's like you will never be enough because they want more. They've slept with 12 people at a time. They've had sex with 20 people at a time. They've had sex. Child, listen. No, these people are not healthy. But I'm like, the guys who are in charge of these girls, they are disgusting. They look at a woman's body like it's all about sex, right? You think Jay-Z, like, if it was Blue Ivy being a rapper, you think he'd make her say all that kind of stuff, right? They exploit their own people for money. I'm like, these girls are all damaged. Quality Control, Carisha and JT, look at what they make them say, right? When it comes to Lotto, who knows who she's signed to? But it's like they're signed to men. And these men are low vibrational. They're a bunch of perverts. They like watching porn. They go to the strip clubs multiple times a day. They do all kinds of sex parties. These guys are sick as hell. They're sick. They are truly sick. So like you signed to someone's label like that, what kind of music do you think he's going to want you to make? If he could have you go out here, I mean, she actually did, but if he could have you go out here naked all day, he would. You're not human to him. You're not a human being. Because if you were a human being, like, yo, this was my daughter, like, if like Jay-Z's so damn evil, because I'm like, if Jay-Z was even a decent human being, the fact that she lost her mom, her dad, her grandma, he would tell her to take a year off. Like, girl, just breathe. Exactly. Then he wants to go to Dubai and ask for money. Like, you don't think the Dubai man, the Muslim man knows your record label, looks at your music, looks at like, what kind of man makes his own woman do that? Like these guys, these Arabs, we know they're nasty too, of course. Okay. But you see, they do it to other people. Right? Like the Arab man, he's going to import women from all around the world and do bad things to these people because you're not my people. I don't care. He'll pee on you, poop on you, whatever. But you're not his people because they protect their sisters. Right? They don't want their sisters to be handled a certain way. So they'll do it with other people. But it's like over here, they do it to their own women. They're sick. They're truly sick. Because I'm like, if you're a good human being, like, okay, you know what? After you lost your mom, your dad, your grandma, like, should you really be doing this? If you need time off, do it. The other thing also where you see that these guys are fucking evil is that Lauryn Hill, like, she had 5 Grammys in one night without doing any of this. So it's not like you don't have any proof that a girl doesn't need to be hypersexual to win, right? Because Lauryn Hill did it. She did it. So once you know that Lauryn Hill did it, why not encourage more of that? Because they're sick. These are not healthy-minded people. They're not good people. They are not good people. Because I don't know, that's just me. I'm like, if this was your daughter, would you let her do that? The answer is no. Even Beyonce, the stuff that Chloe does with her music, like her body, whatever, would she let Blue Ivy do that kind of stuff? Right? So I'm like, people scream black, black, black. Oh, please. You treat people like slaves. Because if you really black, you should care about Megan and her mental health. You should even care about her message. Right? Eve did all this music stuff. It was never like this. It was not like this. Eve's career was not like this at all. But at the same time, too, though, she was signed. She was with DMX and them, right? So he's a bit more serious than Sean Carter. But Sean Carter, his music was always about doing something to women, suck my pee, get out of my house. Just because you got good head, you think I'm going to break bread. It was always that weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Talk about the cars, the shoes, the clothes, the watches. When it comes to DMX, like, it's more like he's talking to men. Like, he's not like, I'm going to get a bitch, look a bitch. The only one he did is What You Really Want from her, right? But he's not known for making music just degrading women. Like Jay-Z, that's his bread and butter. That's his bread and butter. Okay? Because I'm like, he's extremely insecure. Yeah, exactly. DMX is not like that. Well, my dog's like, we out here, dog. I'm like, he's not like that. Okay? That's why I know he was jealous of him when he was a Def Jam. Okay? Jay-Z, his bread and butter is always treating women like prostitutes. Foxy was 14 years old, having her sing. And I'm like, this dude is crazy. I was like, she was 14? Oh my gosh. That's all he does. Emil, you name it. All he does is treat women's bodies like God knows what. He has no respect. He is sick. He is truly sick. He's sick. I'm sure if Meg was asked to like do something different, talk about something different, talk about losing your mom, talk about feeling like you're all by yourself in the world, like there's so much for her to talk about, right? But like, he's obsessed with this. He is just obsessed. He's obsessed. I'm like, you're sick. He's really sick.
She should dress more put together. And if she wanted to rap, I think her rap should be just about her growth and elevation as a woman, and, you know, kind of like a big sister to these young women coming up, just saying, these are the pitfalls and the things that, you know, the bad decisions and choices I made. And this is
what Eve did, but she was not signed to a clown. She was not signed to a man that's insecure. Like, DMX was never insecure. Jay-Z is incredibly insecure. You have to, I'm gonna suck your, like, that's what he likes. Like, he likes that kind of stuff. He is insane. Like, he rapped like according to Maya, it's like, because he came in there, he expected I'm just like, no, you're sick. You are really sick, right? But when they say don't meet your hero sometime, like, yeah, this is probably it. But I'm like, if Megan was signed to more serious, conscious people, I do believe they would challenge her to talk about other things. Like, you can have a cute little nasty song once in a while, but talk about other things. But I'm like, she's not signed to a good person. She is signed to a sexual deviant person. So this is what he wants to hear. You know, talk about ass, talk about this, talk about that. I'm like, this is so disgusting. That's why I said and you see Rihanna saw her way out. She just ran for her life. I'm like, if this Clay thing is real, Megan, run for your life. You don't need to do this. It's disgusting. And the more you do this, the more you damage your image. But meanwhile, he's going to protect Blue Ivy. No, protect yourself.
You know, how I got out of that and how I did better. This is how I turned my life around. Or I think it should be more motivating and uplifting just for the season that she's in. Yep. But I think as long as she continues on the hypersexually charged thing, I don't think people want to hear it. I don't think people are here for it like that. And that's probably why she's getting some criticism from this song, the lyrics, and just the...
I don't think so. I don't think that people wouldn't like that. I just feel like, I think these record labels and these executives, they say that because they found a formula that works and they're too lazy to change it. But I think I'm going to give people a bit more credit, because if you know how to write and you have a really emotionally charged song that talks about something that affects a lot of people, I think people have enough empathy to relate. I really do. People have hearts, people have feelings, right? I just think it's a lazy cop out. Oh, they're not gonna like it. Oh, no, yes, they can. And then they put enough marketing dollars behind it, people are actually going to love it. How did people come to fall in love with this pop your vagina music? Right? Because they pushed that stuff so hard, but it was not a natural attraction to this pop your vagina music. So if she has a different song, if she writes it well and it's well produced, right, people are going to like it. And then if they put the same amount of money they do behind WAP and all these nasty songs, I think she would actually make it because it'll be so different. Because people really have vagina fatigue, like pop your vagina fatigue. People are tired. It's disgusting. It's seriously disgusting.
The way she continues to brand herself, because you have to understand, rap is a young person's game in general, but for female rappers, it's definitely difficult because when you over sexualize yourself so much, okay, you're young, you're beautiful, you have a nice body when you're young. If your goal is to continue to be a rapper, and you don't have any other skills like acting or dancing or, I don't know, cooking, to rebrand yourself like other rappers before they get to a certain age, they realize, okay, I'm getting too old to do rapping. My life isn't in this place anymore. I need to do other things. Look at Ice Cube, for example. He used to do all the gangster rap. Then he was doing movies. Then he realized, I'm 30s, 40s. I'm actually married with children. I can't keep talking about the same stuff. I can't keep going down this path. He started doing Are We Done Yet? And started doing more family-friendly movies and things like that. It showed an elevation in his career. He knew he couldn't keep doing that forever.
And low-key, high-key also, the more family-friendly stuff you do, the more money you make. The more money you make. When you're hypersexual, you end up being very, very niche. Sorry. You end up being very, very niche, and most people don't like it because it's too much. Like, you can't do anything with the song. You can't play it at the games. You can't play it on TV. You can't, there's nothing you can do with the song. Like, even Nicki Minaj, like, her biggest songs are pop, like, they're pop hits. And the starships are meant to fly. Okay? Like, they're super pop cheese, like, listen, right? But I'm like, you want to make your money too, so that when you're older and you can't do this anymore, you're living off your residuals, right? But if the song is hypersexual, when you get older, even you can't perform it because you're like, oh, we don't want to see a 40-year-old sing that kind of stuff. Can Lil' Kim go on tour? No. Can Lil' Kim get a residence in Vegas? No. The songs are too vulgar. And nobody wants to see her do that. Salt and Pepper, can they go on tour? No, nobody wants to hear that. Okay, there's certain and that's the catch with doing these hypersexual songs. They're only cute when you're young, but you will get older. And if this is what you want to do, you got to make sure that when you get older, you are still receiving your residual checks, so you can live, like you can take care of yourself. Yeah, so you can take care of yourself. You don't want every single song to be so nasty. Because you want to be able to live life and you keep getting these checks in the mail every month. You take care of yourself. Maybe you get a residency. Maybe you come out when you're older. But it's like your things, like your lyrics are very friendly. You win more by doing family-friendly stuff. Because otherwise, it kills your brand.
And so with Meg Thee Stallion and a lot of female rappers like her, when you over-sexualize yourself so much, you're not going to look the same you did when you're 50, when you were 20. And so, I mean, it's really difficult to continue to play that hypersexualized role forever and show no growth and never put any clothes on. What's the next avenue for Megan? And so that's why I want to caution Black women from following Megan, because what she's doing is playing a very short, temporary game. She will only be trending and popular for so long. I think her best days as far as her rap career are actually gone. I think they're not around anymore. And anything she does right now, should be when it comes to rapping a passion project, because she's made money, she's moved on, and it should just be showing about what she really wants to talk about, love and everything. But I think a lot of the reason why it feels like she's stuck and she's still going down this hypersexualized avenue, which is the same reason Cardi B is doing it, the same reason so many of these female rappers just can't get out of the over sexualization.
Even Cardi, I felt like Cardi went ahead and had kids by different men so she could be even more relatable to her audience, because you guys, it makes no sense. Even that little baby, I mean, if it's truly Stephon Diggs' baby, I feel bad for the baby, because hopefully the baby looks like the other siblings at that point. Okay, is this Offset's baby? Right? But imagine that baby looks completely different. Right? Culture, Wave, Blossom, they look the same. Right? Now, if this baby comes out looking completely different, that's going to affect the baby. You see? And to me, honestly, it was better to stay married to Offset. You stay upstairs, he stays downstairs. Because to go have a child with Stephon when he's about to have 9 kids in less than 9 weeks, that is insane to me. You should have just stayed with Offset. He can live in the basement and you can live upstairs, or you live in one house, he lives in a different house. I'm not paying you $10 million. Like, you're crazy. You're going to have to pay Offset the settlement. Then you're going to have a baby by your boyfriend that's having 9 kids on you, like your baby mama number 5 over there. With Offset, yes, he cheats, but at least you're the wife. You're the wife, and he has his kids with you. Over there, you're like baby mama number 5, and you're having baby number 6, 7, or something. I don't even know. It's crazy, right? But I feel like because of her audience, she felt like she had to act, oh, I'm so triggered. I'm going to leave you. I'm filing for divorce. But I really do believe their entire relationship, he was cheating. But she had to put on an act like she's so shocked. She's so indignant. She's going to leave him. I'm like, Cardi, just stay put. Like, from one cheater to another. Stay with your cheating ass husband. Okay? But I'm like, Cardi B, yeah, another one. That's crazy.
Stuff is because they don't want to alienate their audience.
That's right.
They don't want to alienate their audience. You know, when Cardi B was in a marriage, she seemed to be very happy at that time when she was married and she had children. But a lot of her songs, I don't recall hearing a song about how happy she was being married. I don't recall hearing a song about how she loved having children. I don't recall hearing a song that was growth. You know, I don't. I just recall hearing more booty shaking stuff from her, vulgar language, vulgar rap, nothing different, nothing new. And yeah, so I just want to caution you, Megan Thee Stallion is not a wife. Cardi B is not a wife, clearly. A lot of these women, Sexy Reds, all these female rappers, these 304 rappers and raps are not going anywhere. They're trendy, but I think the country is becoming more conservative, honestly. I think not just politically, but socially, you see that there's a lot of young men who are moving to become more religious and becoming more politically conservative. And I think the way things are swinging in this country, this whole sex sale stuff is not going to be, it's not going to last forever. Amen. So I think Meg Thee Stallion needs a backup plan. And I think anybody that's watching her needs to be careful about what they're exposing their ear and eye gates to, especially if you say, you know, God has called you to be a wife and you want to be a wife. I mean, you shouldn't be listening or taking any pointers from Meg Thee Stallion as far as love.
Yeah, I hope y'all hear what she's saying. If you want to be a wife, be around wifely people, because you can't play both sides. You can't listen to ratchet music and talk about being a wife, because you're going to go on a date or something and say something crazy. Like, what'd you say? But, oh, no, she's freaking posing. Okay. She for the streets. Okay. Because you never know. You might say something small, but in somebody's head, it's like, ooh, Decepticon. She's a fraud. She's pretending. She's trying to fraud my ass. Okay. And I'm like, she's right. You get to a certain age, there's just certain things you can't listen to. My thing is, me, like I said, I'm not a fan of Meg Thee Stallion, whatever, but I would just say all these young ladies in the rap game, lo and behold, they truly need prayers. Because I mean, when you're young, you want to be famous, you think it's cute, but I'm like, the music industry to me is the devil. It is the devil. And the vast majority of these young women are by themselves. They don't have protection. They don't have families. They don't have fathers. They don't have strong patriarchy. They are by themselves in an industry that is full of men that are completely unhinged, which is why Nicki Minaj is always cussing out these men, because they're sick. They are truly sick. They are so sick. So when you're in there by yourself, it's crazy. And then I'm going to say this. I can see why also they never want these female rappers to get along. Because if they start getting along, you will tell me your stuff. I'm going to tell you my stuff. You're going to tell me your stuff. And next thing you know, these women might rise up against these men, right? So it's like when you don't want people to get together like and expose you, you get people to dislike each other, right? But I'm like, it is not a good industry. Like it is not ran by honorable Black guys. Like the Black guys who are responsible for Black female rap, they're truly sick. They are sick. They're perverted. They're exploitative. Many of them have this pimp alter ego, and they don't see these young ladies as human beings who need protection. You are an artist. You are a slave. Your job is to just sing whatever to get that money. All they care is their bottom line. And they don't see these young ladies as actual human beings. You know, and everybody, and then I feel like if you have with any employee, I don't know, with your artist and employee, I feel like you should also care about their mental health. Because if all a person does is sing the same thing over and over and over, how do you know the person is not depressed? How do you know the person is not going through stuff? So I will say, because I am a human being, but I will say this, my heart really goes out to these female rappers because I think they're being preyed upon. You know, they give you all the money, they give you the Grammys and the bags, but the stuff they're doing to your soul, the stuff they're doing to your image, the stuff they're doing to your reputation, like how much is that? How much is that? Okay. And then whatever kind of surgeries you also have to do on the side to have a certain look, right? I'm like, these people are human beings. I don't have to be a fan, but I'm like, they're still human beings though. And I'm like, they take advantage. They really do take advantage. And I personally do not feel like these young ladies are adequately protected enough from these people and their big ass lawyers. Okay. Because I'm like, I even wonder if you can walk away from something like that. Can you walk away from Rock Nation? Right? Can you walk away from QP? Like, can you actually walk away? You know, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, they're fucking evil. And a lot of them have been to prison. So they're not even healthy-minded. They're in prison, and they have all these pictures on their wall of all these naked girls with their legs wide open. They all have sex addiction, porn addiction. Many of them put their hands on women, okay? They're sick as hell. And you have girls under the age of, 30 and younger, under the care of these people. They're not safe. And I'm like, if they had daughters, would they want their daughters to be female rappers? That's how you know they're not honorable. Are you running a business that you would gladly see your daughter? Oh, yeah, my daughter can come over here and rap also. We'll take care of her, right? Or is it only for other people's kids, right? Is it only for other people's daughters who don't have moms, who don't have dads, who don't have grandparents? These girls are full-blown orphans, okay? And here they are being told, do this so you can be famous. Do this for a Grammy. Do this for more views. Like they're human beings. They are actual human beings. And everybody needs diversity. You can, even work, even food, even your diet, you can't always do the same thing over and over and over. You need a break. You need a break. It is not healthy for one human being to sing about the same thing over and over and over and over. How is this not a freaking sweatshop? Like, how is she not considered? Like, you cannot treat human beings like that. So to me, it's inhumane. It's inhumane. And so maybe when you are working in inhumane conditions and you're being misused and treated like a slave by people, maybe you think it's okay to also be mean to other people because you're not being treated well. You are not being treated well. And we don't even know if they give them drugs or whatever. But I'm like, the music industry is extremely diabolical. It is so predatory. And they love children with no family. They're sick. They're really sick.
And how that goes. Because there is no love. There's nothing in this song and in the lyrics that I talked about, that's talking about love. She's saying how her man is driving her crazy. Her man is giving her great sex. Her man is spoiling her. There's nothing about what she's doing other than giving him good sex in her view. That's it. And a lot of men who deal with Megan and women like that, they just want to see what all the fuss is about sexually. They don't have any kind of desire to commit to Megan or women like her. And that's why I advise you, if you want to be a wife, to leave her in the dust, because she's not going to help you get any closer to that goal.
I wouldn't say leave her in the dust. I would say really pray for her. Just don't emulate the behavior, because me, I really think it's coming from a place of low self-esteem. I really do. When you have high self-esteem, you can't do stuff like that. Like, no, you are crazy. I'm not doing that. And I'm telling, like, high self-esteem to me, it's like Eve, it's Queen Latifah, who else? Like, you know, Lauryn Hill, like, they would never do stuff like that because they have high self-esteem. Okay, you crazy. Like, what? You are insane. Okay? But I think these young girls today, they want to make it so badly. They want to be famous. They want everything to happen overnight. And these people come with their suits and their briefcases, and they make you all these promises, and they're gonna pull all of the strings, and they're gonna make you super famous by tomorrow. And because these are young people, they sign on with that. Look at Montero, right? Walking outside at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, completely strung out naked. I'm like, what have they done to this child? So I'm like, we have to pray for people. So when you see certain behaviors, you're like, yeah, you're not okay. You are not okay. Like, these people are doing something to you. You know, like I said, ultimately, Megan, I'm not a fan like that, but she is an orphan. She doesn't have family. So I'm like, people need to pray for her. Everybody should pray for her soul. Because me, like I said, I do pray that one day, one of these girls is going to escape from that plantation and give her life to Christ, and truly give her testimony of what really goes on in this music industry, what it really takes, what they're asked to do in order to be female rapper of the year. Because we need to know the devil needs to be shamed. And I think once a lot of young girls hear, like, oh, so even the stuff you sing about, you want to sing about that? Like, no, I didn't want to. They made me do it. And I'm like, it's going to wake a lot of people up. That these girls are being used like workhorses. It's a damn sweatshop. You don't control your image. You don't control who you date. You don't control what comes out your mouth, because they want you to be so hyper sexual. And it's so despicable that these are Black men doing this to Black women. And these are little sisters. Some of them could even be your daughter, right? But they're sick as hell. They are truly sick. So that's what I would say. Inspire yourself from wifely people, but pray for all young sisters that are lost. You have to pray for them. But they might not be your assignment, but just because you pray for them, whoever they're meant to be an assignment for, they're going to find them. The Bible says that the prayers of the righteous availeth much. So many young ladies are so lost. They've been lied to. They've been brainwashed. They've been misled, taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying? So you like someone, you don't like someone, that's fine. God loves us all. I mean, I don't have to like you, but I do know God loves you. So my thing would be to say, we have to pray. Yeah, but she was messing. She was having an affair, but eventually she called it off. But she wasn't boasting about it too. They was like on the low. But it wasn't like her song wasn't like F me. Because I feel like when she did Miseducation, I feel like she apologized for that. I feel like she took ownership. Because what she was saying, girls, you know you better. I think it's the stuff she did. If you don't want, fake nails done by Koreans, come again. But I think that, and Wyclef also, he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I can respect a woman that doesn't glamorize an affair. Even with the whole Zion thing. She made the song because they wanted her to have an abortion. With Zion, she's like, oh, and now the joy. But I think she repented for that. And then she stayed out the way. But Wyclef also, like, what the heck is he doing in there? And you're the boss. Like, you run the group and stuff. And I remember Praz told him not to do that because he's like, oh, it's going to mess up the group. And it sure did. But I'm like, today people actually boast about that kind of stuff. Ashanti too with Herb, but I'm like, she wasn't bragging like, oh, look at me, I'm sleeping with your man, bitch. But I knew she was, but it was kind of low. you know. But I'm like, you have to be really mindful, like the way, especially when you have millions and millions of followers and you have so many young Black girls, like they're by themselves. Some have the same background that you have. They didn't have dads or this and that, you know. You have to be brave enough to have the right message, because God forbid you make a song and a baby sis listens to you and she gets assaulted, people run a train on her, she goes missing, somebody kills her, you know. Like I said, once again, once you die, you're going to have to give God an account. Oh, yeah. Do you know you sang the song and this little baby listened to you and then she went and did X, Y, and Z and then she got HIV or she got pregnant, had to drop out of high school because you made this music? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, you have to be brave enough to be honest with yourself. When you have a huge following, whether you like it or not, these little girls are looking up to you. And they will do what you tell them to do because they think you're saying it's safe. So they're trusting that it's safe. But we all know it's not safe. It's not safe. This is not safe. And this doesn't feel good. Doing all of this with someone you barely know, it does not feel good. If anything, it diminishes your value, right? So don't do it. So I'm like, if you want to be a wife, inspire yourself by wifely people. But all these young female rappers, those who are called women that are saved, women that are Christians, should always pray for the young people. Pray for these young women and pray for the young men as well. Because even now, pornography, you know, has a lot of young men addicted. It's so shocking to me. So many young boys are into porn. I'm like, what is this obsession? That's all they do. They watch that stuff all day, every day. They spend so much money consuming pornography. So I do hope that moving forward, a lot more people are going to go back to being traditional, being spiritual, being Christian, you know, and preserving the culture that you grew up in. Like if you have a beautiful family, your mom and dad are beautiful people and they've raised you right, you need to hold on to your culture. Be proud of your culture. Be proud of the way that you were raised. And don't feel bad that you had two parents. That's the way it's supposed to be. Right? And it's not your fault that you had two parents. No, like that's not your fault. Okay. So don't feel any kind of way. Love yourself, love your family, love your mom, love your dad, and live a life where you can make your parents proud. And hopefully one day you'll be a parent too, married and stuff, right? Then you'll have kids and the cycle continues because we don't live forever. Okay. So family really matters. Family really does matter. And also giving your body to a bunch of random people, that's just weird. We have to normalize exclusivity. You can't even get certain bags. Okay. And that's just stuff. It's not real. Your vagina is way more precious than a designer bag or a Birkin bag. You are a human being. You only have one vagina. There are plenty of designer bags. Even with the Birkin, yeah, there's a wait list, but there's plenty of them. You only have one vagina. You can't just let anybody with their body, whatever, their pH, whatever, go in there and do whatever. You have to be extremely selective. Okay? Love yourself, protect yourself. And just because everybody is promiscuous doesn't mean you have to do it. Right? Have your own standard. You don't have to sleep with people. Okay? Because some people too, they'll be nice until you have sex with them and then they start acting crazy, then they leave you. So be in no rush. Truly and honestly, be in no rush. Also, before I go, a lot of guys out here too don't even good in bed anyways. So trust me, you're not missing out on much. Okay? Many of these guys here completely suck anyways. You are not missing out on much. And if someone is pressuring you, right, then that's why they're here. They're not here for you. And if that's the case, he can use his hand and some Vaseline. Okay? You're not here to relieve people. You are not a urinal. You are a human being and you're sacred. If nobody loves you, God loves you. Okay, and I love you too. So you are incredibly sacred. You're not here to relieve anybody sexually. People can use their hands and some Vaseline. They've done it before. They can do it again. Okay? Be in no rush to sleep with people. Take your time. Get to know people. Pray about people. Ask the Holy Spirit to open your eyes spiritually so you can see who people are about. Don't rush. And then you'll see The longer you take, the more they pressuring you. Okay, so that's why you're here. So, my peoples, right? I hope you enjoyed this live. I wish I could stay longer, but I gotta go for my class. That was my class. Maybe when I come back, if I don't feel too, oh, no, I gotta go to the gym after that. Oh, crap. Okay, love y'all. Hopefully, I'll try to be outside tomorrow. Okay, hope you enjoyed the live, you guys. Hope you enjoyed the live. Like I said, when it comes to these election stuff, yeah, when it comes to these elections, I'm like, people need to start taking stuff seriously. People need to start taking stuff seriously, because otherwise, think about praise. People have to start hating it. People have to start taking these elections seriously. You don't want to be erased, you better show up. When people are running campaigns and stuff, you need to get involved. But most importantly, on election day, people need to show up. I don't understand how there's 8 million plus people in New York City and only 2 million people came outside to vote. You live there. You have to care. Okay? Because otherwise, somebody doesn't mention you, you can be upset. Were you at the polls? Right? And also, did you give the money? Right? I'm like, be mindful. Be mindful. I love you guys. I'll be back later, okay? Bisous. Love you. Bye-bye. Let me go to my class. Oh, gosh, I got to drive. Oh, Lord. I want to be skinny already. I'm so fat.